goes into getting everything set. I mean, everywhere you look in the city, you can really sense that that things have been built up and changed for this event.
And keep in mind, they had about, I mean, certain things are going to be in place, of course, no matter who was sworn in, but in terms of all the ceremonies, they had half the time to get ready for all these ceremonies. So big, big job.
You got it. Stay with us. A lot more to talk about, and we will on this rather historic day in the U.S. We'll have a live report from Capitol Hill on the prospects of working with a nearly even divided Congress. Stay tuned for that.
Also, we'll tell you about that extraordinary security precautions that have been put in place today. More on that just ahead.
E-learning is...
These are unusual times indeed at the Capitol. The Senate, which will confirm several Bush cabinet nominees this afternoon, is divided 50-50 for the first time in history. For about 3.5 more hours, a First Lady will be a member of that elite body, actually for the first time. And CNN congressional correspondent Chris Black joining us live from Capitol Hill. Chris, good morning to you on this Inauguration Day.
Good morning to you, Darren. It only takes a few minutes to get down Pennsylvania Avenue from the White House to the U.S. Capitol. But moving George W. Bush's legislative agenda into law, that could take a lot longer. Republicans barely control Capitol Hill. A 10-vote margin in the House, dead even in the Senate. Those numbers add up to trouble for the new Republican president.
Senator Ashcroft.
Challenge 1 for George W. Bush. Maintaining his conservative political base. Picking conservatives for his cabinet put Democrats on high alert.
I would say the biggest concern is whether or not he's going to be able to say no to the right-wing constituency. He's got to be able to say no. He's got to be able to say, I've got to come to the middle.
Challenge 2, the Democratic opposition, stronger than ever, convinced they have as much a mandate as the new president. The number 2 Senate Republican says President Bush will make the difference.
I think he's the type of person that will really reach out to try and make things happen. He proved that he could do it in Texas. I think it's going to be a bigger challenge, probably a more difficult challenge to do it in Washington, D.C.
The specific challenges: Democratic opposition to school vouchers in the size of Mr. Bush's $1.6 trillion tax cut. They also oppose cuts in social spending to finance increases in the defense budget. But both sides say there are potential areas of agreement on education and a patient bill of rights. The moderate Democrats are trying to bridge the divide, but say Mr. Bush needs to move in their direction.
I fully expect President Bush to fight for his principles and those things that he believes in. And that's his prerogative. But at the end of the day, there are going to be reasonable differences of opinion, and what he needs to do is to be willing to compromise and accept those things that he can for the American people while still fighting for his beliefs.
Then there is the X factor. The maverick Republican John McCain determined to change the rules on political money as soon as next Monday, in defiance of his own leaders.
I don't think it's the right issue to have right off the bat, because there's not a bipartisan consensus. Bipartisan being a majority of Democrats and Republicans think that this is the right way to go.
In the end, it's all about the numbers. The evenly divided Congress could force both sides to work together. But those same numbers pose an enormous challenge to President Bush's leadership ability with a divided Congress. Darren?
Chris Black with us here in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill. Thank you very much. With more on that topic, gridlock or compromise, let's go ahead and ask 2 members of the divided Congress. We have Republican Congressman Roy Blunt, who hails from Missouri. He's a good friend of the new president. And Democrat David Bonnier of Michigan, the House Minority Whip. Good morning to both of you, Congressman. Thanks for getting up early with us this morning.
Morning.
Appreciate it. Congressman Blunt, first to you. I want to be a fly on the wall. Take us back to those early days, because I know you aligned yourself with George Bush early on, even during the exploratory committee days. What were those early conversations like when he was considering running for president?
You know, I was on the original 10-person exploratory committee. I think he really began to talk very early about the model that'll be so necessary now in Washington, about changing the tone, ending the gridlock in Washington, believing that he could replicate many of the successes he had in Texas, where he had a Democratic legislature in his first term and a narrowly divided legislature in his second term, but a person who from the very first day was confident in his ability to make the decisions and to surround himself with the right kind of people in a Bush administration to be sure that he had all the options placed before him. I think that's what he's doing. He's also, Darren, reached out already to a number of Democrats in the House and Senate. We'll be doing more of that in the next few days as he also develops stronger relationships with the Republicans.
Congressman Bonnier, now to you, much has been made of George Bush's success in being a bipartisan governor in Texas. But to that, do you say, watch out, now you're in the big leagues?
Well, no, Texas is pretty big. I mean, it's a big state, and it's and then the governor had an enormous responsibility in that state, and so what we're looking for is a relationship that is a true relationship. That if President-elect Bush is willing to sit down with Democratic leaders in the House and Senate, and we're going to do that, by the way, on Wednesday, the first bipartisan leadership meeting we're going to have, and he's willing to discuss some of the big issues with us and try to work out differences in them. The tax bill, for instance, we both agree that we should have a tax cut for the American people. The question is the size and the scope and the figuration of it. And if we can come to some process where we can agree on how we're going to get there, that's one thing. But if President-elect Bush and the Republicans want to just try to pick off a few Democrats here on Wednesday and then on Thursday go after another set of Democrats, that's going to be very debilitating to them in the end of the process. So we're open to working together on issues that we can agree on, but we're not going to sit back and not fight for the things and the principles we believe in.
Well, speaking of fighting, let's look at what we've seen so far from the Congress, namely the Senate and the confirmation hearings. Do you think that the John Ashcroft confirmation hearings set the tone for what Americans can expect from Congress coming up? Tough questions from the Democrats, but in the end, the Republicans prevail?
I think the Ashcroft hearings are important because of the questions of civil rights and are a very important issue. And I would say to you also, Darren, that pivoting off the Ashcroft hearings, if President-elect Bush does not seriously understand the deep pain that people in this country feel as a result of the election problems that we had and the disenfranchisement of literally millions of people in this country, he's going to have a rocky 2 years. He's got to address that problem early, up front. He can't pretend it didn't happen. I know it's a painful issue for him because it raises the question of his legitimacy as president. He will be our president in just a few hours. We need to move behind him and try to move the country forward. But that piece of the equation has to be foremost in his mind because, believe me, it is foremost on the minds of a lot of Americans.
Congressman Blunt, how do you balance that? This is an incredible opportunity for Republicans, the first time since the Eisenhower era where you have a Republican Congress and also a Republican president, and yet if you take that too far, you can come across as smug and ruin a great opportunity for the Republicans.
Well, I think with the size of our majority, the chance it will appear to be smug is pretty slim, but we do feel like on our side of the aisle that for the first time in the majority with the Republican president, that's such a different situation than we've had the last 4 years that I've been in Congress, the last 6 years that Republicans have been in the majority. In the House, we can work with these numbers. I think the Senate, for those of us who are House members, is always a little bit of a mystery anyway, and more of a challenge. I do know, to respond to what my friend David said, that the president will be reaching out on these election issues, as the Congress will, to see what we can do to ensure a greater sense of inclusion, a greater sense of fairness in that process. But George W. Bush does come to the White House and the presidency with more votes, with a higher percentage of the vote than Bill Clinton had in either of his elections. I think clearly when he's sworn in today, he'll begin to reach out to really change the tone in Washington. I think that's very important. I even think, Darren, what happened yesterday to move the Clinton story onto another page, to finish that chapter, is a helpful element as we start a new day in Washington. And I believe Democrats and Republicans alike are really worn out with a lot of the divisiveness of not just the last 8 years, but about the last 10 years, and are ready for something different. I'm hopeful that something different begins today at noon.
It is the beginning of a new era. Congressman Blunt, Congressman Bonnier, thanks for joining us. A long day indeed. Good luck staying dry today, gentlemen.
Thank you.
That will be a big challenge. Thanks for joining us. Bill.
Once again, the man of the hour, the man of the day. George W. Bush spent last night at Blair House here in Washington, right near the White House, the official guest house here in Washington. Bob Franken is outside now with news on the new First Family's evening and morning. Bob, what have you found out?
This is really hard news, Bill. Probably more than you want to know.
Orange juice or not?
More than you want to know about the president-elect's morning. He got up at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time, had coffee with his brothers Marv and Jeb Bush, of course, the governor of Florida. Meanwhile, the old man, the former president, George H.W. Bush, was in another part of this little complex here, exercising. I regret to tell you, I cannot tell you exactly what exercise he was doing. Meanwhile, the brothers read from the Bible. We're told they do that every day. They read from the January 20th entry of the one-year Bible, portions from Matthew and Genesis. So we now know exactly what the president-elect was doing this morning. This, by the way, is the kind of interest that he's going to be dealing with now that he is going to become president. Of course, the White House is often described as a glass bubble. Privacy is something that is very difficult to come by, so this is the kind of information we'll get all the time. You can also tell from the sounds in back of me and some of the activity that plans are beginning to accelerate a little bit for his movement, the family's movement from Blair House here up to St. John's Church. That is expected within the hour. Then, of course, they'll all go over to the White House and then on to the inauguration and the step into the presidency. Bill?
All right, Bob. We also know he's been reading the biography of John Quincy Adams, a man who feels he's following in his footsteps anyway, given the relationship with his father in past presidencies. Bob, thanks. Back in touch shortly. CNN website loaded with additional information and features about today's inauguration. There is also a place for you to voice your opinions. Go to CNN.com. AOL keyword again is CNN. Scroll down until you see the message boards that mark presidential transition. Click your browser on that and you can go ahead and find your way through it. All right there again at CNN.com.
You mentioned John Quincy Adams, talking history. We have more of a history lesson just ahead. We have historian Robert Dallek joining us on the Bush presidencies then and now.
John Quincy Adams was the first son of a president to take the oath of office himself. His father, John Adams, who'd served a quarter century earlier, was too old and sick to leave his Massachusetts home to see it. The younger Adams had other problems. In 1824, he had lost both the popular and electoral vote to war hero General Andrew Jackson. Neither could get an electoral vote majority until candidate Henry Clay, the Speaker of the House, threw his votes to Adams in the House vote. At his inaugural, the new president acknowledged what he called the peculiar circumstances of his election, pleaded for indulgence, and made Clay Secretary of State the next day. Opponents called that a corrupt bargain, and 4 years later, voters made sure the next inaugural was Jackson's. Mark Leff, CNN.
And with that bit of history as a backdrop, joining us now with more insights on father and son presidencies, presidential historian Robert Dallek with us this morning, live in Washington.
Bob, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning to you.
Bob, what strikes you today, other than the nasty weather? Just out all over the place.
Yeah, it is a nasty day out here.
Let's set Mother Nature aside for a second. What strikes you as you look at this inauguration and new-term presidency?
Right. Well, it's extraordinary, after all, to have a son succeed a father, and the father to be at the inauguration because, as your setup pointed out, John Adams couldn't be there. He was pretty sick, and he died 2 years later in 1826. But it's really an extraordinary moment. Here you have a Texas young man comes to the White House. He'll talk in his inaugural, I predict, about the rosy future, about the achievements of the country in the past. You know, these inaugurations are moments of celebration. They're a time when we set aside differences and the polemics are sort of put on the shelf. And that's good because we've been through such an acrimonious election. And I think this is a moment when one wants to have a certain healing and a certain closeness and a certain celebration of the country's virtues, its values. And so I think you'll see that kind of emphasis in today's inauguration. And it's added to by the fact that there's a father and son team, so to speak, and that gives a kind of family feel to it.
Well, speaking of that father and son team, Bob, the nation hasn't seen this since the Adams, John Adams and John Quincy Adams. And in fact, as I understand it, George Bush gave George W. Bush, started giving the nickname Quincy. Yes. And so George W. Bush has been reading the biography of John Quincy Adams to learn more about him. Yes. Well, tell us a little bit more about the man, John Quincy Adams, that I'm sure a lot of us are not familiar with.
He was a very thoughtful man, very intellectual. But the trouble was, he was pushing for a nationalistic program that was not very popular at the time. Really, in retrospect, the historians see him as a very thoughtful and attractive politician. He wanted to set up a system of national roads, weights and measures. He wanted to set up a national university. But the sentiment was against him at the time. And he did not go forward with pushing for a political party that could have served him. Andrew Jackson, who defeated him in 1828, was a much shrewder politician in that sense and understood the changes that were going on in the country that allowed Jackson to win the White House 4 years later. So Quincy Adams was an intellectual, a thoughtful man, but not the best politician, and as a consequence, he lost the office after one term.
Something he shares in common with George W. Bush, also did not win the popular vote.
Yes.
When he was elected president, the first of four to do that.
Yes, exactly. He didn't win the popular vote. And of course, this is the great challenge for this young man, for George W. Bush. Is he going to be able to overcome the cloud that hangs over him as a consequence of losing the popular vote and winning the electoral vote by only 2 votes? And indeed, even that is, of course, terribly disputed, because the outcome in Florida is, to this day, disputed. And it'll be disputed by historians, I think, for as far into the future as any of us can see.
Bob, take that a step deeper. 1824, 1876, 1888. When we look back at those presidents who won the White House without winning the popular vote, what did we learn based on history about how they govern and possibly mistakes they may have made along the way?
Well, I think we're having a little technical problem. We have him back. Bob, are you with us? Bob?
Okay.
You know what? We'll work on that a little bit. As I understand it, we have Bob all day long. We have a lot of history.
You're going to see a lot of Bob Bowen.
So don't feel cheated. He'll be back with me and Bill, and I think he's even sticking around with Bernie and Judy throughout the day.
We will get those problems worked out. Yes. More to come, though. A look at more of this morning's important inaugural activities coming up here.
So we encourage you to stay with us. We'll have the latest from the place they call the Church of the Presidents when we come back. The time is ticking down, and we have a great seat. About 3.5 hours from now, just behind us on the west front of the Capitol building, George W. Bush will be sworn in as the next president of the United States. Today, marking the 5th time the ceremony has taken place at this location on the west side. Ronald Reagan was the first to make that change. Bush will be the 43rd president to take the oath for the nation's highest office.
One of the first things President-elect Bush is doing this morning is attending church services at St. John's Church. First built in 1816, known as the Church of the Presidents. CNN's Kate Snow is there this morning with us live now. Kate, good morning to you.
Good morning, Bill. You know, the last president to come here to St. John's Church on Inauguration Day was none other than George Bush Sr. President Bush came here in 1989. Bill Clinton, by the way, chose to go to a primarily African-American church across town. He did that in some ways to make a symbolic point, but Bush Jr. is returning to tradition, coming back to the place where his father went to church. It's known as the President's Church because it's so close to the White House. We're just across the park here, across Lafayette Park from the White House. Bush will be here at about 9:30. The Bush family expected to attend a service for about a half hour. It'll last about a half hour. It'll be a very intimate, small service in a church that, quite frankly, has an awful lot of history. In fact, if you go inside, you see kneelers in all of the pews. They have kneelers that have the names of all of the presidents needle-pointed on them, and George Bush Jr. will sit where he'll kneel on one that says George Bush, which was named for his father, of course. There's also a pew here that's gotten a lot of attention. It's called Pew 54. It's known as the presidential pew. That's where normally presidents would sit. George Bush Sr. sat there with Barbara when he came to church. George Bush Jr. will not sit in that pew because he is not yet, he's still the president-elect. He's not yet the president. They did, by the way, offer President Bush, if he wanted to sit in Pew 54, he could. And he said, no, thanks, I'll sit up front. They're all going to sit in the front of the church. It'll be, again, a small gathering, about 60 people, mostly friends and family who will be here. Now, the church itself, as you mentioned, Bill, it's been here since 1816. A lot of history. Every president since Madison has come to the church at one time or another. The church, the building, has always been yellow, and it's gone through a lot of structural changes.
The original church didn't have a spire. It was a very small cross-shaped church that has been extended in all directions, including upward. And the original architect's son wasn't very happy with some of the modifications and thought his father would be very upset by them. But it's been changed several times over the years. The floor has been raised to install central heating. The spire was built to reach toward heaven. The church was enlarged to accommodate a bigger congregation, so the normal sort of growth over the years.
Now, the service today will include a message to George W. Bush, a homily it's called. It's like a sermon. They'll also have prayers for the president, and they'll have a choir inside. The choir's been rehearsing. They told me yesterday they've had 3 dress rehearsals to try to make sure the service goes smoothly. George W. Bush, incidentally, was raised by George Bush, who is an Episcopalian himself. His father was Episcopal, and that's the church here is Episcopal as well. His mother was Presbyterian. George W. Bush and Laura Bush have been practicing Methodist for some time now. George W. Bush has talked frequently about the importance of religion in his life. No surprise that he would come out to church on a day as important as this one. Bill?
All right, Kate. Kate Snow outside St. John's Church there in Washington, D.C. Kate, thanks again. Live pictures now outside here. I want to show you a couple of the spectators just arriving right now at a what we have talked about throughout the morning, certain checkpoints. There are about 10 up and down Pennsylvania Avenue, about 16 in total throughout Washington, the Capitol Hill area throughout the day today. And this is one thing that everybody, whether you're a protester or a spectator, you got to go through a checkpoint today.
First time ever that they've had these checkpoints at an inaugural parade. And in case you hear, it sounds like there's a marching band coming up behind us. We should just say that that is just testing of the public address system.
And you see those people in those yellow parkas.
Yeah.
There are going to be a lot of those today.
Yeah, a lot of yellow parkas.
Yeah. If you haven't heard, it's wet here in D.C. Jill Brown's watching the weather. Hey, Jill, good morning again.
Good morning, Bill and Darren. You think the weather is bad today? Well, actually, it could be much, much worse. A lot of bad weather years in inauguration history. We're looking back to the worst weather year, 1909. 10 inches of snow fell. They had strong winds that started the day before the inauguration. 6,000 men and 500 wagons were used to clear the parade route. Sounds like a fairy tale there. And William H. Taft was sworn in indoors. He's no dummy. Today, it doesn't look like we're going to have to move things indoors as the weather is kind of crummy, but has been much worse in the past. So temperatures will be cold, no doubt about it. It's going to be cold and wet. 34 degrees right now in Washington. You can see the much colder air sort of waiting in the wings, and that will pivot in through Washington during the day. As a matter of fact, about the time of the swearing in, we'll see temperatures getting down close to freezing. We may see a little snow mixing in with the rain. We do not think we're going to be seeing any ice, but we will see a rain-snow mix and then a change over to all snow. And by the time sun comes up tomorrow, and there will be sun, you'll be able to see it, there will probably be a nice little layer of snow on the ground. So let's see where the snow is at the moment. Here's our close-up radar, and you can see most of the heavy rain from yesterday and the strong thunderstorms are moving out pretty quickly, and it's fairly dry around Washington, but there is a little bit of snow to the north and west, and again, it's going to be light, we think. But a raw day with temperatures out of the north will make it feel much colder, of course. So here's a little bit broader view, and there's really just a fairly thin band of snow. It does not look like this is going to be a real huge storm, but we will see maybe 2 or more inches of snow accumulated in Washington, and that will mainly be during this evening. So as folks are heading out to the balls, that's when the roads might get a little bit slick out there. So talked about our worst year in inauguration history. There was one president who had the coldest and the warmest inauguration day in January. And we'll talk about that if you let me come back. Bill and Darren, back to you.
Good deal, Jill. We'll see you a bit later. We know the answer.
We do, but we're little trivia buffs, and
we got to quit complaining about the weather today too.
People are like whining.
Yeah, it's just the way it is, you know.
The truth is, it's a huge honor to get to be here today.
Indeed.
And I know we are both thrilled to do that. We had mentioned the checkpoints. This is the first time that they're going to have them along the inaugural parade. Kelly Arena focusing specifically on security today.
Kelly's outside. We'll check in with her again. Kelly, hey.
I'm standing right above the parade route here. I'll have the latest on security and law enforcement agency efforts to keep everything under control in a bit.
the presidential parade will get underway in about 5 hours from now, weather permitting, and we do expect the weather to be just okay today. George Bush will be traveling the same route that scores of other presidents have traveled after taking the oath of office. Going back to 1805, Thomas Jefferson first took this route. The president's motorcade departs from the east front of the Capitol building, hooking up with the parade at the corner of 4th and Pennsylvania Avenue. Landmarks along the route include the National Gallery of Art, the National Archives, also the Navy Memorial. The FBI building is there, and the old post office pavilion with its district clock tower, very distinctive. At 15th Avenue, within view of the White House, the parade turns right 2 blocks, heading back on the Pennsylvania Avenue, and eventually concluding there in front of the White House. There's a reviewing stand there where George W. Bush will be seated. His nephew, Pierce Bush, told CNN's Larry King that he's making big plans for today's parade. Here is Pierce.
Pierce, would you go in a parade, open car, snow?
Oh, of course. For an event like this, I would definitely go. As I said before, the convention was a once-in-a-lifetime thing. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing, although I've been a couple times, you know what I'm saying? But you gotta get the full aspect.
You gotta feel it.
You gotta
remember when you were 2.
I'm feeling it right now, though, you know?
You are. You're getting emotional, right?
Especially on your show, Mr. King, you know what I'm saying?
Pierce kind of made his national debut in Philadelphia at the Republican National Convention back in August, and boy, what a splash he made then.
He did, and George P. Bush, the really good-looking son of Zeb Bush, is getting a lot of attention, but I think that might be the one to watch, Pierce, for the good sound bites.
We shall see, indeed. We talked really about security and all the issues today.
Absolutely, and demonstrators are expected to be out in force along the inaugural parade route, protesting Bush's election and also his policy.
As a result, security, the tightest it has been for a presidential inauguration ever. This in part also because of new rules requiring the Secret Service to be in charge. Kelly Rena once again outside live with more. Hey, Kelly?
Hey, Bill. Well, Secret Service is just finishing up a security sweep of the parade route. There are 16 local and federal law enforcement agencies fully manned today to make sure that this inaugural event runs smoothly and safely. Inauguration security is the tightest ever because large-scale protests are expected. Like those that hit Seattle and Washington, D.C. This time, some 20,000 protesters, from anti-globalization demonstrators to civil rights groups.
Pocket knives, you see more nails over there.
D.C.'s police chief is hopeful, but on guard.
They insist that they're going to be peaceful. We have to remember that being peaceful and being lawful are 2 different things.
The Secret Service, for the first time, is in charge, and the agency is not taking any chances. Among precautions, security checkpoints for the crowd, police officers standing just about arm to arm, and a ban on large poles like those used to carry protest signs. Large protest groups limited to certain sites along the parade route, with bleachers often between them and Pennsylvania Avenue. All told, 16 federal and local law enforcement agencies are manning multiple command centers to be ready for the expected and the unexpected.
We try to prepare for the lone assailant. We prepare for sniper attacks.
And worst case scenario, a possible terrorist attack.
You talk about Washington, D.C., it stands for America. When we have enemies around the world, whether they're international terrorists or foreign governments, Washington, D.C. is what they're going to think of when they think of an area to attack.
Secret Service agents were put to the test just last week when, during inaugural training, their instructors engineered a mock rocket attack. Training like this has been going on at all critical agencies for at least 8 months. Even the Federal Emergency Management Agency will be on the scene, ready for any necessary large-scale response.
We do have a leg up in that we'll already have an operations center up. We'll have resources pre-staged exactly in this particular area. We know the geographic location, which is different from the way we normally have to deal with natural disasters.
Law enforcement pros say success rates go up when there's a very visible security presence. And for every officer or agent you see, there's one you don't see. Now, part of that massive visible security presence is right behind me. What you're looking at is D.C. Emergency Services command van, fully equipped for communication, just in case you need to shut off power or water or get into the sewer system. If we move along the parade route here, you can see very shortly, you'll be able to see the volunteer security force. They are all dressed in yellow, and they have DC police in black there. You can see parade goers are already lining up. That is a security checkpoint. As I said, this is the first time you've ever had to go through a security checkpoint. There are some protesters within that crowd outside. We heard some yelling and chanting earlier. You cannot hear it from this high up. But that is a very large crowd. But we are told that this should go along as smoothly and as quickly as possible. You should know, as I mentioned before, there are command centers around the city ready to respond in case of any emergency. They are fully communicating. We are communicating with them just to keep you up to date on any possible mishaps. Bill?
A good deal, Kelly. Thanks. Kelly Arena outside here in Washington. And for more now on today's unprecedented inauguration security, live here in Washington with us now is Rich Roth. He's a security analyst and a former Secret Service agent. Rich, good morning to you. Thanks for your time today.
Good morning.
Listen, you've been in touch with some folks watching things today security-wise. How close are they to having things buttoned up for today?
I think they've got them more buttoned up than they ever have in the past. I think one of the things that people don't realize is the local police here are probably the biggest security contingent around. The Washington police have been doing this for a number of years, many, many years.
Rich, how much of what we don't see is taking part out here? Kelly referred to it in the story we just heard, but how much is happening that we will not notice today when we're standing on the street?
Well, a lot of the stuff that you're not going to notice has already happened, and that is a lot of the bomb sweeps, a lot of the security sweeps that have gone on around the town where these inaugural balls and events are going to occur. Before that, though, and that's where a lot of this really comes to fruition, is back in the planning stages. And they've been planning since July, probably a little earlier than July, on getting ready for this event itself.
Yeah, Rich, how big of a job is it? I mean, if you look at the scale of all the big events across the nation, is this the biggest in terms of security concerns or not?
Right now it is, and it will be. You have two things going on here. You have two presidents virtually at the moment, and two vice presidents. So you have a lot of different security concerns going on at the moment.
These checkpoints, too, Rich, what sort of problems have they presented, knowing that the Secret Service is now in charge of this detail? How much of an issue has this become with these checkpoints?
I think we're all getting very used to them. In the inaugural ball last night at the Texas State one, everybody seemed to deal with the checkpoints rather well, and they seem to be not creating any real difficulties for anyone.
Yeah, what's the biggest challenge, Rich, today when you're talking about coordinating through so many different agencies?
That's the biggest thing, and that is getting everybody to talk to each other, getting everybody to realize that we're all working for one thing here. Once again, I'll give the Washington police a lot of credit on this. There are police agencies all the way from Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia that are working on this, and tying them all together is a monumental task.
Several different states in the area certainly involved there, and it's been more than a year, as you mentioned, in the planning stages. We will watch it unfold today. Rich Roth with us in D.C. Rich, thanks. Enjoy the day yourself, all right?
Thanks.
Many thanks. Here's Darren now.
Well, here's a way you can avoid every single checkpoint. Just stay at home and surf your way through the inauguration events. Log on to CNN.com, AOL keyword CNN, and take a virtual tour of all the places that George W. Bush will be today, from St. John's Church to the Capitol, down the parade route, and onto the White House. Again, the address, CNN.com, AOL keyword CNN.
Right now, we're going to go down to Atlanta. Kira Phillips standing by right now, and she'll be with us shortly here. We'll be in touch with her in just a bit here. But in the meantime, though, the political twists and turns leading up to this inauguration day left the nation a bit divided.
But George W. Bush will not be the first American president who will need to focus on healing the country.
We who have faith cannot afford to fall out among ourselves.
And when we come back here, our own Bruce Morton will take us back to some rather divisive days in our nation's history. Back with more after this. In some ways, the election of 2000, the election of George W. Bush as the 43rd president, left some in the nation a bit divided.
But it's not the first time that's happened. In fact, some past battles for the White House produced some much deeper wounds even than what we face today. Our Bruce Morton now takes a look at some of those and the response of the American people.
The country's probably never been as damaged as when Abraham Lincoln began his second term as president. The Civil War was ending, but the enormous task of healing hadn't begun. He spoke to that. With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace. Never happened, of course. John Wilkes Booth killed Lincoln. His successors imposed an armed Reconstruction which gave way to government by white supremacists, and legal segregation endured in the South for another 100 years. Franklin Roosevelt took office in 1933 in the midst of the Great Depression. He spoke to that.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
His voice made a difference. Some of his legislation didn't work, some the Supreme Court struck down, but listening to that voice, Americans somehow knew it would work out. And he led them through the Depression, led them through the Second World War, and things did work out.
We who have faith cannot afford to fall out among ourselves.
People said you could walk down a street during one of his fireside chats and not miss a word because everyone in every house was listening.
If there is any problem, I, Gerald R. Ford, do solemnly swear that
Gerald Ford, our only unelected president, Congress approved him as vice president after Richard Nixon's original nominee, Spiro Agnew, resigned in disgrace. Ford then became president when Nixon himself resigned over the Watergate scandal, leaving office to avoid impeachment. So Ford never had an inaugural, but he spoke, taking office, words the country needed to hear. Our long national nightmare is over, he said. And noting his reputation as an honorable, honest, and unglamorous man, he'd been the Republican leader in the House, he added, I am a Ford and not a Lincoln.
I believe that truth is the glue that holds government together.
And he promised truth. His actions, including a decision to pardon Richard Nixon,
A full, free, and absolute pardon,
didn't heal all the wounds, but they certainly started the healing process.
Bush gotta go! USA!
The country now is not that divided, not that troubled. The last president before George W. Bush who lost the popular vote but won the electoral vote was Benjamin Harrison in 1888. His inaugural address was long, about 9 pages in the edition I have, but losing the popular vote troubled him so little, he never mentioned it. He did say this, it is very gratifying to observe the general interest now being manifested in the reform of our election laws. People probably argued over what he meant by that. The laws didn't change much. Bruce Morton, CNN, Washington.
So we've been on the air here a couple hours, about 3 hours until the swearing in. Can we just take a moment to say how lucky we are and what an honor it is to be here on this day?
Indeed, yes, indeed. My first inauguration. And yours?
I've been to one before, but I've never covered one before.
This is Big Town.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Behind us, obviously, you can see the U.S. Capitol building. That is where a major part of today's activities will take place. And it's quite evident from here that things are getting going right here. There's a huge stage set up on the west front of the Capitol building that you can see right there.
Yeah, there was a big question yesterday if it was going to even take place on the inside. There are contingency plans that if the weather's too bad, they move it to the inside. It is outside. It's going to be a little rough to sit through that one today, a little wet.
January of 1985, the second inauguration for Ronald Reagan, it was moved inside. The swearing in was moved inside. That parade was truncated quite a bit, moved indoors as well, outside of town to Landover, Maryland. However, we do anticipate still at this time for the show to go on the way it has been planned.
If you're here in Washington and heading out, best advice, bundle up and wear layers.
You know, the other thing, Darren, that strikes me sitting here is just the incredible vistas that are present here in Washington, D.C. And we just saw that camera angle there from the Capitol, looking down through the mall, down past the Washington and eventually the Lincoln Memorials. And it is, there it is once again. There's the main stage point that will take place at noon Eastern time here in Washington. Again, as you mentioned, about 3 hours and 2 minutes away. So it is quite a day in D.C. Back with more coming up shortly.
Our coverage continues after this.
George W. Bush, the 43rd president. Here again from Washington, Darren Kagan and Bill Hemmer.
Once again, this is a day of historic footnotes in the nation's capital. About 3 hours from now, the son of the 41st president will become the 43rd president of the United States.
George Walker Bush will be the first president's son to take over the White House since John Quincy Adams in 1825. Bush will be on the podium at high noon to recite the 35-word oath of the presidency. And close by, Bill Clinton, the man who defeated Bush's father just 8 years ago.
Yeah, the president-elect will be at the White House next hour for coffee with the Clintons, and after parades later today and 8 inaugural balls later tonight, the Bushes will spend their first night in their new home, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And among the guests, former White House residents George and Barbara Bush. They know a thing or two about the White House themselves.
That they do. George W. Bush and his family spent last night across the street from the White House at the historic Blair House. It is the president's official guest house. It's also where we find our Bob Frank. And Bob, I think any moment we should be seeing our first sign of George W. Bush for the day.
Well, actually, it's probably going to be about 15 minutes, and we are just being told that there are actually going to be 2 motorcades, one for each President Bush. Senior George H.W. Bush will be going out in motorcade number 1 about 9:15, and then we're told motorcade number 2 will be the president-elect as the family makes its way up to St. John's Church just up the block. That is where they're going to attend the service. This is a church that was actually built, so first families could have a place to worship near the White House. It is right across the street. They'll go to that worship service, and then the family will go over, of course, for the traditional gathering with the outgoing president and vice president, and, of course, the president-elect, the incoming man, and the incoming vice president, Dick Cheney. All will gather there, and it's there that they'll leave to go to the inauguration and the transition from the 42nd to the 43rd president. So, as you probably can see or hear, there's quite a bit of activity now as the Secret Service and all the police go through all their routines. You even see men walking around with sledgehammers. Their job is to seal the sewer caps to make sure that nothing bad comes out of the sewage system that could possibly impede security. So they're getting ready. The activity is moving up a little bit, and then the activity will move toward that transition that I mentioned. Darren?
Bob, we see behind you, it looks like something like a super van. Is that something that's set to take part of the motorcade? I know you'd mentioned about 60 people are going to be part of the Bush entourage.
I think that that's exactly what that's for. I think you're going to see that entourage. The motorcades obviously can't handle that many people, so the ones who are not way up on the pecking order will get into the van.
Bob Franken, outside Blair House. We will check back with you in just a bit. Thank you very much. Bill.
And again, as Bob was talking about, Darren, the next few minutes, the president-elect expected to attend a church service at St. John's Church, an Episcopalian church here. The church on Lafayette Square, first established in 1850, known as the President's Church. Kate Snow, once again with us live this morning outside there. Hey, Kate, good morning again. What's happening?
Good morning, Bill. We're standing here in a bit of a drizzle. George W. Bush expected to arrive shortly. The service will start at about 9:30 this morning. It'll last about a half hour. We're told that there will be 60 family and friends who will be here along with the president-elect. We're actually seeing a motorcade coming this way. I'm not sure if that is the president-elect or not, but we'll keep an eye on that. About 60 of them, and it'll be a very intimate service. We're told that it's going to start with an opening hymn, Father Eternal. A reverend from one of Bush's Texas churches, a Methodist church in Dallas where he attended, will be here as well as the rector of this church, Luis Leon, who happens to be a Cuban-American. He was born in Cuba, and he came here at the age of 12. He's been the rector at this church for about 6 years now. This is a very traditional church for presidents to visit. It's called the Presidential Church. Many presidents have visited here. In fact, every president since James Madison has been here at one time or another. The motorcade passing by us now, I'm told, is not President-elect Bush, but we do expect him to come here fairly shortly, along with his brother Jeb Bush, his other 2 brothers, his sister, his father, President George Bush. Now, there is some history to this church. About halfway back in the church, in the rows of pews, is pew 54. That's known as the presidential pew. Now, that's where presidents tend to sit when they come to this church. I've been told that George W. Bush will not sit way back there because he's still the president-elect. He's not the president yet. President Bush, the senior, was offered to be in pew 54. It was offered to him, but he said, no thanks, I'd rather sit up front along with the rest of my family. I'm told that Dick Cheney is in this motorcade. We're looking now for the vice president-elect to enter the church here. He should be accompanied by his wife, his children, and his grandchildren. Jeb Bush, the governor of Florida, also entering St. John's now. As I mentioned, the other spouses the other siblings of George W. Bush are expected here as well. It's quite a family affair. They've decided to keep it small. The administrator of the church told me yesterday that originally they were planning a very large church service, and then they scaled it back. They decided that they really wanted it to be more of an intimate family affair. George Bush Sr. now entering the church. He came here a number of times, leaving the Blair House and making his way now to the church. He came here a number of times to this church when he served as president. In fact, there's a story that's pretty well known about George Bush Sr. coming to this church. At one point in 1989, he came here and he was walking in and he saw a homeless man. And the homeless man said to him, "Mr. President, will you please pray for me?" George Bush at the time said, "No, I won't. Why don't you come in and pray with me instead of me praying for you?" That man, William Wallace Brown Jr., was homeless at the time. He ended up coming to this church for a number of years. He was a parishioner here for the rest of his life. He just died back in October of 2000, and he's buried outside the church here in the churchyard. So a touching story about George Bush Sr. and his participation at St. John's Church. Again, traditionally, this is where many presidents have come. The last president to come here on Inauguration Day, however, was George Bush Sr. So George W. Bush taking a lead from his father and coming to this church. It's got a lot of history. It's always been yellow, the color that you see. It just got renovated within the last 6 months. They repainted it so that the church would match the building behind it. At some time had faded away, and so they decided to repaint it. It's gone through some renovations. I was told a long time ago they put in floorboard heating so that when it was first built, of course, it had no heat. This morning it should be very comfortable out of the rain for the first family elect. Bill, back to you.
Kate, hang with us a second here. We're going to go across the street from where you are, outside of Blair House, and CNN's Bob Franken, where some activities taking place there as well. Bob, what's happening?
Now we're waiting for the president-elect to come out. As I mentioned a moment ago, there are 2 motorcades, and you've seen various family members come out of the Blair House. We saw the governor of Florida, Jeb Bush, get into a gray van. They're going through the security-oriented movement from the Blair House. So as you can see, there's just a repeat of activity as we wait for the president-elect and his wife to come out, and Secret Service gathering around. A lot of the times they do this kind of thing mainly just for security considerations. They want to have two motorcades, for instance, to confuse anybody who might have any ill will, that type of thing. So at the last minute, they tell us what they're going to do. And we're told, by the way, by Mary Mazzarini, who is somebody who has been a protocol press officer connected with the State Department for longer than she would probably like us to tell. And she, you can see her over there in the red hat. She comes over every once in a while and fills us in on the details at the last minute. She's very much intimately involved in all of this planning, and it's interesting, all the Secret Service agents are very deferential to her as she walks around being pretty much in charge. But as I say, we're waiting for the president-elect, George W. Bush, to come out. The former president, George H.W. Bush, is already on his way to St. John's. You can see every once in a while Secret Service men coming out, Secret Service officers, lots of police activity, of course, as we wait for this motorcade to begin. Of course, we're breathlessly telling you about every single step that everybody makes right now, but this is all very traditional. It is all part of this process of going from the presidency of William Jefferson Clinton to the presidency of George Walker Bush. And so we're seeing the beginning of what really amounts to a ceremony that begins here at Blair House and will end up at the White House with the new president installed.
All right, Bob Franken outside of Blair House. Bob, stand by with us here. Again, Kate Snow is also in that same area, just near the White House.
It started. I mean, now that the day has definitely started. We saw the elder Bush, we saw President Bush and Mrs. Bush. We saw Dick Cheney arrive. There's another picture. There's another aerial picture, just different shot of Blair House as we're keeping our eyes waiting for President-elect George W. Bush, his wife, and I imagine his daughters there being with them as well as they head to church this morning.
Earlier today, Bob Franken was reporting that we are watching every step the incoming president is making. He reports that that George Bush got up this morning at 6:30 a.m. here in Washington about 2 hours and 40 minutes ago, met with a couple of his siblings, including his brother Jeff, the governor of Florida, this morning. And we will certainly track the progress throughout the day here.
Bob, and we have Kate standing by as well. Bob, we saw Dick Cheney arrive at the church earlier, as I understand it, he didn't stay at Blair House. Do you know where he's been staying?
Well, probably at home.
Well, that's true.
in McLean. Of course, he'll be moving. He moves up now to the Naval Observatory, which has been the home of Al Gore and his family for the last 8 years. That's up in northwest Washington. But Dick Cheney, who seems to have houses just about everywhere in the world, one in Wyoming, where he's originally from, one in Texas, where he lived, and one in McLean, Virginia, now has another home. And it's the Naval Observatory, so that's where he'll be staying. You know, we had talked earlier about Blair House, and I think it'd be kind of fun to do that again. This has become the traditional place where the incoming president stays on his last night as non-president. It's also, wait a minute, we have 3 motorcades now. We have Mary Mazzarini, who's talking to us.
Now,
Mary?
the second one, they're telling me the daughters are coming down.
Okay, you're hearing this.
That, I'm hearing that, and that there they go now.
Okay.
Okay, they're leaving, and then the other motorcade is, it's 3 motorcades.
So we're getting play-by-play from Mary Mazzarini, who has been doing this for the longest.
Great source. That was not Jenna and Barbara Bush who just walked down the stairs.
She's now very unhappy with me, by the way. She does not like to be on television. In any case, what you just heard her say is that there are going to be 3 motorcades, and this is the second one leaving with the daughters, and the next one that's leaving is the president. So you say this time, Mary. She's the one who's been providing us the information. But as you can see, they're doing this in steps, and of course the main considerations are security considerations. But now we've had the second of what will be 3 motorcades, and we would expect that the president-elect and First Lady-elect, if I may use that term, will be coming out of Blair House shortly. Again, as I was saying, Blair House is a house with so much tradition. Harry Truman stayed here for 3 years while they renovated the White House. The Bushes, of course, are staying here for 1 night before they go into that White House, which right now doesn't seem to need any renovation.
Hey, Bob, with regard to the immediate Bush family, you mentioned the 2 daughters, Barbara and Jenna. Will the other brothers and sisters be in attendance also at that church today, or do we know that?
Well, we just know that there's going to be about 60 people. 60 people, it's going to be, obviously, that's enough people to have just about all the family. So the answer is yes, of course. They're going to be there. It's just not going to be a large, huge service. The church, which is there for the use of the first family, and it was built for that.
Bob, if I understood you correctly, you said the daughters, Jenna and Barbara, already left in a motorcade. Is it possible with all those cameras we have trained on Blair House, we didn't actually see them come out of the house and get in the car?
Well, one of the things that everlastingly delights camera people is that the security people will oftentimes see to it, we think, that they block the camera shots. Obviously, that's not what they're doing. What they are doing is blocking sometimes a vantage point for somebody who might be up to no good. So oftentimes we don't see. So in answer to your question, yes, it's entirely possible.
Might as well complete the trivia on Barbara and Jenna. Both girls are named after their grandmothers, and of course we know Barbara Bush, the senior Bush, quite well, a former First Lady herself. Jenna attends the University of Texas in Austin, and Barbara attends Yale, like her father and her grandfather and her great-grandfather.
And they are 19 years old, they're fraternal twins, very different personalities as we understand it. And a little bit of trivia about the gowns they'll be wearing tonight to the inaugural balls. They were designed by Susan Dell, who is the wife of Michael Dell.
Austin, Texas.
Absolutely, who is an accomplished fashion designer in her own right. We have a car pulling up. Let's stand by and see who's getting out.
We are finding this out.
We're watching along with you,
right
folks.
Along with you. Kate Snow's outside. Kate, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Bill. We're having a little trouble figuring out who's in which motorcade. I understand that Dick Cheney, the vice president-elect, is inside the church now. Barbara Bush and President Bush, I believe, are entering the church now, coming out of this motorcade. A few moments ago, they towed a car away to get it out of the way so they could clear the way for this motorcade to come up here. President Bush, as we've mentioned, yes, there's Barbara Bush. I can see her over my shoulder in a blue coat. They'll be joined by family and friends, about 60 people expected here this morning. Jeb Bush, the governor of Florida, of course, the brother of President-elect George W. Bush is here along with his wife. Senator Alan Simpson, we're told, is also walking into the church. Other invited guests of the Bush family. I was also told that some of the leadership of the church will be here, about 20 of the folks who are longtime members of this church and want to get a glimpse of the new president. They'll be here, as well as the choir, who, by the way, have practiced several times to make sure that everything goes smoothly this morning. The organist was practicing last night when I visited the church. They're very excited to have a president here. There's not been a president here on Inauguration Day since George Bush Sr., the President Bush, was here in 1989 on his Inauguration Day. So like father, like son, George W. Bush decided to come here as well. It's known as the President's Church because every president since James Madison has attended this church at least once. It's an Episcopal church, but the service this morning will not be just with one reverend. It'll include several different people, several different reverends from different parishes, including one from Texas, a Methodist minister who came up, one of Bush's old ministers. And it will include hymns and prayers. I'm also told that there will be a prayer for the president, and there will be a homily, which is similar to a sermon, that will be delivered by Luis Leon, who is the rector of this church. He's a Cuban-born, Cuban-American, who's been with this church for about 6 years now. The church, by the way, is an active church. They have about 900 members in their parish here in Washington. Most of them drive in from outside of Washington. They don't live around this neighborhood. This is a very government neighborhood that we're in here. The White House just across the park here, across Lafayette Square. The reason the church was built here, though, back in 1816, is this used to be prime real estate, a prime residential area. This was the very wealthy part of town, and the church was built to accommodate some of those wealthy residents back in those days.
Hey, Kate, Bob Franken was reporting about 60 people will attend this service. Do we know the length here? Possibly about 30 minutes or so?
That's right. About 30 minutes is what the administrator of the church told me yesterday. They can't, of course, give us the details of the service for security reasons. They don't want people to know exactly what will happen when. But basically, it'll be a half-hour long. It'll be an intimate, small gathering. George W. Bush will be sitting in the front pew. We should tell you that pew 54, we've been talking about that this morning, is about halfway back in the church. It's actually not very good seating, but that's the presidential pew. They decided not to use that pew. In fact, the only one who could have sat there would have been President Bush, George Sr. Might have been able to sit in pew 54 since he's a president, but he decided not to. They decided to all sit up front.
Kate, we're going to interrupt you. I do believe there they are. There's Mrs. Bush, there's Laura Bush, and George W. Bush. Bob Franken, let's bring you in. What do you see from where you are? Well, and the daughters.
Exactly the same thing. You see the First Lady, the incoming First Lady, going around to the car. You can see the President-elect waving. They're getting into their motorcade, and obviously you can hear the same thing I can, the very loud motorcycles. We were told that first they were told there would be 2, and now we're told 3 motorcades heading to St. John's, what we've been discussing all morning. It's happening right clockwork, and I have to tell you, there are a lot of people who have commented that this is already a difference between this president-elect and the previous one. Around Washington, after a while, we got used to the term Clinton time, which is to say never on time, but now we see that everything is operating exactly on schedule, and the president-elect and his immediate family getting ready to join this motorcade of about 20 vehicles and one presidential limousine. Yes, Bill?
Since we're accentuating the minutia today, that particular limousine that the incoming president just climbed into, was that the one that was put in the service this past week?
I couldn't begin to tell you, but I doubt it. It does not look like it. Does not look like it. It doesn't have that new car look. No.
I see. Okay.
But it doesn't have any hanging.
The new one is said to be bigger, badder, and better.
Yeah,
so,
this is definitely not it. No.
Okay.
And it had rounder corners and looked a little bit narrower than that
it
one.
Would make sense. It would make it. Yeah, it would make sense too. Also taller as well. It would make sense that this would not be that limousine because he is not the president yet.
I would like to thank you for throwing me that curveball question.
Yeah. I was making you look good, Bob.
There's more coming your way, Mr. Franken.
You had said, we had mentioned that when the elder Bush, when he was president, he walked from Blair House to St. John's. A short walk, and I can't imagine that this little ride's going to take very long, would it, Bob?
One wouldn't think, and I'll tell you what, on a day like today, chances are I wouldn't have wanted to make the walk, but no, it's about a 1-minute drive.
So that means we should be going from Bob to Kate, and any second the car should be pulling up in front of St. John's, and we should be able to see the Bush family getting out, and sure enough, here comes the motorcade.
Okay. Also with us this morning is CNN's Candy Crowley, who has trailed the very steps of George W. Bush since the very beginning of his campaign. 18 months ago, she spent about 4 or 5 months in Austin, almost a resident there. Candy, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Tell us, other than the immediate family, do we know who else close to the president-elect that will be at this service today and tailing him throughout the day today?
Well, he has a number of close friends that really, you know, his campaign was run by close friends. Don Evans was his campaign chairman. He'll be here today. Karen Hughes, his staffer, is very close to the Bushes. They have friends from Midland, Texas. He tends to have friends that go back for a very long time, 20, 25 years, and many of them will be here. Many of them from Midland, where, of course, Laura Bush is also from Midland. So it's a very tight, very loyal circle that both contributed to his campaign in terms of strategy as well as in terms of money, and they will be here to watch this day that they have worked very hard for 18 months.
Very good, and there you have the future first couple walking into St. John's. Looks like they've selected an outfit that kind of complements each other. Mr. Bush's tie looking like it matches his wife's coat.
Candy, you spoke with George Bush earlier this week. Did he talk about this day in any detail?
Well, we talked about it a little bit both before and after the actual on-camera interview. I said, "Are you nervous?" And he said, I'm really not. And I have to tell you, the body language was very laid back, very calm. I think you can tell from sort of watching, certainly watching over the last 18 months, but even over the past month or so, and it happens to every candidate who then becomes a president-elect, is they begin to look more like a president. They begin to act more like a president. I think I saw that George Bush sort of over the past month or so, a seriousness of purpose that, you know, sets in, and it sets in the look and that. And I asked him if he, you know, was he troubled about anything, and he said, no, I'm actually, if I had to describe how I'm feeling, it's that I'm anxious to get to work. He's known to be impatient, and I think this has been certainly the court part of the election was hard on him, and he even admits that. And just the waiting for something to happen has always been difficult for him. He said he learned a lot of patience during that whole judicial part of the election, and so I think now he's just mostly eager to have it start so he can get to work.
All right, Candy, we should let our viewers know that Candy Quilly is on Capitol Hill, and she's right near the trumpet section, apparently, right. Because that band is quite loud. Candy, stand by with us. We'll be in touch throughout the morning and the afternoon today. Also, Kate Snow and Bob Franken helping us out through the morning. We do know the president-elect is inside of St. John's Church, the Church of Presidents here in Washington, a service that'll take about 30 minutes, and from there, they'll head over to the White House and greet the Clintons and the Gores as the transition continues today.
And we should mention it is a private service. There are no cameras inside, but we have our cameras trained outside the church, and we'll be showing the president-elect and his family as they come out. Meanwhile, other things to talk about this morning.
Yeah, we have been talking about what's happening here in Washington, but certainly coming up here, there is an entire another angle to this story, and that's the view from abroad, overseas.
That's right. The entire world is watching what's taking place here in Washington today, and our Christiane Amanpour will be giving us a glimpse of what the international community is thinking about our next president. That's just ahead. Come on! Live pictures for you now. This is Freedom Plaza, an area along the parade route that the inaugural parade will be going later today. If you had a group of more than 25 people, you had to apply for a permit. Number of protesters deciding instead to keep their groups to just 24 so that they didn't have to apply for the permit. We will be watching the situation with protesters as well as all the inaugural activities as the day goes on.
Expect several thousand protesters. Again, the total number is not determined just yet, but Mother Nature may have a big hand in that, Darren, throughout the day. I want to take our focus now away from the nation's capital here in the U.S. and shift our attention overseas. Certainly, we have labeled this position many times in the past as the most powerful job in the world, and because of that, a number of people throughout the world indeed are curious to know what George W. Bush is like personally and how he will govern here in Washington. From London now, our chief international correspondent, Christiane Amanpour, now joins us with a perspective from abroad. Christiane, hello.
Good morning to you, Bill and Darren. Indeed, a deep sense of nostalgia had been setting in over the last few weeks for the outgoing President Bill Clinton. Leaders here in Europe, leaders amongst allies around the world have been extolling what they felt were his virtues as president. He had become the elder statesman amongst the Western alliance. He was admired for his intellectual curiosity, for his policy of building personal bridges to get business done, and he really was the most widely traveled U.S. president ever. In contrast, there has been a certain nervousness, if you like, about the incoming president, George W. Bush. There's always nervousness whenever a U.S. administration changes, but this time it appears particularly pronounced because so much has been made of President George W. Bush's lack of experience, potential lack of interest in the rest of the world. And so now we're hearing from officials on both sides of the Atlantic that there may in fact be an earlier than expected visit by the new president to Europe, perhaps in the spring. We'll have to wait and see whether that comes to bear. But people are doing, what they're doing here is focusing now less on George W. Bush than on Team Bush, particularly on his highly competent foreign policy team. So what if the new president has difficulty with the names of a few world leaders?
The new Prime Minister of India is, no.
And so what if the tabloids make fun of his perceived lack of interest in the world? We're here, jokes this one, over a satellite image of Britain. It's not such a bad way to start, say some.
Expectations, in fact, in Europe seem to be pretty low. And that might create actually a chance for the incoming administration to surprise Europeans positively. And if you look at the personnel, at the people who actually make up the Bush administration, I am optimistic that these current fears will quickly be dissolved.
Bush already has positive reviews from French President Jacques Chirac after their meeting in Washington. The British Prime Minister Tony Blair expects to continue the UK's special relationship with the US. The two leaders will meet in the spring. But already there are private worries that Bush will not give the same personal attention to peace in Northern Ireland that Bill Clinton did. And there could be friction over other U.S. policy changes. During his campaign, George W. Bush talked of pulling U.S. troops out of Bosnia and Kosovo. But Europeans already bear the burden of peacekeeping there.
They are concerned that the American engagement in the Balkans, that is absolutely essential for maintaining stability there, by all accounts, could suffer from this policy review.
After the outcry in Europe, Bush said any withdrawal would be gradual and would happen in consultation with the Allies. Bush's commitment to national missile defense also sent jitters through U.S. allies as well as Russia and China. Now, Bush is indicating that while he wants a missile shield, he's unlikely to have one in the foreseeable future. Bush criticized President Clinton's Russia policy, using economic aid to build democracy and market reform, but he largely agrees with his predecessor's use of economic engagement to promote freedom in China. China experts say Beijing may have preferred Al Gore as the new president, since it would provide continuity. Chinese officials were concerned at some of the language Bush used on the campaign trail.
It doesn't like the term strategic partner as applied to China. And at one stage, Bush even said that he would think of China as a strategic competitor. Well, since then, he's toned down that language.
Beijing has also recently toned down its language on Taiwan, softening its concept of the One China policy. Experts say this is aimed principally at Taiwan, but also at the new U.S. administration and right-wingers in Congress.
It does challenge Washington to a certain extent, because by softening or in some ways making a more sophisticated view as to what One China means, makes it more difficult for the American administration, for example, to give more arms to Taiwan or to engage in rhetoric that suggests that the China threat to Taiwan is more serious and immediate.
When it comes to the Middle East, the new U.S. administration remains a firm ally of Israel and committed to finding a lasting peace in the region. Beyond that, policy will largely be dictated by who becomes Israel's next prime minister. Ehud Barak, who's committed to the peace process but unable to deliver, or the right-wing hawk Ariel Sharon, who's declared the peace process dead. As for Iraq, President Bush's father and his current foreign policy team launched the Gulf War. 10 years later, Saddam Hussein remains as entrenched as ever, while the United States stands virtually alone, championing a sanctions policy that is crumbling. Although fiercely critical of Clinton's record on Iraq, Bush has not yet indicated a much different approach. And so overall, analysts expect there to be broad continuity in foreign policy, despite the differences that Bush highlighted during the campaign. Still, President Clinton and indeed Al Gore believe more in a values-driven foreign policy, in intervening in certain trouble spots to promote human rights and democracy. It's expected that the new Bush administration would use U.S. military power, indeed diplomatic power, more cautiously, because they have a much narrower, much stricter definition of what's in the U.S. national interest. Bill?
Christian, certainly George W. Bush is the man of the hour. He gets the spotlight. But if you look at the team he assembled, when it comes to Colin Powell, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, people who have long history of international affairs, do people in London or throughout Europe give his team any consideration for what decisions they may be making over the next 4 years that may or may not impact them?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, what's remarkable about the attention that's being given to the potential foreign policy of the next administration is that so much less emphasis is being put on Bush because people really don't know what he knows, and a lot more emphasis is being put on Colin Powell, Dick Cheney, Condoleezza Rice, Rumsfeld as well, all people who are known. Now, there are many people who say this team is competent, intelligent, knows the world, has broad experience, and therefore will continue foreign policy pretty much in the way that it's been over the last several years, broadly as U.S. foreign policy is conducted. On the other hand, there are others who say that this team was a Cold War era team, that the world has changed, that now there are things like human rights and democracy around the world the U.S. has an interest to promote and shore up, and they're not sure whether this team will actually project U.S. power in that fashion, or whether they would be more, not isolationist, but more cautious in the way they project American power abroad. Bill?
Something worth tracking indeed. From London, Christian Amanpour. Christian, thanks to you. Now to Darren, back here in Washington.
And coming up next, as George W. Bush prepares to lead the nation.
A good leader is someone who listens to those voices and then makes it a rational decision and has built a team of people that say, yes, sir, we're ready to move forward.
A closer look at the people behind the next president, just ahead. A live picture for you outside of St. John's Episcopal Church. President-elect George W. Bush and his family inside right now, a service that I think they went in about 10 minutes ago. We saw them go in, and the service expected to last about 30 to 40 minutes. We're tracking with our cameras, and we'll see them when they come out, moving on to the next stop.
Which is the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, just around the corner for a coffee and a meet and greet with the Clintons and the Gores today. There you see, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
That should be a very interesting coffee and tea indeed. Well, as he goes there and meets with President Clinton, there will be a number of differences between George W. Bush and Bill Clinton. Consider this, that the man leaving the White House has a law degree, the man moving in does not, but George W. Bush will be the first man with an MBA to serve as president. With more interesting information like that, here's our senior political correspondent, Candy Crowley.
A graduate of Harvard Business School, George W. Bush is the first U.S. president to hold an MBA, and he brings to this new job an approach that is pure CEO.
I am a team builder who is pleased to have a strong group of people around me.
From Dick Cheney to Christy Whitman and Donald Rumsfeld, from Colin Powell to Tommy Thompson and John Ashcroft, no shrinking violets need apply. George Bush has peopled his administration with towering, accomplished, opinionated personalities. Critics say he's trying to compensate for the brevity of his own political resume. Friendlier assessments say the Bush cabinet underscores a self-confidence that is not cowed by other people's power.
I demand loyalty, but it's loyalty to something greater than ourselves. A loyal person is somebody who walks in the Oval Office and says, Mr. President, I think you're wrong. And here's why.
Loyalty and confidentiality are the watchwords of the world, according to Bush, along with a healthy respect for who's in charge. He will listen to any advice I give, says a top aide, but he doesn't always take it.
A good leader is someone who listens to those voices and then makes a rational decision and has built a team of people that say, yes, sir, we're ready to move forward. We appreciate the chance to have our say. And now that you've decided, we're going to move forward and execute the plan.
A creature of habit, Bush also prizes order. Though he is often annoyed by the unexpected, he can still turn on a dime if needs be. 3 days after finding out that his Labor Secretary nominee had not been forthcoming about an illegal alien in her home, the president-elect cut her loose.
I absolutely believe she'd have been a fine cabinet secretary, but I can understand her reluctance to move forward.
Giant briefing books and long drawn-out meetings bore him. Bush is a bullet-point executive, a big-picture guy, a delegator of details. At the same time, he is blessed with acute people skills, an instinct for sizing up the dynamics of a room and the nature of the person sitting across the table. And certainly those personal skills will be put to the test over the next 4 years. After all, opinionated and towering personalities will not be confined to the Bush cabinet. Bill and Darren.
Candy, I don't know if you can still hear us. I know it's kind of loud behind you. Are you able to hear us?
I am.
Very good. I was wondering, from a personal perspective from you, from all those months that you covered George W. Bush on the campaign trail when he was simply the Texas governor, how did you see him change leading up to today when he becomes the president of the United States?
How do I think he's changed? I tell you what, starting from New Hampshire, believe it or not, after that huge loss, a 19-point loss to John McCain, he became a steadily better candidate. I think that in large part, George Bush can credit John McCain. He made him a tougher candidate. He made him a more focused candidate. In later months, and certainly over the past month, as it became apparent that he would be the president-elect, and after the court decision, you saw within him a sort of stepping up to the plate. One of the things that I've noticed about the president-elect is that when things are really tough, he tends to be a closer. He tends to be somebody that can step up to the plate, really deliver a good performance, really make some sharp decisions, and be right on his game. When things are going fine and he doesn't have to pay too much attention, he tends to sort of sit back. So he is one of those people that does seem to thrive on challenges, and certainly if you want challenges, he's about to take up 4 years full of them.
He's definitely picked the right job there. Candy Crowley on Capitol Hill, thank you very much. A lot of action behind you as it gets closer and closer to the swearing in. Now, a man has covered George W. Bush even longer than Candy Crowley. Wayne Slater, Austin Bureau Chief for the Dallas Morning News, also joining us here this morning. Wayne, good morning.
Good morning.
Taking from all your time covering him as governor, what will you be watching as he becomes president of the United States, as he takes on this very challenging job?
Well, you know, he's a guy who follows very clear and distinct routines and patterns. What I expect to see is pretty much the guy we saw in Texas, although at the level of the presidency. He's a guy who, as I think Candy's piece so well said, likes to delegate authority and have a few people who know what they're talking about report back to him, and then he makes a decision. Now, there's been a lot said about whether he's a smart guy, but let me tell you, he is a smart guy. He's no intellectual, and he doesn't like gratuitous intellectualism. But he's a very quick study, and I've watched him. I remember in 1999 legislative session, I watched him decide to learn a lot about, among other things, utility deregulation. And he surprised members of the Texas legislature about how deeply he understood that subject. But George Bush is most comfortable dealing with 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 at the most subjects, mastering those subjects and then letting aides and others deal with the rest.
We've heard that his speech today, and we do have a couple excerpts that we'll be sharing with our viewers in just a moment, we've heard that the speech today should run anywhere from 10 to 13 minutes. Wayne, I'm sure you have sat through more than your share of George Bush's speeches. What will you be expecting and what will you be listening for from his inaugural address?
He is so much better a speech maker than he was, I remember, 2 and 3 and 4 years ago. His first 2 State of the State addresses were, to be charitable about it, not very good. I watched him in the last year as a speechmaker, as a communicator, as a person who has succinct ideas and phrases and express those very, very well. I'll be looking for someone who talks about unity, who talks about bringing us together. When he was first elected governor in 1995, his first inaugural address as governor, in that address he said, you know, I know that I didn't get everybody's vote. He ran against and defeated a very popular governor, Ann Richards. But he said, I'm the governor of all of Texas now, and I want to be your governor, and I'm going to be the governor of everybody. He was also very charitable about Ann Richards, saying very polite, nice things about her and her administration. I'll be anxious to see today if we see that kind of pattern again, a recognition, implicit or otherwise, that he did not get the majority of the vote, that people voted against him, but that he's the president of everyone, and perhaps a reference to Bill Clinton, about whom he was not particularly charitable during the campaign.
And then, Wayne, looking ahead to this entire inauguration day, George W. Bush told Jean Johnson Phillips, the woman in charge of this entire inaugural, kind of keep it like our Texas thing. How do you do that as a Texan? Fill us in.
Well, two things. One, it's a bit understated. Now, it's impossible to have a presidential inauguration event that's understated. But still, to try to be a little bit self-unassuming, to try to be a little bit down to earth and a little bit Texan. I was at the Black Tie and Boots Ball last night, which was everything you would expect from Texas: wretched excess, giant, enormous barbecue, boots, hats, and so forth. I suspect we'll see the Texas motif very, very clearly in the next 4 years.
We've been seeing pictures of that ball, and if it was anything like your report, we're so pleased that you were able to get up this morning.
That's right.
And joining us here. Wayne Slater with the Dallas Morning News. Thank you very much. Bill.
About 2 hours and 15 minutes away now from the main event, the swearing in, and then the inaugural address. We have excerpts now released from the Bush team. Kelly Wallace of the White House to fill us in on the potential message we will hear, and again about 2 hours from now. Kelly, what are they saying?
Well, that's exactly right, Bill. The Bush team is saying that the president-elect's address will mark a, quote, new commitment to fulfill the promise of the nation through, quote, civility, courage, compassion, and character. And then the incoming Bush administration has released 2 excerpts of the speech that Mr. Bush will give 2 hours from now. Mr. Bush will declare, quote, I will live and lead by these principles, to advance my convictions with civility, to pursue the public interest with courage, to speak for greater justice and compassion, to call for responsibility and try to live it as well. A second excerpt, he will also say, quote, what you do is as important as anything government does. I ask you to seek a common good beyond your comfort, to defend needed reforms against easy attacks, to serve your nation, beginning with your neighbor. I ask you to be citizens, citizens not spectators, citizens not subjects, responsible citizens, building communities of service, and a nation of character. And following up with Darren's conversation with Wayne Slater, clearly from these limited excerpts, the president-elect in his speech trying to talk about bringing the country together, words such as civility, compassion. President-elect is not expected to mention the Florida recount and the entire post-election battle, but clearly he knows that in this speech he's going to try to unify and heal the nation after that 5-week post-election battle. Now, as for the current president, at least for 2 more hours, Bill Clinton, we understand he is at this time in the Oval Office, still working away. As he has said, he would work till the final hour of his final day. He is going through some things, including some 100 possible presidential pardons. We understood that the president had made most of his decisions, but that he wanted to sleep on some of them, so we should be hearing from him soon. Bill,
all right,
back
we'll
to you.
stand by for word on those pardons. Take us back to the speech quickly here. I'm not sure how much you know about this, Kelly, but I'm taking a bit of a chance anyway, if you'll embellish me for a second. It is said that George W. Bush had rather extensive input into this particular speech. What do we know about that?
Absolutely. Well, we know that this speech has been in the works since way back in mid-December, almost immediately after the Supreme Court's decision, which in effect ended the election. His chief speechwriter, Mike Gerson, pretty much was crafting it, but talking to the president-elect repeatedly, almost daily. Karen Hughes, who has been the president-elect's longtime communications director and will serve as his counselor here at the White House, she also had great input. It was something that he would pass along suggestions. They would go ahead and craft some words, and then he would take a look at it. It's been pretty much in final form, I understand, for the past several days, so much so that the president-elect has been using the teleprompter to practice over the past few days to get it to the point where he is comfortable. Also, Bill, the Bush team knows that this speech is very, very important. Ari Fleischer, the president-elect's designated press secretary, saying this will be the singular beginning of the administration. It is important to set the right tone, get off on the right start. Again, no doubt, it's not exaggerating when most people say this is the biggest speech of his political career so far. Bill?
All right, Kelly, thanks. And certainly we'll be waiting here for more word, if it is any word that comes out today regarding the pardons from the White House. Kelly, thanks. Now to Darren with more.
And we continue our very strong live presence here in Washington, D.C. this morning. President-elect George W. Bush currently inside St. John's Episcopal Church. That service started about 20 minutes ago. We are tracking this service. We have our cameras outside, and we will follow the president-elect's day as he goes from here to the White House. Right now, a quick break.
As you can see, tens of thousands will line the mall here in Washington to witness history. In fact, they're already gathering at this time.
You could have bought a bleacher seat for up to $100, but there are some public standing areas for free as well. Nowhere, though, that it promises to be warm.
You don't think Leon paid for his ticket, do you?
I think Leon would probably pay a couple bucks to be sitting up here where it's dry.
Leon Harris is down in the Sea of Ants, we say. Hey, Leon, good morning.
Good morning. All right, so Darren, how much money you want to trade seats, huh?
There is not enough money available. I couldn't look as good as you do in that hat this morning, my friend.
Now, listen, trust me, I need it and more down here. It's a little bit raw, as they would say, weather-wise out here, but let me tell you something. The weather has not dampened the enthusiasm of the crowd out here now one single bit. Huh? Huh? You see that? Right on cue. Are these guys good or what? Listen, we got to introduce you to some of these people that we've been talking to out here. We've been asking folks who had the longest ride, huh? Who's the California? Maui.
You drove across the Pacific Ocean to be here today.
Nice try.
I'm freezing to death.
You know, I would guess that you are the guy from Maui because you look the most miserable.
I am the most miserable. God bless America. I'm glad to be here.
All right, what
My daughter's glad to be here.
Yeah. Now, wait a second. Now, you said the trip here was a gift?
This is her Christmas gift. All she wanted for Christmas is to come and support George Bush, and that's why we're here.
And to come all the way, to leave Maui to come to the mud, is that it?
Yeah, I'm from Sacramento, California.
Oh, okay, so you came in from Sacramento.
Yeah. Hi,
Loretto. Listen, and you came in from California?
We're all together. Well, she and I are together. But we're actually Sacramento, yeah.
They didn't tell you before you left that plastic doesn't really keep you warm? They didn't tell you that?
No.
Yeah.
I'm freezing.
You're not freezing back here at all. I can tell that.
Little chilly.
You guys came in from where?
Nashville.
From Nashville. Didn't you say? Well, you said your drive was longer than the guy from Wisconsin.
That's right.
That's right. He
We
got
drive
here in
slowly.
11 hours. We're just slow drivers.
Go tight.
The Titans were slow drivers, too. Anyway, we'll talk about that if we ever do sports again here. Now, listen, what are you guys doing here? Did your parents drag you here, or was it your idea to come along, or what?
Well, we wanted to come.
Why?
Well, because it's like a historic thing. We'll remember it for the rest of our lives and stuff, and it's pretty neat.
Yeah, not because you love this kind of music? Look at that blank stare. Yeah, okay.
They love George Bush.
You guys go to any of the balls? Anybody been to any of the balls or anything? Yeah? Yeah. You go. Which one are you going to tonight?
in New York.
Pennsylvania. Didn't I tell you there's no dampening of the enthusiasm down here? Hey, listen now. Wait a second now. Who was it that told me they saw somebody famous here? You were the one. You saw Jeb Bush? Where'd you see him?
We saw him right in front of the White House.
Yeah.
She got to meet him. He was just walking down the street.
Alan Simpson.
You saw Alan Simpson?
We saw Danny Glover.
You saw Danny Glover?
Yes.
Did you talk to him?
Yes, sir.
Where did he say where he was going to be sitting? Because we'll go look for him later. I'm sure he's sitting someplace warmer.
He didn't tell us.
We're going to be... We love CNN, too. Thank you. Spread the word. Spread the word, won't you? That's just a sampling of what we've been dealing with down here. Lots of good folks here having a good time here, and we're all waiting for the show to get underway, and we'll be checking back in with you guys in a few minutes.
You look like you're running for office down there, Leon.
I might consider that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say which party yet, but we'll consider that.
Listen, I don't know how deep you can see there. How many people have gathered? Can you see
all right,
if the crowd's picking up or not?
All right, I'll tell you what. Do me a favor. Why don't you go ahead and can you pan the camera over this way? See that, and then run it all the way back down.
All right.
All right, I'll duck left, and I can tell you this. Bring it back this way. All right, there we go. This crowd here, wow, it extends. We're in the last row of the seats here you see in front of the west front. When you see the overhead shot and you look at the back of the crowd, this crowd here goes from here all the way out to the street. So it's hard to tell how many we got out here, but I'd say we're up to the tens of thousands out here by now. And this is early. In fact, who came here the earliest this morning?
When? Here 5:30 this morning. I was the first one here.
You got here what time?
5:30.
What time did you have to leave to get here?
I left at 10 minutes to 3 from southern Delaware.
Wow.
How many other folks were out here when you got here?
There were 2 guys down here from either Minnesota or Wisconsin. They were here about 10 minutes after I was.
And you're still 300 yards away. Way to go.
I know. But hey, I'm just happy to be here. It's really great.
All right, good deal. We'll check back in with you guys later on. There's lots of folks to talk to, and we'll have some more reaction from the crowd out here a little bit later on.
All right, Leon, we'll check back with you in just a bit. And he's got plenty of company down there keeping him warm. And as he said, it might be cold and chilly, but it does not dampen the enthusiasm one bit.
We're 2 hours away again from what we consider the main event, the swearing in and the 43rd president being sworn in here in Washington. Quick break. More coming up, though. A lot more to talk about, and we will when we come back. Live from Washington today is Inauguration Day.
This is CNN Breaking News.
President Clinton had said that he would work up until the last minutes of his presidency. About 2 hours left of the Clinton era, and apparently there are some presidential pardons being handed down. With more on that, let's go to Kelly Wallace, who's at the White House. Kelly.
Well, that's exactly right, Darren. We've been waiting for those this morning, and CNN has learned of the final executive actions that Mr. Clinton will be taking, and those include these presidential pardons. We've been talking about 2 key Whitewater figures who had been out there requesting pardons. We understand, and CNN has learned, that President Clinton has granted a pardon for Susan McDougal. She was the Clintons' business partner back in that Arkansas land venture called Whitewater. She ended up serving some time for some felonies. She also served about 18 months in prison when she would not testify before a federal grand jury, which was impaneled by then independent counsel Kenneth Starr. As for the other Whitewater figure, Webster Hubbell, CNN has learned that Mr. Clinton has not granted a pardon for him. He was Mrs. Clinton's law partner back in Arkansas, excuse me. He was convicted of a number of things, including tax evasion. He did serve about 15 months in prison. Again, though, not a pardon for him. Other names that had been out there, Michael Milken, former junk bond king, Democratic fundraisers had been pushing for a pardon for him. CNN has learned he will not be granted a pardon. The same with Leonard Peltier. Not a pardon from him, according to sources we've talked to. He, of course, has been convicted of murdering 2 FBI agents back in 1975. FBI groups actually protested outside the White House a couple of weeks ago, urging Mr. Clinton not to grant a pardon. Other names that are interesting, Roger Clinton, the president's brother. He has been pardoned for some drug charges stemming from back in the 1980s. Also, former Housing and Urban Development Secretary Henry Cisneros pardoned. He had entered a plea agreement for some charges related to some payments to a girlfriend. And one other name, Patty Hearst, has been granted a pardon by President Clinton. President and Mrs. Carter, former President and Mrs. Carter, have been pushing a pardon for her. We're told more than 100 pardons coming from the president, and those are just some of the names that are the most high-profile figures that we have for you. Darren?
So, Kelly, are all the pardons the president's going to grant, are they all in, or this is just the beginning?
This is it. We're waiting for the paper with the list of names. Again, we're told more than 100 or well over 100. Many are not household names, not people that you or I have probably know about. A lot of them are people convicted of drugs under drug charges, these mandatory minimums, the president feeling that they had served their time, basically allowing them to go on and live their lives after serving their time. So again, not a lot of names that you'll be familiar with. We should get that list in about 10 minutes.
One name we were very familiar with, but I have to say, surprised when we heard you say Patty Hearst has been granted a pardon. We all up here on the set kind of looked at each other and said, that look of really? Do we even know that she was lobbying for a presidential pardon?
It's a surprise to me as well. I did not know. According to one person I talked to, again, as I reported, that apparently former President and Mrs. Carter had been pushing this, something that the president had granted. Obviously, President Clinton has nice relations, of course, with former President Carter, really respects him and the role he has played as a former president. Not sure if that played any role. White House officials are saying that the president, really, these were real heartfelt decisions for him. All were very weighty. They have big effects on people's lives and other people's lives. So not something he took lightly again, but that is a decision that has come in now.
Kelly Wallace, thank you very much for that breaking news. Once again, President Clinton in his final hours as president, granting pardons to Susan McDougal, Roger Clinton, his brother, Henry Cisneros, and Patty Hearst as well. Thank you. Now the bill.
You mentioned Susan McDougal, Webster Hubbell, not pardoned today. CNN's Bob Franken, both of these names go back to the Whitewater days. Your reaction now to what we're hearing out of the White House?
No, first of all, Susan McDougal was found guilty in the first Whitewater trial. She and her late husband, Jim McDougal, were partners in that obscure real estate project, the Whitewater Land Development Company, which was at the core of the investigation that spread all the way to the Monica Lewinsky matter before it was through. She, in fact, had refused to testify before a grand jury about conversations with President Clinton. For that, she served at 18 months in prison for contempt of court. So the president probably has warm feelings toward her. Her lawyer, Mark Aragos, has been lobbying very hard to try and get her a pardon. Was told last night that the president would sleep on it. Now, Susan McDougal now will have her record cleared, in effect. She is somebody who was very defiant as the independent counsel investigation went on. She had been convicted in that Whitewater trial of charges stemming from a fraudulent $300,000 loan taken from the federal government. President Clinton was implicated in that loan by some of the witnesses, but in fact the connection was never made, and she refused to testify about it. Now, Webster Hubbell was a former law partner in the Rose Law Firm with Hillary Rodham Clinton. He was really convicted of something that was quite peripheral to the Whitewater investigation. It had to do with his bilking clients while he was a member of that law firm. He was also under pressure from the independent counsel from day one to give information that might implicate President or Mrs. Clinton in wrongdoing. He absolutely refused. The independent counsel for the longest time operated on the premise that he was getting hush money. There was an investigation that led to other tax charges that were eventually plea bargained. Webster Hubbell, who lives now in Washington, had been the #3 man at the Justice Department when he ran into the legal trouble. He was known to be seeking a pardon. Of course, he cannot practice law now. That pardon has apparently not been granted. But it's interesting, at the end of the Clinton presidency, we're getting an end to some of the remaining questions that have to do with the investigations against Bill Clinton. Of course, yesterday, Bill Clinton, in effect, gave his bargain with the independent counsel, admitting wrongdoing in testimony in the Paula Jones case, which was all part of these investigations. In return, he got a guarantee that he would not be indicted. So as the presidency closes, the headlines are about the various investigations.
Bob, quickly, let's go back to the issue of Susan McDougal. You referred to it. Some thought it was a quid pro quo. Susan McDougal stays quiet. In return, she protects the president. How is this to be perceived now that the slate is being wiped clean for her legally?
You know, I think people are tired of perceiving this. I think they really don't want to think about it anymore. That was really one of the factors that went into the arrangement between the independent counsel, Bob Ray, yesterday and the president. There is a general belief that people really want to put this to bed, that it's all over. So I think it's going to be something that's going to be met with a, that's interesting, and that's about it.
All right, Bob Franken with us in Washington. Bob, thanks. More coming up with you shortly. But now here's Darren.
Yeah, we continue our conversation about these pardons just handed down by President Clinton, Susan McDougal, Roger Clinton, Henry Cisneros, and Patty Hearst. Let's bring in our senior White House correspondent, John King. John, any of the names on this list that you would think might bring a backlash?
Oh, certainly there will be criticism. If you're the prosecutor who put Susan McDougal in jail, you will criticize that. If you're the prosecutor who ran the case against Henry Cisneros, the former housing secretary, you might criticize that. But the ones that had been considered the most controversial by the White House, we do not see on this list. Mr. Peltier, he was convicted of killing FBI agents. There were protests by FBI agents outside the White House gates when they found out he was on the list of possible pardons. Senior aides tell us that was never seriously under consideration. One other name we're not hearing on this list, apparently, Jonathan Pollard. He convicted of spying for Israel. Jewish activists in this country had argued this president should give Mr. Pollard a pardon. The Israeli government had argued in favor of a pardon. Mr. Clinton apparently deciding once again, not to pardon Mr. Pollard. Those were the names that would have caused the most controversy. Some critics will say this is a president in the very end trying to help some of his friends out politically, but none of the names we hear today likely to cause much of a backlash except for those involved in those specific cases.
John, thank you very much. And we go from John King back to St. John's Episcopal Church. The service is over. We just saw President and Mrs. Bush coming out, and there I believe that's Dick Cheney and his wife Lynn Cheney. From here, the entourage, at least the Bushes, go from the church. From the church, they go over to the White House, and we have our Kate Snow standing by just outside the church. Kate.
That's right, Darren. We just saw President and Barbara Bush leaving. We saw some of the family members leaving. They will head over to a coffee now, George W. Bush at the White House. This church service lasted a brief half hour. That was the plan, and they are keeping to their schedule pretty closely here. It was led by Rector Luis Leon of the St. John's Episcopal Church. We understand that there were prayers said for the president-elect, and that there was a homily, which is similar to a sermon, delivered. The church here has a lot of history. We've talked about this throughout the morning. This is called the President's Church, also known, by the way, as the Yellow Church, for obvious reasons. The church has been here since 1816 when it was built. James Madison, the first president to come here, and every president since then has come at least on one occasion to visit St. John's. George Bush Sr., the President Bush, was here quite a number of times. He was quite an occasional visitor to St. John's. He enjoyed coming here, I was told by the administrator of the church yesterday. And in fact, he had a connection at one point with a homeless man who had come to the church. George Bush, President Bush, invited the homeless man to come in with him and pray with him. And that connection started a friendship. That man ended up coming to the church from then on until when he died about 4 months ago. And he's now buried outside of the church. So there's a long history between the Bush family and this church. Inside there are pews, there are kneelers that are embroidered. One of them has the name George Bush, President Bush's kneeler, and that was placed in front of George W. Bush today for him during the service. He sat right up front, I'm told, in the first pew to watch the service. And again, they'll head to the White House now from here. The service still breaking up. About 60 people attended the service here this morning. A fitting beginning for George W. Bush. He's a man who has talked often about being deeply religious, the importance of religion in his life. So a logical way for him to start this important day. Darren.
Kate, I'm going to interrupt you here just a moment because I don't know if you can see what our viewers are seeing on television, but we're seeing James Baker, a man who's been known for public life a lot over the years, but also especially during the recent Florida controversy. He was the main spokesman for the Bush campaign in Florida. Also Jack Kemp and his wife. And as we look, as the people pouring out of the church here, let's go ahead and bring back in Bob Dallek, our historian who made it into our studio atop the Labor Department with us. You're watching yet another historic day, and this is your business. What are you taking away from a historical standpoint as you watch this church service come to a close?
Well, what's striking, Darren, is the extent to which these are symbolic moments. Inaugurations, the departure of the president. What I'm reminded of is when Lyndon Johnson ended his presidency, he did it with an executive order naming a national park in Alaska for Franklin Roosevelt. It was the arc of LBJ's career. Bill Clinton pardoning Patty Hearst, there's a kind of arc to his career going back to the 60s, the counterculture, all the turmoil. Clinton got his start in politics over that. And now this service at the church is an expression of something that goes back to the beginning of our history. The interest in calling on the divinity to support the president, to give him strength and courage to lead the nation. And we'll hear some of that, I'm sure, in his inaugural speech, because these are moments for celebrating the past and looking to the future. And I think it's a wonderful symbolic moment, and also that we see so many familiar faces coming out of the church.
That would do. Faces from the past and the future as well.
Some of the first faces that came out, the two daughters, Barbara and Jenna, many people may not be quite familiar with them yet because they have been somewhat shielded throughout this entire campaign. And Laura Bush, in an interview earlier this week here on CNN, in fact, it was with Wolf Blitzer, was talking about how Chelsea was protected by Bill and Hillary Clinton, and also that the press, the media, had extended that level of respect toward them, and she expressed her desire to make sure that that could be repeated for her two daughters as well.
Yeah, and I think that's understandable, and it gives the young women a chance to grow up and to be a little bit out of the spotlight. You know, they're there in the fishbowl. It's a very difficult business. It's difficult for the president and the first lady, and so at least give a pass to the children and let them develop at their own pace and their own time, and their schooling and their studies. They're under the gun in a sense enough. They'll have secret service protection all the time at
their first year at college.
First year at college, and how normal a life can you possibly have?
Not very.
It's what I sometimes sometimes wonder at is why anybody wants to run for this office. As Thomas Jefferson said, it's a splendid misery, and as George Bush will no doubt learn.
Absolutely. We're keeping our eyes on the church doors because we are waiting for George W. Bush and Laura Bush to come out. It seems like just about everybody else in their entourage we've seen, except them.
And the other interesting picture we're going to get today is when the Bushes do move over to the White House in a matter of moments, and they will be meeting with the outgoing First Family and also the Vice President and his wife, Tipper. Talk to us about the tradition of this transitional period at the White House where they will gather for coffee or tea and then proceed up to the Capitol.
Bill, it expresses the idea of American consensus, and it goes back to Thomas Jefferson, who in his first inaugural said, differences of opinion do not necessarily amount to differences of principle. We are all Republicans. We are all Federalists. And what
meaning a different meaning Republican than it means today.
Yes, of course. But what it tells you is that that was the first transfer of constitutional authority. Jefferson was mindful of that. He was speaking to that point. That we don't have, you lose an election, you call on your supporters to go up into the hills. You don't have violence. What you have is consensus, acceptance of the proposition that the torch is being passed. A lot of these presidents and ex-presidents didn't like each other. Truman and Eisenhower didn't like each other. I didn't think all that well of Jack Kennedy, but they're very respectful toward each other, and it's a demonstration of the fact that we are all Americans. We're going to see protests in the street today, and this is rare at an inauguration. It's not very common. It's an expression of the continuing anger and frustration over the way in which the election came out and also how close it was. So those tensions in some ways are understandable, but it's really the exception rather than the rule, because for the most part we celebrate today rather than continue our polemics.
Even with the way the election played out, and even with some of the bitter feelings that are out there among the protesters and across the country, do you think we as Americans take for granted this peaceful transfer of power? Of course, it's election day, and of course one guy leaves and another guy comes in. Yeah. Not many countries around the world where you see it happen that way.
One could look at the Philippines right now.
Exactly. This is what makes America unique and so attractive. And remember what Winston Churchill said, democracy is the worst possible system except for all the rest. And it works. However flawed and limited it is, it works, and we have a marvelous system, and we should be proud of it.
Bob Dallek, thank you very much. As we're watching the pictures at St. John's Church, and there's another stop at the White House, action already starting to take place on Capitol Hill, and our Candy Crowley is there. Candy. Candy, can you hear us?
There I can hear you. Okay. I'm on an RF here, so it goes out every once in a while. We're beginning to crowd up here, I can tell you. I don't know if you can see sort of to my right and up behind me, but the governors have all come. I'm looking at my watch thinking this is going to be a long couple of hours until they see the president-elect and the outgoing president. A little chilly here, but warming up with all the people coming in. Karl Rove, the president-elect's political strategist, Karen Hughes, one of his personal deputies who's been with him ever since he ran for governor the first time around, have all started to gather on the stage. Was interested a little while ago talking about the girls, as the president-elect calls his twin daughters. Part of their wanting to shield these young women from the press corps and really from a lot of the fanfare comes from the girls themselves. We rarely, I think I can count 2 times that I actually saw the Bush daughters during the campaign. In fact, they wanted to go off to college like normal young women, and again going to separate colleges, one's at UT, one's at Yale, and live their life as free from this as possible. They, in fact, didn't want their father to run, and were quite outspoken about it, we are led to believe. He chose the time to give them a fatherly lesson about causes larger than themselves, and of course ignored their advice. But they're very sensitive to the fact that these young women would like their life to their own. They thought, again, that the press corps did a fairly good job of staying away from Chelsea Clinton, and are hoping for the same for Jenna and Barbara, their daughters.
Candy, the Clintons did ask for privacy for Chelsea Clinton, and the media did cooperate with that. You're a member of the press corps that does follow the First Families. Do you think that that respect will continue?
I do. In fact, it continued all during the campaign. I can tell you that the Bush campaign is not helpful about the daughters, but there also there was an understanding that these were not questions that were asked. Obviously, they showed up for the convention, but you would have lost them during the convention with all the people that were on the stage. I mean, they did come to observe a couple of nights, but when they were on the stage, they don't look at all alike, and it's hard to spot them in the crowd. They also showed up on Super Tuesday in Texas, but they have been very scarce, and it is both their wish and the wish of their parents, and so far I think that they believe, at least the Bushes believe, that the press corps has respected those wishes.
All right, Candy Curley from Capitol Hill, thanks again. We're watching the front facade of St. John's Church, the Church of the Presidents, the President-elect and his wife Laura, the future First Lady. Future being 1 hour and 41 minutes from now. Bob Dallek, presidential historian, back with us once again. And we heard from Kelly Wallace a short time ago about what we will anticipate with certain excerpts from the speech. A couple things I want to point out and get your reaction to it. It is expected, and this is quoting now from excerpts lifted from the incoming president's speech, what you do is as important as anything government does. I ask you to be citizens, citizens not spectators, citizens not subjects. What comes to mind when you hear such prose?
Well, it reminds us of Ronald Reagan's invocation of the idea that government is not the solution, government is the problem. His father, George Bush, his former president, who spoke so much about 1,000 points of light, volunteerism, the idea that the government can't do everything for everybody, and that what you need is a kind of individual effort and a pulling together, the emphasis on community, the emphasis on the idea that you should contribute to the national well-being. And it's reminiscent of John Kennedy, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. So one sees certain striking themes here which may have been drawn from past inaugurations and past administrations.
And true, the tale of the tape for any inaugural speech is not necessarily what happens that day. It's more something that develops over time and in the months and years to come as we reflect back upon it.
Absolutely. And in fact, most of the inaugural speeches are not memorable. There are maybe 4 in the country's history. I can be pedantic and start giving you a lecture on the floor.
Yeah, there you go.
You could.
Abe Lincoln, FDR, John F. Kennedy. Who am I missing?
Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson,
the first inaugural he gave. But yeah, these inaugural speeches are not, you know, in concrete. They don't tell you exactly what's going to happen. They're very general. They're very abstract in some ways. They're an appeal to the past, an appeal to the future. But you find out over the next 100 days, 2 months, 3 months, 4, 5, 6 months. It takes time till you see what kind of presidency you're going to be having.
Interesting fact we just put up on the screen, the role of the president, that job's getting a raise. George W. Bush will be the first president to make $400,000 a year. That's twice what President Clinton made.
And if you compare, somebody was pointing out the other day that Bill Clinton's salary was less than probably what Benjamin Harrison got in 1889, you see, in comparative dollars, you see. So Bill wasn't very well paid, but he's going to make up for it. Don't worry.
In pension, he'll make up for it.
Yeah, pension is good, but the lecture fees.
The lecture fee, he'll be just fine.
1789, it was $25,000 for George Washington.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was a lot of money in those days.
You know, as we sit here and wait for, again, the man of the hour to emerge from this church here, is it possible to get inside of his head, to get inside of his body, to think about what he is feeling right now?
Yeah. Well, I would hope he's feeling a little apprehension.
He's got a big job ahead of him.
He's got a big job ahead of him. But also you hope that he has the kind of confidence that Franklin Roosevelt, for example, had. FDR, they said, FDR's idea of the presidency was Franklin Roosevelt in the White House. He was a man of sublime confidence. And he said when his head hit the pillow at night, he went right to sleep. Didn't question what he did during the day. So you kind of hope that a president has that kind of self-confidence, that feeling that, look, I'm doing my best, and if things don't turn out perfectly, so be it. I'll keep going. And presidents always stumble. They always run into terrible difficulties. Franklin Roosevelt did. Think of Lincoln. Imagine the burden that he had to shoulder and the inner confidence that he must have had. He had great faith. Faith in the country, faith in his God. It served him magnificently. So you need a kind of strength, I think, to do this job. And Jefferson also said, no one emerges from this position with his reputation fully intact, because you folks in the press, you go after these guys, hammer and tongs, and of course that's your job, is to tell us what is going on and
splendid misery.
That's right, the splendid misery.
Absolutely. We are, Bob, we're going to have you stand by and stay with us. We want to show our folks at home that we have cameras all over the nation's capital. That small box right there is in front of St. John's Church. We're waiting for President-elect George W. Bush and his wife Laura to come out. We've already seen his parents come out, his daughters come out, and a number of people from his family and entourage. And then, of course, the big box there is from the Capitol, from the west side of the Capitol. About an hour and I have 23 minutes. What do you have, Bill?
Hour and 36 minutes.
Okay. I'm telling time the wrong way.
That's all right. We had expected the crowd estimates certainly are hard to gather at this point, but they had said anywhere between 500,000 and 700,000. But certainly, if you've been with us throughout the week, and especially this weekend, you know that Mother Nature is not shining brightly on Washington, D.C., and certainly that will dictate a lot of the numbers that either do or do not turn out today.
You know, easy for us to say from inside, but I do have to say, as cold and wet and damp, as miserable as it is outside, it doesn't appear to be raining as hard as it was yesterday, and maybe that'll have an effect on folks, whether they make that call. Do they come out and see the 43rd president? I think we're getting word that he's coming out of the church. There he is. George W. Bush and Laura Bush coming out to a round of applause outside St. John's Church, the president's church.
Again, as they climb into the limousine and head back to the White House, they will be meeting these four people right here. This is the outgoing president and vice president, along with the first lady and the vice president's wife, Tipper Gore. One final photo opportunity at the White House, now just about an hour away before the motorcade heads up Pennsylvania Avenue, 1.5 miles up to the Capitol.
You have to imagine this is not an easy day for the vice president, for Al Gore, and a lot of people, I know when I was talking about coming up for the inauguration, people saying, does Al Gore have to go to the swearing-in? Bob Dallek, maybe you can comment on that. This is part of tradition. This is part of the gig, you might say. When you sign up to be vice president, part of it is, even though he knew that he might not win, he would have to have this day.
Absolutely. It's very frustrating. Imagine any of us having run for that office, the energy you've expended, the time, the emotional commitment, and then to lose, and not only lose, but lose in the way he lost. I mean, by this paper-thin margin. He must be replaying this presidential election night after night. But this is his role, and he knows that as a public figure, he goes to the ceremony, he congratulates the incoming president, and it does him honor, as it did when he gave his concession speech. That may have been one of the best speeches he gave, in his, if not the best speech he gave in his whole career. And it marks him out not only as a gentleman, but as someone who can run again in 2004. Now, I don't know that he will, I don't know that he should, but it gives him a kind of credibility, a kind of standing with the public, which is very good politics.
And to go to your point even more, Darren, it's been very few occasions, Bob, where a president or a vice president has skipped the inauguration, the swearing in, etc. You look at John Adams with Thomas Jefferson in 1801, and very few other instances come to mind.
And even though, as I said before, even though there are tensions often between the outgoing and incoming presidents, they understand what the ceremonial function is. You know, our presidents are both our kings and our prime ministers. And as king, you play a particular role, and you speak to the symbols. Reagan was marvelous at that, very hands-off as a president, not that a stronger prime minister, but magnificent as our king, as our symbolic
showing that the country is indeed always stronger than the man.
Exactly.
And as we sit here and continue our discussion, we also have the camera showing history rolling on. This is the beginning of the motorcade, of the Bush motorcade, making its way from St. John's Church to the White House, where, as we just saw in the live picture a couple minutes ago, waiting for the Bushes will be President Clinton and Vice President Al Gore and their wives.
I believe, if my research serves me correctly, the 6 of them, the 8 of them actually, will be meeting in the Blue Room. And if you've ever taken a tour of the White House, we all know where that is. Kelly Wallace on the front lawn now. Kelly, hello.
Yes, Bill, I am standing here, and it looks like the President-elect and Mrs. Bush are just about to arrive here. As you both have been mentioning, it is an extraordinary political moment here. You have Mr. and Mrs. Bush coming to the White House, being greeted by the man who defeated his father, President Clinton, defeating former President Bush 8 years ago. Also, Mr. and Mrs. Bush going to be spending time, the most significant amount of time they'll be spending with Mr. and Mrs. Gore. Of course, we know that is a difficult situation for the Vice President. Obviously, it will be the first time that they've spent any extensive time here. Mr. Bush and the Vice President did meet for about 10 minutes back in December. There you see the President and the First Lady smiling, taking some pictures. Really, the clock is ticking for them. Just about a half hour or so, they will be bidding farewell to the place they've called home for the past 8 years. And this is over at the North Portico, right at the entrance to the White House. And there you see outgoing President and First Lady getting ready to greet the two people that will be taking their place here in the White House.
President and President Bush in just a short time. Mr. Clinton obviously had hoped to hand off to a Democratic successor. Vice President Al Gore is inside as well, but instead he hands over the White House to a Republican and the son of the man that he inherited the White House from just 8 years ago. Mr. Clinton tells friends privately he was very impressed with the president-elect during their private discussion at the White House when President-elect Bush still paid a courtesy call some time ago. He says that the incoming president asked many questions about how the White House was organized, how the President Clinton, went about communicating with the American people. So the traditional coffee inside now, then these two men will go up to the inaugural ceremonies. A remarkable day for President Clinton as well. He said last week that he was sleeping 1 or 2 hours a night because he didn't want to sleep in his final week as president. He wanted to be awake, be active, and enjoy the White House and his work until the last possible minute. Here you see... Sorry,
go ahead, John.
You see Mr. Cheney walking into the White House now with his wife, Lynn. Alan Tipper Gore, the vice president, greeting them there. And we'll head inside it. Well, another very difficult moment for the vice president. He has been in the public eye, obviously, since he conceded the election. He had to preside over the Senate and the Congress during the Electoral College proceedings. Now he's escorting the Cheneys into the White House here. A very difficult moment for him, a man who won the popular vote by more than 500,000 votes, yet will not be the president of the United States. The big question now, what next for Al Gore? He says he will take a little time to reflect and then make his decision about whether he wants to, say, begin running again in the 2004 election. A very difficult moment for him here as the transition of power takes place over at the White House.
All right, John King, stand by here in Washington. Again, rather interesting juxtaposition with the different people and the different personalities certainly coming in. And one thinks back to the first 100 days of the Clinton presidency, and Bob Delick, if we go back to that point, there were some rough spots that needed to be ironed out. And interestingly enough, when you talk to the main players in the White House at that time, they talk about how tough that transition was for them, almost as if they were not fully prepared for that moment.
Yes. I don't think anybody can ever be fully prepared for assuming that office, however experienced the staff is. But, of course, Jimmy Carter had a staff from Georgia. Bill Clinton had a staff from Arkansas. These were not people who were all that knowledgeable about the workings of Washington politics, and particularly the White House. It's a tremendous burden and challenge. People work 18, 20-hour days in order to come to grips with, and a lot of these people around Bill Clinton, very young as well they should be, because they need the energy to address these kinds of tasks and demands. So it's a very difficult business.
There's been so much that is different about the Clinton presidency, and that will continue even to the moment and the moments after they leave, and how they leave. I mean, they're really not leaving. No. They are going to get in a helicopter and go to Andrews Air Force Base. Yep. I think it has been yet to be decided if Hillary Clinton, now Senator Clinton, will actually be going and leaving Washington because, let's be frank, they're just moving down the street to a house that's very close to where the vice president will be living.
Are they going to New York? Are they staying here?
Or DC?
You know that Bill Clinton this morning made a Saturday morning radio address?
Yeah.
I mean, he can't let go. I would anticipate we're going to be hearing a lot from him in the future. Indeed, I saw a copy of a speech he gave the other day in which he spoke to the fact that his two models for the post-presidential career are Jimmy Carter on the one hand and John Quincy Adams on the other. Now, what did Quincy Adams do? He ran for the House of Representatives and spent a long and successful career in the House. I can well imagine Bill Clinton running for mayor of New York or running for a Senate seat from Arkansas.
Well, he seemed to allude to that the other day, that Mrs. Clinton might not be the only senator.
No, that's right. So I wouldn't be surprised if we keep hearing from him for a while.
Hang on a second here, Bob.
Sure.
Kelly Wallace back at the White House Live. Kelly, what's happening now?
Well, Bill, this handed off to me by my colleague, Major Garrett. You know, it's a tradition for the outgoing president to leave a handwritten note for the incoming president. And we understand that President Clinton has, in fact, left his handwritten note for his successor. It'll be sitting on his desk in the Oval Office. Also, Chief of Staff John Podesta has left a note for his successor, Andy Card, and Jake Seward leaving a note for Ari Fleischer, who will become the new press secretary here at the White House. One other interesting note, many of our viewers may have been aware of an interesting story out there, rumors that Sox and Buddy were not getting along, and maybe they would have to split up when the first family left the White House. Well, we have in fact learned that Sox will be going to live with Betty Curry, that is Mr. Clinton's personal assistant, and that Buddy will be going with the first family to Chappaqua. The president was joking earlier this week, saying it was more difficult to resolve this dispute than the problems between the Israelis and the Palestinians. Clearly, he was not able to reconcile the differences. Sox will go one place and Buddy elsewhere.
And we will follow along. Kelly Wallace, thanks. Stand by there. I want to bring in now a man who's quite close with the Clinton administration. Don Baer, former communications director, live with us in Washington. Don, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
What's happening in the Blue Room right now between these 8 individuals?
Oh, I'm sure they're all being very cordial with one another. It's obviously could be a tense situation given the nature of the people who are there. But I think they are all being very friendly and open. And the Clintons and the Gores, I have no doubt, are doing everything they can to be as gracious as possible.
What do you make of the pardons we heard 35 minutes ago from the White House? Susan McDougal, yes. Patty Hearst, yes. Roger Clinton, yes. Your take on this?
Well, it's interesting. Some of these are people very personal to the president, obviously. I remember I was a reporter before I worked at the White House, and first long interview I ever did with Bill Clinton was 10 years ago in 1991. And we talked then about the toughest thing he said he had ever had to do as governor of Arkansas was in the mid-1980s when the Highway Patrol and state investigative people came to him and said they were investigating his brother on drug charges. And they asked him, do you want us to go forward with this investigation or not, Governor? And he said, you have to go forward, do it. He knew his brother was going to be arrested and could never tell his brother about it. Very tough family matter. That's an interesting one. I think Susan McDougal, obviously someone with whom the president and Mrs. Clinton go back a long, long way. I thought it was interesting that apparently Webb Hubbell not on that list. You know,
interesting how?
Well, again, from a personal standpoint, if you think about it, Hillary Rodham Clinton, Webb Hubbell, and a third person, Vince Foster, the late Vince Foster, were the 3 stalwarts at the Rose Law Firm in Little Rock, Arkansas in the 1980s. Foster and Hubbell came with the Clintons to Washington. We know Vince Foster, of course, committed suicide in 1993. Webb Hubbell paid a huge price. I would tell you, I think there must have been some compelling arguments, legal arguments, for not granting Webb Hubbell a pardon if Clinton did not do it. So they're all interesting. Henry Cisneros also receiving a pardon.
Correct. Yeah.
President Clinton's hands-down favorite cabinet member of the entire 8 years, someone he was very close with politically, intellectually, and personally. I'm sure he feels good about being able to do that for Henry Cisneros.
Don, hang on one second. I want to show our viewers the newest limousine. It was put into service this past Monday. It's just arrived outside the White House. Again, this will get some use not only today, but going forward as well. Don, as we look at this picture, I want to bring back to the Clinton legacy that has been talked about so often over the past 3 or 4 months. Let's tick through a couple things. Number one, what's the best thing Bill Clinton did in 8 years?
Well, I think the best thing is a large thing, in that I believe he made the American presidency relevant and robust again for the new century. You know, you have to remember 8, 9 years ago, people weren't looking to the presidency in the post-Cold War period to have much of an impact in their day-to-day lives. And I don't think there's much disagreement that Bill Clinton, by working very, very hard at it over these years, has made the presidency something that is very important and strong in people's lives. And that's a big deal.
Given that, Don, what's the biggest disappointment?
Oh, I think the biggest disappointment, certainly the Lewinsky scandal and the taint that will always leave, is a huge disappointment. But I think beyond that, the things that didn't get done because of that.
Then, Don, frame up this plea that was reached yesterday. No indictment. However, Mr. Clinton surrenders the right to practice law in Arkansas for the next 5 years. He pays a fine, $25,000. How does that fit into the current framework?
Well, I think from everyone's standpoint, it's a good thing to have it behind us now. I think the country wants it behind us. Certainly the Clintons did not want to go into the next chapter of their lives thinking about a 1 or 2 year trial and dealing with all of that. The Bush administration, the new Bush administration, didn't want to have to think about having to give them a pardon. I think from everyone's standpoint, putting an end to that chapter of our political history makes a lot of sense now.
Don, quickly here in the 15 seconds we have left, take us 10 years down the road. How is this presidency remembered?
I think it will be remembered as having been a good, strong presidency. America is stronger, richer, and better today than it was when Bill Clinton came into office, and I think he will get a lot of credit for helping people begin to make the transition into the 21st century that is going to be a remarkable time.
Don Baer, former White House Communications Director. I know you've been waiting a long time in our bureau. We appreciate your patience this morning, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
And from our bureau, we go back now to our live pictures, which our cameras are all over Washington, D.C. Right now, as we speak, Mr. and Mrs. Bush and the Cheneys are also inside the White House having the traditional coffee and tea with the Clintons and also with the Gores. They came from St. John's Episcopal Church for a traditional Inauguration Day ceremony. With more on that, what was said inside the church, which was closed to the media and also to cameras, we have our Kate Snow standing by. Kate.
Darren, joining me is the rector of St. John's Episcopal Church, Luis Leon. He was born in Cuba, but has been in this country since the age of 12. Been with this church for 6 years.
Correct.
And I understand you did a lot of preparation for this morning to make sure.
There's always a lot of preparation when the president visits our church.
I'm sure, and he does. And presidents come here quite often. It's nothing new for you.
The history of the church is since 1815. Every president has worshipped at the church, so there's a good long tradition.
Tell me about this morning. You gave a homily. Tell me what the message was. What was your theme?
Really, the message was focused on a reminder to all of us that God's creation is good and that we human beings are good and that this is a good nation and they're very generous people. My experience as one of the Peter Pan children many years ago was a family that took me in and housed me, educated me, welcomed me, very generous. And I spoke about that, and I also spoke about President Lincoln, whom I admire greatly, and there were, I guess, 3 themes to it. The first one was that President Lincoln, during the Douglas-Lincoln debates, always appealed to our higher nature, and I like to think that that's why he was elected. And he asked a lot of the people, and people responded, and I appreciate that. The second one, President Lincoln never had any retribution, never... after the Civil War, he never went after the soldiers who had fought against the Union, and I thought that that's something important to remember after this particular election. And the third one, which I've always appreciated about President Lincoln, was he never said God is on our side. He was always asking the question, are we on God's side? And he called us America's almost chosen people, God's almost chosen people.
So you chose to start with those remarks about Abraham Lincoln.
Those are the basic themes of the...
Yeah, you said George W. Bush spoke with you right afterwards.
Yes.
What was that conversation about?
We chatted a little, introduced ourselves to each other, and he also said to me that part of what I said were some of the themes he was going to be speaking about today during his inaugural address. He too admires President Lincoln, and he had read some of the same excerpts that I had. So he said they were to listen to it because my words were going to be echoed.
Did he mention anything about religion being important to him? I know he's spoken at length in the past about his religious beliefs.
No, he didn't. We didn't have the opportunity to speak about that. So we had a very brief conversation as he was about to depart the church, and he made this
fitting
come.
beginning to a very
Absolutely.
important day. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Rector
Thank you.
Luis Leon from the Episcopal St. John's Church, the President's Church. We'll send it back to you, Bill and Darren.
Kate Snow, thank you very much. And the day goes on, the day of history from St. John's Church to where the presidential entourage is now, inside the White House. President-elect George W. Bush and his wife Laura meeting with President Clinton and now Senator Clinton. Also the Gores and the Cheneys there as well. We'll have more ahead of our coverage. We're going to get a quick break in, and our coverage continues after this.
Once again, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We do anticipate in about 45 minutes' time a motorcade will carry the outgoing president and vice president along with their wives and the incoming president and vice president with their wives straight up Pennsylvania Avenue to Capitol Hill. Speaking of Capitol Hill, that's where we turn our attention now. Our bureau chief here in Washington, Frank Sesno, now joins us. Frank, good morning to you.
Good morning, Bill, and of course a great day of history and anticipation here on Capitol Hill. Behind me, perhaps you can hear the University of Louisville Choir. They're performing. The House of Representatives, they've already arrived here on the west front of the United States Capitol, the United States Senate, and other dignitaries shortly to arrive. The weather appears to be getting a little worse out here, a steady drizzle, the wind picking up just a bit, and the temperature's a bit raw. We're hoping that the rain itself holds off. I'm joined here by Senator Chuck Hagel, a Republican of Nebraska. He's been kind enough to brave the elements with us and to join us. And I'd like to talk to you, with you for a bit about both what you anticipate, not just today, but beyond. We come to this event at a time of a very divided, contested election, and this is about calling for a unified nation. We're going to be hearing from the new president.
Well, Frank, as I said before, you'd almost have to be dead not to feel the enthusiasm and the spirit of once again renewing our democracy. So a good amount of goodwill always emanates from inauguration of a new president and a peaceful transition of power. But then we get to the real heavy lifting, as you note. I think there will be a good, strong bipartisan sense of trying to cooperate and get some things done over the next 2 years.
Not only is the new president, going to utter his first words, you're going to be doing your first bit of business in just a few hours. Confirmation.
We're going to confirm 6 of President-elect Bush's cabinet members at 3 o'clock this afternoon. That will start to get this government in place, and they can get on about the business of governing.
Right, Senator Chuck Hagel, appreciate it. And so, great deal of anticipation and some work to be done, along with the first words of the new president, George W. Bush. Back to you, Bill.
All right, Frank, thank you. And for our viewers, you're looking inside a live picture now of the White House as a number of people continue to mill about in the background there. You can see them in and out. You can see President Clinton and others gathering there. It should be noted the last time that the incoming president worked in the White House, you'd have to go back to 1987, 1988, advisor and speechwriter for his father's presidential campaign, and then did some duties there at the White House during the first part of his term before going back to Texas. Now to Darren.
Because this is such an intriguing picture, we're going to go ahead and keep that up on your television screen. Meanwhile, to the people who have decided to brave the elements and come out and see the swearing in of George W. Bush as president, we have our own Leon Harris down among the crowd. Leon.
Hi, good morning. How's it going? Listen, folks, the temperature out here really is dropping. Everything that we heard about what the weather was going to be like really has come to pass. The rain has stopped, and we see things floating around. They look like they might turn to snow, but that hasn't deterred the folks who are showing up here in droves now. Let me give you a shot of the back of the crowd. We're at the back of the west front of the Capitol, and as you can see here, the last row of seats is right in front of us, and they're pretty much filled almost to halfway now. We've got to say about half the folks are in. We were up walking around amongst the seating area up there a little while ago, and I actually ran into a few people who said that the weather getting so bad, they were calling it quits. They're heading in, and as a matter of fact, they were trying to sell the tickets that they had to sit up there. There's some people back here, like some of the folks who are sitting here with us, here in the back of the standing room only crowd. And these folks, you want to see the picture of perfect preparation? Look at this. These are some of the best gloves I think I've seen out here. Where'd you get these?
It's from the United States Army.
Are they working?
Yes, they're working.
They're working pretty good?
Oh, yes, they've got 2 layers in them.
Well, you know who doesn't have any layers on? These guys. We've been watching this crew here. You guys are from where now?
South Mississippi.
How'd you get here? Did you guys drive or fly? You did fly, but did you leave your luggage at the airport or what? What happened?
Just weren't prepared.
You talking to anybody important?
Yeah. My dad, he says
Your dad, oh. He better be watching CNN. What does Dad have to say about his son showing up on national television in 20-degree weather with no coat on?
Says it's great.
Oh, it's great.
You want to talk to him?
What happened to your clothes? Where's all your coats?
I got my coat on.
You have one.
We got one.
What happened?
It sucks to be me. We're just having fun.
You said it, not me. But you guys are the only one, I think, maybe the worst shape I've seen out here. But the tie, what's with the tie?
The tie.
Oh, that's not even the best tie we've seen out here. We've seen some other really loud ones, but they're further back down here.
We're having fun out here.
Okay, you better have fun because you might be dead before the day's over with. All right, we're trying to stay warm down here and hang with it, but as you can see, temperature might be down, but the spirits are up, Darren.
All right, Leon Harris, thank you so much. Leon, good luck staying warm down there. I know you're headed down to the parade route.
14th and Penn, Freedom Plaza.
Good luck staying warm. I myself have to go doll up because I'll be covering the ball, the Texas balls for tonight. I think that's going to do it. 4 hours of coverage for us.
Yeah, good to be with you again, Miss Kagan.
With you too, my friend.
And Bernie and Judy will follow us along with Bob Dallek, Jeff Greenfield, Bill Schneider, a host of others. But today is the day, the inauguration of the 43rd president. At the age of 54, George W. Bush again will come back to the White House and succeed his father, only 8 years removed. It is history once again here in the nation's capital. We'll be here for it all throughout the day here.
The coverage continues.
For Darren Kagan, I'm Bill Hemmer. The coverage continues right after this.
This is a CNN special report. It's Inauguration Day, a day to celebrate the orderly transfer of the American presidency. But getting to this day was anything but orderly, with a raucous campaign.
Yours is phased in 8 years.
No. Capped by an election day that lasted more than a month.
It's not over. It simply is not over.
Through a national ordeal of challenges, charges, and chads. Today, we complete one volume of American history and open another as George W. Bush follows his father's footsteps into the Oval Office. This is CNN's coverage of the inauguration of George W. Bush as the 43rd President of the United States. Now, from Washington, here are Bernard Shaw, Judy Woodruff, and Jeff Greenfield.
As the grand finale of election 2000 fast approaches, George Walker Bush preparing to take the oath of office and become the 43rd President of the United States of America.
We don't have a monarchy. We don't crown a king. We inaugurate a president, and that is what will happen at precisely noon today. Power will shift in that second from Bill Clinton to George W. Bush. There's nothing else like it.
And after 8 years of a presidency where we had the first impeachment in 130 years and 2.5 months after the first contested election in 125 years, we've come to a day where it is completely embedded tradition. Everything about it, the bunting, the Bibles, the oath, the parade route, it all links back to the past, not the least of which is a son now taking an office that his father held 8 years ago. 8 years ago. And after what we've been through, there's something powerfully reassuring about it.
And only the second time in history that that's happened, that a son has taken the position, the most powerful position in the country, if not the world, and the whole world is watching.
Watching indeed. George Washington, he started it all. 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. This is the scene at the North Portico, and our man John King is there.
Well, Bernie, we're waiting, obviously, for the Clintons, the Bushes, the Cheneys, and the Gores to make their way from the traditional greeting at the White House up to the Capitol for the ceremonies. This, not just a symbolic transfer of power, quite a substantive transfer of power. Think back 8 years ago when Bill Clinton took the White House from then President Bush The Democrats ruled Washington then. You had a new Democratic president. The Democrats controlled both the House and the Senate when George W. Bush, the son of the man President Clinton took over from 8 years ago, takes office today. The Republicans will run Washington, a very narrow majority in the House, a 50-50 Senate. Vice President Cheney will break ties there, as we see some of the guests starting to come out of the White House. So as we celebrate the symbolism of this transfer of power today, it also means quite a bit substantively. The new Republican president will try to push a new Republican agenda through a very evenly divided Congress. Education will be priority one. His education package will go up to Capitol Hill on Tuesday. Tax cuts priority two. During the campaign, he ran saying the American people deserved a big tax cut as a matter of fairness. Now, with some evidence the economy is slowing, he's added to his pitch for a tax cut that the economy needs a little juice as well. So the new president will try to get off and running. As Jeff was mentioning, a very difficult and contested election. Indeed, the new president is the man who lost the popular vote, won a very narrow but contested victory in the Electoral College. Difficulties with the Congress. That is why we know in his speech today, with the excerpts already released, his theme will be one of reconciliation. Mr. Bush will promise to be the president of all people and appeal to Democrats to work with him.
And the place where he will make that promise is the United States Capitol on the west front. They're standing in what has been a drizzle and a little bit of rain and then a mist. CNN's Candy Crowley. Candy.
Hi, Judy. And I'm standing here with Karen Hughes, special counselor to the president, used to be president-elect, almost president, in a new Republican wear, by the way. Karen, let me ask you just first. Personally, you've been with the governor since his first race in Texas, and here you are standing here looking out over the Capitol. What's in your head?
It's just thrilling. I walked up to the podium a minute ago and was trying to imagine what he would feel like as he walked up there, and I'm just thrilled for him. I think he'll feel a great sense of the awesome responsibility and of humility, and I think he's really looking forward to this. But it's a great day for all of us. Somebody said to me on the way in that after all the lengthy delay in the finality of the election, that he said you can finally have some emotions now, and I think that's how we're all feeling, that for a lot of us this will be a wonderful moment at which it'll really sink in that he is going to become the president.
What can you tell me about his speech, what he wants to accomplish? What's the message here in terms of the tone he wants to set?
Well, obviously it's a tone calling on the best of America and seeking to unite our country. He's worried about divisions in our country, and he's going to pledge to us that he will work every day to build a single nation of justice and opportunity. He's also going to call on us as citizens to do our part and to be citizens.
Hang on one second, Judy. We're in the middle of
through here.
Okay, sorry.
No. And so he'll call on us to work to have a nation of civility and compassion and courage and character, and to really live up to the promise that America is all about.
But do you have a worst fear here for the Bush administration and a greatest hope?
Well, I think, we tend to be optimists, as you know from covering us throughout the campaign, that if you ask the president-elect that, he would say that, no, he's focused on the full side of the glass, not the empty side. I think that obviously the hope is that we will be able to work in a constructive way here, that he will be able to, and I think I already see the foundations of that. He's working very hard to reach out to Republicans and Democrats to build consensus on issues like education, which is his top priority, and I think that he's someone who intends to do in office what he said he would do, and he's already begun the process of working with Congress to accomplish that.
Karen Hughes, thank you so much. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Back to you, Judy.
All right, Candy Crowley at the Capitol.
We are watching two locations, Capitol Hill, where the dignitaries continue arriving, and here, the north portico of the White House, where William Jefferson Clinton's presidency has less than 58 minutes left.
You know, Bernie, the meeting of the old and new presidents is not always as cheerful as it appears to be today. We're reminded that when Herbert Hoover and Franklin Roosevelt rode to the Capitol together in 1933, they exchanged no words. When Eisenhower and Truman ran, you could practically have cut the tension with a knife. There was some very bad feeling. From what we've seen so far in these pictures, even with some of the tweaking of George Bush's election by President Clinton and George Bush's promise to restore integrity to the White House, there seems at least here to be a kind of cheerfulness and civility going on.
Mm-hmm. And yet they've had some very tough things to say, if not about each other, about the process that led to George W. Bush being elected president. The President Clinton reminding everyone in the last few days that it was Al Gore who won the popular vote back in November, or at least after all the counts and the recounts. And Bush mentioning just 2 days ago that he plans to bring dignity and honor back to the White House.
People continue arriving at the Capitol building, and then they come outside and come down the stairs there on the west front of the Capitol. Jeff, what you were saying, George Bush is clearly relieved that he doesn't have to deal with the matters that President Clinton addressed yesterday.
I think the idea of a new president coming into office where his predecessor was facing a possible criminal indictment would have just taken a lot of the edge off a new presidency. This, in some ways, is the best time George W. Bush or any president will have to set his tone, make his mark, set his agenda. And I think the fact that this agreement was reached to take this off the table was actually a very nice pre-inaugural gift to the new president.
Two vice presidential wives, if you will, leaving. Tipper Gore, the exiting wife of the vice president, with Lynn Cheney, who, of course, is married to Dick Cheney, who you see right here with the man who will not be president at noon today, Al Gore.
You notice that both Al Gore and Cheney got the memo on how to dress. They appear to be in twin outfits of dark suits and power red ties. And I know this will be a theme that a lot of people will hit today, but you have to wonder all through the ceremony what is going through the mind of Vice President Al Gore. So close, yet so far, if only, if only, if only.
And yet he's had since December the 13th, a month and, a week to put that behind him. Still has to be difficult.
Well, for Gore and for Lieberman, this is a day of stiff upper lips.
These are some of the people arriving at the Capitol. I believe we're looking at Colin Powell, other members of the cabinet, none of them yet confirmed by the Senate. In fact, that will begin this afternoon. There is Colin Powell. He is scheduled to be voted on by the Senate and confirmed. Now leaving the White House, Hillary Rodham Clinton, Senator Clinton, the exiting First Lady with the incoming First Lady, Laura Bush.
And Mrs. Clinton said she would follow the precedent set by other presidents and leave a note for Laura Bush.
Under a pillow.
I don't know whether to be under the pillow or in the desk drawer or what, but she said she would leave a note for the incoming First Lady.
The two, it is tradition, as we've been discussing here, for the two presidents, the outgoing and incoming, to meet for coffee, tea, for about 20 or 30 minutes. It's not a long period of time that they spend together because, Jeff, as you were just saying, that's an awkward situation.
Well, it can be, you know, when President Reagan turned it over to Vice President Bush, I'm sure that was pretty cordial. I mean, his candidate had won. It was the Reagan third term. I'm sure.
But when it's a change of parties, right, as we have now, and here they are.
John King.
Well, Bernie, there you see the 42nd President of the United States and the soon-to-be 43rd President of the United States. Quite a striking moment. Mr. Bush obviously bears quite a resemblance to his father. This is a replay of, in some ways, of the scene we saw 8 years ago when Mr. Clinton came to power. These two men get along quite well in their brief but private conversations, as you have been mentioning some harsh words during the campaign. Mr. Clinton, though, telling friends in the past week he was very impressed with then-Governor Bush, President-elect Bush, when he came calling a few weeks back at the White House. He said he asked some very smart questions about the organization of the White House, about the staff of the White House, about how President Clinton communicated with the American people. President Clinton telling friends he believes that one of the secrets to President-elect Bush's success during the campaign was that he was constantly underestimated by the American people, by the media who covered him, and certainly we know from his private comments to friends, President Clinton believes the Vice President, Al Gore, also seriously underestimated the man who in less than an hour from now will become the 43rd President of the United States.
John, doesn't Mr. Bush plan to strike some of the executive orders that President Clinton signed in these closing days of his administration?
He certainly does, Bernie. A little music playing up behind me. I don't know if our viewers can hear me quite well. That will be one of the challenges President Clinton faces. He says he wants to relatively disappear for about 2 months, keep a very low profile, but he says he'll also have to restrain himself if he sees President Bush reversing some of those late-term decisions by President Clinton. President Clinton hopes hoping other Democrats will step up and protest if that happens. But it will be interesting to see if he can keep his promise to himself to keep a low profile for a month or two.
John, I know a lot of people might be speculating on what the outgoing and incoming president might be chatting about. I know one thing through our Larry King. At that ceremony Thursday that Larry King hosted, George Bush said to him, after it was all over, the pageantry, he said, "What do you think of the Texas Rangers? They paid $250 million for Alex Rodriguez, and they still don't have a pitcher." Given Mr. Clinton's baseball attraction, you might think they might be talking about prospects for 2001 in the American League.
Well, they very well may. This is a time perhaps for small talk, although someone was saying that the president might use just these final moments to talk about something serious that is coming up on the next president's platter, whether it's an international or a domestic issue that maybe the rest of us haven't even begun to think about yet.
Well, that would be in keeping with what the president said during his time of travail a couple of years ago. He said he intended to hold power to the last hour of the last day.
And speaking of which, this transfer, as majestic as it is an abrupt transfer. At 12 o'clock sharp, the power shifts from Bill Clinton to George W. Bush. Make no mistakes about it. There's one story that I think underlines that very well. In 1981, when Jimmy Carter was leaving office, he had spent 3 days straight working on getting those hostages out of Iran, the American hostages. Hamilton Jordan had been there as his chief of staff working just as hard on it. He had been in the Situation Room. After the new president was inaugurated at noon, he called the White House Situation Room at 1 o'clock to see the status of the hostages. He was told very politely, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan, we can't talk to you anymore." That's how fast it changes.
And also on Capitol Hill, we probably won't see the picture, but the military aide carrying in a leather briefcase the nuclear codes, that briefcase will be passed on to the military aide of President Bush as soon as he lowers his hand from having taken the oath of office. Jeff, you had mentioned Truman and Eisenhower. They virtually did not utter a word between them when they went up to the Hill.
You could have frozen meat for a year based on the chill that was in that car. But fortunately, that's is the exception rather than the rule. I think both Judy and I, and perhaps you, Bernie, have been outdoors on looking out at the inaugural platform. What always strikes me at these inaugurals is at least in most years, the cheerfulness of it. You see bitter political enemies going up to each other and shaking hands, slapping each other on the back. And I honestly think at that one moment, there really is a sense that, as I think it was Tip O'Neill once said, that we're all friends after 5 o'clock in the evening.
But Jeff, you also know politics is theater. I mean,
yes.
A lot of it is theater. The motorcade makes its way from the White House of Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol. As it does, we'll take a break. We'll be back as it arrives at the United States Capitol. The motorcade carrying President Bill Clinton and soon-to-be President George Walker Bush to the United States Capitol, where in about 45 minutes the ceremony will take place. Let's go there to the inside of that building, to the rotunda, to our own Jean Meserve.
Judy, you may recall that when Senator Joe Lieberman was picked as Al Gore's running mate, there was some debate over whether he would come to an inauguration on the Sabbath. Well, he has come to an inauguration on the Jewish Sabbath, but of course it is not his own. It is George W. Bush. We spoke to him just a moment ago as he walked past us. He reflected a little bit on his run for the vice presidency, saying it was an extraordinary opportunity. He was proud that they had broken a barrier, but he said this was a moment to come together, and he wished the best to the president and the president-elect. Senator Lieberman, just one of a stream of dignitaries who've gone past us here today. We've seen Republican governors, including, I might say, Florida Governor Jeb Bush. We've seen members of Congress come by, and we've also seen members of the cabinet and some people who will play key roles in the Bush White House. One of them, Karl Rove. He, of course, one of the top strategists for the Bush campaign. He will be a key player in the Bush White House. He came into this very impressive Capitol Rotunda, took one look up and said, well, it's not as big as the Texas Capitol Rotunda. A lot of Texas pride here today. Judy, Bernie, back to you.
You know, we just saw former President Jimmy Carter there, and I'm wondering trying to imagine what's going through his mind and remembering when he had to turn over power, and as you were mentioning, the American hostages were being released. That was a very hectic inaugural day.
Indeed. In fact, I think of all the inaugurals that I've ever seen, that was the most auspicious beginning a new president could have. I mean, here you have, I believe, in fact, that the clouds parted about noon when Reagan was being sworn in, and as he went to that lunch in the Capitol, we got the news that the hostages were being released. So at the same moment, we see this new president come in, the Americans being freed. Reagan was able to announce that at the luncheon, and if you remember the old Joe DiMaggio line, "I'd rather be lucky than good," you couldn't have a presidency beginning on a more upbeat note than that one.
Now, every former president is invited to these inaugurals. Of course, it's not necessarily the case that they're here. Bernie, you said you've seen Jimmy Carter. Have we seen Gerald Ford? We assume Ronald Reagan, of course, will not be here. Candy Crowley, you are there. You can give us a much closer eye. Candy?
Well, I remember that day for CNN. It was a very hectic day when Mr. Carter was leaving office. The hostages were being released. We had a split screen. We had correspondents over there covering them and covering the inauguration at the same time, Bill Schneider. There was a lot going on.
That's right. Right up until the last minute. What I'm reminded of is Bill Clinton's statement that you recall Dick Cheney actually made fun of in his acceptance speech at the Republican convention. Clinton said, "I'm going to work until the last hour of the last day of my administration." And he obviously has. It was his way of laying down a challenge to the Republicans. You're trying to remove me from office, but I'm going to be there until the last minute working. And he's even been issuing regulations at the last minute, which are going to be printed in a hurry in the Federal Register on environmental protection, on consumer protection, things that some Republicans don't like.
And issuing some pardons to people he is close to, people who were involved in the so-called Whitewater affair, Susan McDougal, Webb Hubbell, his good friend, the financier Mike Milken.
No, we know that Susan McDougal was pardoned. We know that Roger Clinton was pardoned.
The decision was made not to pardon Mike Milken.
We know, and it's interesting who wasn't pardoned, including the imprisoned spy Jonathan Pollard, imprisoned for spying for Israel. A lot of pressure on both Bill Clinton and Senator Clinton during their campaign. The CIA director, George Tenet, who's been asked to stay on, is known to have said, if he pardons Pollard, I'm out, I will resign in protest, and the president didn't.
We know a little bit about the speech that we're going to hear, the inaugural address. They have not released it in full, as far as I know. But there is a clear reference in there. We've been given a couple of excerpts to character. And there are all sorts of things that one can read into that bill.
Well, it's interesting that if there was any single issue that got George W. Bush elected president, it was the issue of character. This is an unusual inauguration because, you know, what Clinton created in the country was a consensus on policy, but the country is divided on values. You could see it in the map of the election results, the heartland versus the more liberal coasts. There were big differences by lifestyle. Those who were religious voted heavily for Bush. Those who were not regular churchgoers for Gore. Gun owners heavily for Bush. Non-gun owners for Gore. Lifestyle had a lot to do with this choice. Well, that's because the country was deeply divided on values, but not on policy. It's unusual because Americans right now tell us that they're very satisfied with the way things are going in the country. Yet they've not only got a new president, but they've got a new party coming to power. I think what Americans voted for was not radically different policies, as they did, say, when Ronald Reagan came to power, but a president who would provide better character and more moral leadership. That's the new thing they're looking for in George Bush, and he's going to point to that in his inaugural speech.
And in fact, the one of the few excerpts we've seen, the one hint of a policy issue is where he calls on citizens to, it's kind of Kennedy-esque. He says, I ask you to seek a common good beyond your comfort, and listen to this line, to defend needed reforms against easy attacks. It's the one situation where he seems to be saying, don't listen to the Democrats who tell you that we can't reform education or Social Security.
And maybe a reference to tax cuts as well.
Oh, yes, yes.
One could define that as a reform.
And a little tiny bit of ideology may be sneaking in, because what the president will say when he takes office is, what you do, speaking to his fellow Americans, is as important as anything government does. It's a way of saying citizenship which is going to be a theme of his inaugural remarks, citizenship is just as important as government activism. That's a line that's going to go over well with Republicans.
It sounds a little like ask not what your country can do for you, though, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, but those were very different days for the Democrats.
The presidential limousine has arrived on the east side of the Capitol. Security people now just standing and waiting to get everything in order before they open the doors, and these two leaders step out and file into the Capitol.
It may be a little bit early. We had been told this was going to take place around 11:30, but you know, what is it, a mile, 1.65 miles between the White House and the Capitol, and they were driving about as slowly as I think anybody could drive.
Well, efficiency has been a kind of hallmark of this hurried transition. Bush got his cabinet named in record time. It looks like they're headed for confirmation very quickly. I think this Republican administration prides itself on efficiency and the fact that they are going to hit the ground running, and they've got a lot of people who know how things work in Washington.
Two senators, you see Senator Chris Dodd, Senator Mitch McConnell. These are the co-chairs of the Congressional Inaugural Committee. This is pretty much a formal thing. These are senators who are named to officially be in charge of the inauguration, although, frankly, it's the Bush people who run this thing. Whatever they want goes today, insofar as what the Constitution calls for.
That's right.
And if I'm not mistaken, they're now passing through the Capitol. You guys have spent a lot of your lives working there. I think they're passing, is it through Statuary Hall, where some of the great legislators of the past have been immortalized?
Frank Sesno is outdoors, but he's got a good view, Frank, don't you, of the place where all the ceremony is going to take place?
Yes, Judy, a good view and a good feel for things out here. The West Front here featuring American government virtually in its totality. The United States Supreme Court is here, the House of Representatives, the United States Senate. By the way, we've seen several senators walking here without overcoats. Senator Durbin, Senator Feingold, a few others just in their jackets. A number of, as you can see looking out here, these plastic raincoats have been passed out. It's 31 degrees out here right now. We do have former President Carter. I see James Baker up there. He's standing next to Colin Powell, who was sort of jumping around and looking very nearly jubilant just a few moments ago as he was acknowledging some friends across the way. So there's a great sense of expectation. We're expecting President Bush, former President Bush, the president-elect's father, to be introduced momentarily. Most of the Bush family already here. Marvin, Jeb Bush, the governor of Florida, already in place. Jeb Bush, I see, by the way, has one of these disposable cameras, and he's clicking away for posterity. One would have thought he might have had a more substantial device with him, but perhaps he grabbed it on the way out.
I'm looking at we're all looking at the crowds there at the Capitol. I think it's fair to say every space is taken in that immediate area that they've created there on the west front of the Capitol. And I would say, just looking behind us, because we're stationed across the street on top of the Labor Department building, the crowds are strong, but not as strong as some inaugurals that we've seen. And I think that clearly the weather had something to do with that. We've been hearing about bad weather for days, and I think a lot of people may be staying away because they didn't want to put up with it.
This is also the west front of the Capitol. This is one of the changes that Ronald Reagan brought to Washington. Historically, inaugurals took place, most of them, if not all of them, on the east front. It was Reagan's intention to face west for a couple of reasons. First, he was a Californian. Second, he wanted to look not east across the Atlantic, but symbolically west across the country. And third, the change of direction was meant to symbolize the change that Ronald Reagan wanted to bring to Washington. Every one of his successors has chosen to keep the inaugural on the west front. I think it's a more dramatic visage, and it makes better pictures for us television folks. You can get the Washington Monument behind us and the Lincoln Memorial, and I think it accommodates the crowds better.
It is a much more dramatic picture. I remember the one inauguration I remember seeing up close was the Jimmy Carter inaugural in 1976, the last one, as you point out, that was on the east front. And it was a beautiful and important ceremony. But this, you're right, Jeff, the building, the way they can, look at the flags, the way they've displayed them there hanging.
This faces the National Mall, and it also faces the White House. The White House is west of the Capitol building. So in a way, it's more of a symbolic connection between the two branches of government. The east front faces the Supreme Court. And that's a special consideration in this election.
It also happened that it was an accommodation for Reagan's own speech. Reagan's inaugural in '81 made reference to these monuments. And it was much easier for the television networks to dramatize the speech by cutting all these monuments Reagan was facing. So we'll be on this West Front for a while, I suspect.
And we just saw former President George Bush and Barbara Bush. We're minutes away from the inaugural program for the swearing-in ceremony. When we come back, we'll take you to it live. Please stay with us.
This is the scene as you face the Capitol, and there, former President George Herbert Walker Bush, his wife Barbara Bush, the second president in history to have a son become president. The last, of course, being John Adams, and his son John Quincy Adams became president, but that was more than 8 years. This is a president who 8 years later is watching his son take the high office.
Let me just mention that one of the things where a lot of us are curious about is whether this inaugural address will point to the circumstances of the election. The last son to succeed his father, or the minority of the popular vote, contested election, actually said that the peculiar circumstances of the recent election means that he was less possessed of your confidence in advance than any of my predecessors. I don't think we're going to be hearing that kind of language from George Walker Bush. As somebody said around him, he may not have won 51% of the popular vote, but he's won 100% of the presidency.
Some of these people we're looking at, we need a little help with names. I know, obviously, that's Barbara Bush, affectionately nicknamed the Silver Fox. That's Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter, I believe. We don't know whether Gerald Ford is there. Of course, we do not expect Ronald Reagan would be there, ailing as he is with Alzheimer's and also having had hip surgery just in the last few days.
We know his daughters, the new president's daughters, Jenna and Barbara, both 19 years old.
Fraternal twins, but there's a resemblance. Let's see, is it Barbara, who goes to Yale, and Jenna's at the University of Texas?
They just went off this fall. Remember his acceptance speech, the new president asked his daughters, email your old man once in a while. It's another measure of the change.
Watching all this history unfold with us, Professor Robert Dahl, a historian of world renown.
Thank you.
What's going through your mind as you watch these pictures,
well,
you walk these streets?
Yes, it echoes a lot of what all of you have been saying, Bernie. It's such a striking moment in ceremonial terms. And what it reminds me of is that our presidents are both our kings and our prime ministers, and they carry the symbols of office. They really are people who represent our greatest traditions of democracy, freedom, individualism. And it was interesting that you were all talking before about the transitions. Yeah, there's been a lot of tension between incoming and outgoing presidents. Herbert Hoover and Franklin Roosevelt, as Jeff was saying, if there was ice and silence between Truman and Ike, it was even worse between Hoover and FDR. But the regard for the office, and it reminds me of when you have the State of the Union address, Democrats and Republicans come to their feet and they cheer the president, not the man, but the institution, and that's what we're seeing today.
You make a fascinating point that there are countries that separate, most countries separate the head of government and the head of state. The Prime Minister of Britain has to go to the Queen, technically to ask for power, and here we embody them both. And it's very curious that a country that began by throwing off the chains of monarchy put that much ceremonial power in its head of government.
Yeah. Well, it was, I think, because Washington in part put this in place. Adams wanted him to be called Your Highness, you know, take on the trappings of a king. And Washington was very sensible. He said, no, I should be called Mr. President, because it had dignity to it, but it also had a degree of common touch. And I think that's what we've combined. So, yes, it's a king, a sovereign, but a democratic king.
It's still a remarkable thing, you know, as a journalist who's been covering these inaugurals for since the late 70s, 1977, that we do have this peaceful transfer. We had a bitterly fought election, bitterly fought recount, post-election period that went all the way. Let's listen to some of these announcements of dignitaries. It's still, as I was saying, it's just, it's hard to put into words what it is when you see this transfer that has been so bitterly fought, and yet not a drop of blood was shed, not a gun.
Jefferson was the first to pass through this, and he understood his famous comment in his first inaugural in which he said, differences of opinion are not differences necessarily of principle. We're all Republicans, we're all Federalists. He was very mindful of the fact for the first time in the country's history you had a transfer of political power from one party to another. So as Judy was saying before, yeah, when you go from the same party, a vice president to a president, but when you change parties, when you shift to another party, the tensions are considerable, but they honor the tradition of peaceful passage of power.
In terms of the number of times the presidential oath of office has been taken, there's a disparity. Yes. This will be the 68th time the presidential oath of office will be taken, although George W. Bush will be the 43rd president. Yes. And our researchers tell us that this number exceeds the actual number of presidents for two reasons. Presidents are sworn in at the beginning of every term they serve, and several inauguration days have fallen on Sunday, yes. In which case the president usually takes the oath of office in a private ceremony, and then again in a public ceremony at a later date.
And of course, we've had a number of presidents sworn in under tragic or controversial circumstances when vice presidents succeed a president who has died or been killed. And the one case where we had a president, Gerald Ford, sworn in after President Nixon resigned. I was trying to do that same arithmetic and finally managed to figure out with some help what that was all about.
And Ford, of course, never had an inaugural. He was sworn in at the White House, but his speech was a very telling one. That was when he said our national nightmare, long national nightmare is over, and it was a very moving speech, but it wasn't an inaugural, so you do get interruptions.
And January 20th, what's so magical about that? Well, in 1937, FDR was the first president to be inaugurated on January 20th. The 20th Amendment to the Constitution, ratified in January 1933, changed the inaugural date. George Washington was sworn in on April 30th, yes. And all the other presidents up to FDR took the oath on March 4th.
March 4th, and that's, in significant part, they shifted it to January 20 because the long wait between Hoover and Roosevelt in the midst of that awful depression decided then that they must speed up the transition.
We're watching the new first, and do we call Lynn Cheney the second lady? I've never figured that out.
That term has never really caught on.
I can see why. But they're now coming out to the platform, and I do remember it 20 years ago, there were very strict instructions issued by the new team that Nancy Reagan was to be the only woman on the platform dressed in, I believe, red, if I'm not mistaken. And you see now Barbara Bush is dressed in blue, Laura Bush is dressed in light blue.
Striking robin egg blue. I'm not the color expert here, but it's a striking color. It stands out, yeah, even though it's not red.
But it stands out a little more subtly than a statement of fashion principle.
It speaks volumes, doesn't it, Jeff, Judy, about the way in which television has changed our perception of the presidency and these ceremonials.
I can offer you, Newt Gingrich.
Well, the first time an inauguration was televised was Harry Truman's second swearing in, January 20th, 1949. Mm-hmm. John F. Kennedy swearing in saw the first use of color television.
Yes.
And President Clinton's 1997 inauguration saw the first time the ceremony was broadcast live on the internet.
Mm-hmm. What must be going through the mind of George Bush, the former president, standing there? His heart must be bursting.
And he's the only father to have ever attended a son's inauguration because John Adams could not be it. Quincy Adams, he was very ill.
Because it was, what, 30-some years after he left?
He was very ill, and he died 2 years later in 1826.
Candy Crowley is there at the rotunda. Candy?
Judy, just thinking about the father, I in fact saw him and had a chance to hear him last night. He is pure father here, very much less a politician. In fact, last night talked about both of his sons. Jeb mentioned that he thought that Jeb got a bum rap during the Florida recounts and the debate over Florida. But for both the Bushes throughout this campaign, the elder Bushes throughout this campaign, this has been a time for them to be parents, and they have, as former President Bush has said, I'm here if he wants advice, but mostly I'm just a proud dad. They are worried in the Bush family today that there may be some crying. They say we're sort of a sentimental family. We are prone to tears. Father Bush joked that he wanted a seat in the back because he had called a doctor at the Mayo Clinic and said, have you got a pill or something to keep me from crying? So they expect this to be very emotional for them, understandable as parents. This is an incredible sight up here. I have to tell you that everyone from Newt Gingrich to Russ Feingold are here, and all the power leaders here in Capitol Hill and elsewhere. Back to you.
Candy, we've been talking about the tensions between the parties. We've also heard, we've been watching President Clinton, Vice President Gore make their way through the Capitol to the West Front. We've also been hearing about a little frostiness between the two of them. Clinton feeling privately, never said publicly, that Al Gore should have run a slightly different campaign, perhaps should have used Bill Clinton more out on the campaign trail. Al Gore resentful, no doubt, privately, but resentful about what the actions taken by the president, that Monica Lewinsky, Whitewater, you name it, which made it harder for Al Gore to get his message out there.
Bernie was asking a few minutes ago what people are thinking. There seemed to be a number, many more personalities on this platform with presidential memories and possibilities. You were talking about George Herbert Walker Bush, Al Gore, who Lord knows what he's been through,
Dick
Gephardt, who might have run, who did run, and a woman named Hillary Rodham Clinton, senator from New York, who, as she left the White House today, could conceivably have been thinking that there might come a time when she'd be coming in that same door.
John King.
Well, Judy, we see the president shaking hands here. 20 minutes. He and the vice president will cede power after 8 years in the White House. Obviously, as you're mentioning, the discussion of President Clinton's legacy beginning this past week in earnest, and it's as if at times there's two of him. In his farewell address, he talked about the 22 million new jobs, welfare rolls cut in half. Obviously, he would like to close his presidency with the American people focused on the remarkable economic turnaround. Perhaps a debate over how much credit he deserves, but at least by the numbers, quite a remarkable record. Instead, of course, the deal he cut yesterday with the independent counsel, our last reminder of this president in office will be of his legal difficulties. And we see the vice president on stage as well. What might have been? Obviously, he won the popular vote. Now for Al Gore, a big decision. 24 years in public service come to a close here in just a few minutes. 8 years in the House, 8 in the Senate, then 8 as vice president. The question is, will he retire from public life, at least seeking elective office, or will he try to seek the presidency again in 4 years? Aides say he'll take several months, if not a little more, to make that decision. And here you see the beginning of the new team coming down the stairs. Vice President-elect Dick Cheney, the Senate Majority Leader over his corner, the House Majority Leader over his other shoulder. A reminder as well that once this ceremony takes place, the Republicans will rule both the White House and the Congress.
John King, I wish I could read lips. About a moment ago, former Secretary of State James Baker said something with a smile on his face to President Clinton. Clinton turned around and said something back, also smiling. James Baker, of course, overseeing the legal operation for the Bush-Cheney team in Florida.
Great. Maybe he said, we won.
I wish I could read lips.
We won and your guy lost.
But, you know, Jeff, what I found interesting about what you said before is personalities. Again, it speaks to the power of television. In the 19th century, we thought about our political leaders as having good character. It was character that was always spoken of. Now we talk about personality, and because they're so familiar to us. We see them every day on television. 50, 100 years ago, who would have known Newt Gingrich? But he's a familiar figure to us, and so many of these other folks we see.
In fact, Robert, the inaugural address may be the last communication left where you're not supposed to be personal except to say, I thank you. And yes, acceptance speeches have become life stories now, not this.
Yes.
We'll listen. used to call him his father by both of his middle names.
Speaker of the House, Denny Hastert, is behind him. So is Mitch McConnell, the co-chair of the inaugural gala, one of his loyal allies, a senator from Kentucky. He's coming down the hall as the former governor of Texas. When he leaves the platform, he'll be the President of the United States.
And we are just now about 15 minutes or so away from this man, the man in the blue tie, taking the oath of office.
35 words in that oath. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve and defend the Constitution of the United States. That's it. George Washington added the phrase, "So help me God," and every succeeding president has done that.
Yes, exactly.
There's nothing, that's right, there's nothing in the Constitution to that effect.
Separation of church and state.
One of this nation's grandest ceremonies.
Yes, it is.
We can, I think the weather is holding up, you might say. Maybe a little bit of a mist, but at least it's not raining hard. And at one point they were saying sleet.
And possibly as much as 4 inches of snow overnight.
They're still saying that may come, but not now.
There have been worse days on inauguration.
The President-elect.
Well, one of them had to go indoors.
George Walker Bush, accompanied by Senator Mitch McConnell, Senator Christopher Dodd, Speaker J. Dennis Hastert, Senator Trent Lott, Representative Richard Armey, Representative Richard Gephardt, Jim Ziegler, Senate Sergeant at Arms, Bill Livengood, House Sergeant at Arms, and Tamara Somerville, Chief of Staff, Joint Congressional Committee for Inaugural Ceremonies.
Judy, you were commenting on the weather. Ronald Reagan's second swearing-in marked the coldest inauguration in history. It was 7 degrees at noon with a wind chill between -10 and 20. Also, he had the warmest on January 20th, 1981, 55 degrees here in Washington.
One of the things, Robert Dallek, you were talking about the impact of television. It also occurs to me that presidents, until relatively recently in history, didn't have to worry about their facial expressions as they took the inaugural platform. There are millions of Americans looking at Bush. Well, is he tense? Is he smiling? Is he smirking? Is he worried? You know, I don't think Lincoln ever had to worry about that. He had a Civil War to worry about, but not that.
Right. How does he read that speech off the teleprompter? But talk about congenial passage of power. Grover Cleveland held the umbrella over Harrison in 1889.
Senator Mitch McConnell, co-chair of the inaugural
Welcome to the 54th inauguration of the President and Vice President of the United States of America. Today we honor the past in commemorating 2 centuries of inaugurations in Washington, D.C. As well, we embrace the future, this day marking the first inauguration of the 21st century and the new millennium. America has now spanned 4 centuries, her promise still shining bright, the beginning and present linked by timeless ideals and faith. The enduring strength of our Constitution, which brings us to the west front of the Capitol today, attests to the wisdom of America's founders and the heroism of generations of Americans who fought wars and toiled in peace to preserve this legacy of liberty. In becoming the 43rd President of the United States, George W. Bush will assume the sacred trust as guardian of our Constitution. Dick Cheney will be sworn in as our new Vice President. Witnessed by the Congress, Supreme Court, governors, and presidents past, the current president will stand by as the new president peacefully takes office. This is a triumph of our democratic republic, a ceremony befitting a great nation. In his father's stead, the Reverend Franklin Graham is with us today to lead the nation in prayer. Please stand for the invocation. Reverend Graham.
Let us pray. Blessed are you, O Lord our God. Yours, O God, is the greatness and the power and the glory and the majesty and the splendor. For everything in heaven and earth is yours. Yours, O Lord, is the kingdom. You are exalted as head over all. Wealth and honor come from you. You are the ruler of all things. In your hands are strength and power to exalt and to give strength to all. As President Lincoln once said, we have been the recipients of the choicest bounties of heaven. We have been preserved these many years in peace and prosperity. We have grown in numbers, wealth, and power, as no other nation has ever grown, but we have forgotten God. It behooves us then to humble ourselves before the offended powers, to confess our national sins, and to pray for clemency and forgiveness. O Lord, as we come together on this historic and solemn occasion to inaugurate once again a president and vice president, teach us afresh that power, wisdom, and salvation come only from your hand. We pray, O Lord, for President-elect George W. Bush and Vice President-elect Richard B. Cheney, to whom you have entrusted leadership of this nation at this moment in history. We pray that you'll help them bring our country together so that we may rise above partisan politics and seek the larger vision of your will for our nation. Use them to bring reconciliation between the races, healing to political wounds, that we may truly become one nation under God. Give our new president and all who advise him calmness in the face of storms, encouragement in the face of frustration, and humility in the face of success. Give them the wisdom to know and to do what is right, and the courage to say no to all that is contrary to your statutes and holy law. Lord, we pray for their families, and especially their wives, Laura Bush and Lynn Cheney, that they may sense your presence and know your love. Today we entrust to you President and Senator Clinton and Vice President and Mrs. Gore. Lead them as they journey through new doors of opportunity to serve others. Now, O Lord, we dedicate this presidential inaugural ceremony to you. May this be the beginning of a new dawn for America as we humble ourselves before you and acknowledge you alone as our Lord, our Savior, and our Redeemer. We pray this in the name of the Father, and of the Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Graham. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce the DuPont Manual Choir of Louisville, Kentucky. Senator Christopher J. Dodd of Connecticut to introduce the Chief Justice of the United States.
Thank you, Senator McConnell. President and Senator Clinton, Vice President Mrs. Gore, President-elect and Mrs. Bush, and fellow citizens. The Vice President-elect will now take the oath of office. His wife, Lynn, and their daughters, Elizabeth Cheney Perry and Mary Cheney, will hold the family Bible. I have the honor and privilege to now present the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, the Honorable William Hobbs Rehnquist, to administer the oath of office to the Vice President-elect, Richard Bruce Cheney.
Mr. Cheney, are you ready to take the oath?
I am.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Richard Bruce Cheney, do solemnly swear.
I, Richard Bruce Cheney, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, Staff Sergeant Alec T. Molley of the United States Army Band will now perform an American medley. It is now my high honor to again present the Chief Justice of the United States, who will administer the presidential oath of office. Everyone, please stand.
Governor, are you ready to take the oath?
I am, sir.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, George Walker Bush, do solemnly swear.
I, George Walker Bush, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
That I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
And will to the best of my ability.
And will to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, George W. Bush.
Thank you all. Chief Justice Rehnquist, President Carter, President Bush, President Clinton, distinguished guests, and my fellow citizens. The peaceful transfer of authority is rare in history, yet common in our country. With a simple oath, we affirm old traditions and make new beginnings. As I begin, I thank President Clinton for his service to our nation. And I thank Vice President Gore for a contest conducted with spirit and ended with grace. I am honored and humbled to stand here where so many of America's leaders have come before me, and so many will follow. We have a place, all of us, in a long story, a story we continue, but whose end we will not see. It is a story of a new world that became a friend and liberator of the old. The story of a slave-holding society that became a servant of freedom. The story of a power that went into the world to protect but not possess, to defend but not to conquer. It is the American story, a story of flawed and fallible people united across the generations by grand and enduring ideals. The grandest of these ideals is an unfolding American promise that everyone belongs, that everyone deserves a chance, that no insignificant person was ever born. Americans are called to enact this promise in our lives and in our laws. And though our nation has sometimes halted and sometimes delayed, we must follow no other course. Through much of the last century, America's faith in freedom and democracy was a rock in a raging sea. Now it is a seed upon the wind, taking root in many nations. Our democratic faith is more than the creed of our country. It is the inborn hope of our humanity, an ideal we carry but do not own, a trust we bear and pass along. And even after nearly 225 years, we have a long way yet to travel. While many of our citizens prosper, others doubt the promise, even the justice of our own country. The ambitions of some Americans are limited by failing schools and hidden prejudice and the circumstances of their birth. And sometimes our differences run so deep, it seems we share a continent, but not a country. We do not accept this, and we will not allow it. Our unity, our union, is the serious work of leaders and citizens in every generation. And this is my solemn pledge. I will work to build a single nation of justice and opportunity. I know this was in our reach because we are guided by a power larger than ourselves, who creates us equal in his image. And we are confident in principles that unite and lead us onward. America has never been united by blood or birth or soil. We are bound by ideals that move us beyond our backgrounds, lift us above our interests, and teach us what it means to be citizens. Every child must be taught these principles. Every citizen must uphold them. And every immigrant, by embracing these ideals, makes our country more, not less, American. Today, we affirm a new commitment to live out our nation's promise through civility, courage, compassion, and character. America at its best matches a commitment to principle with a concern for civility. A civil society demands from each of us goodwill and respect, fair dealing, and forgiveness. Some seem to believe that our politics can afford to be petty because in a time of peace the stakes of our debates appear small. But the stakes for America are never small. If our country does not lead the cause of freedom, it will not be led. If we do not turn the hearts of children toward knowledge and character, we will lose their gifts and undermine their idealism. If we permit our economy to drift and decline, the vulnerable will suffer most. We must live up to the calling we share. Civility is not a tactic or a sentiment. It is the determined choice of trust over cynicism, of community over chaos. And this commitment, if we keep it, is a way to shared accomplishment. America at its best is also courageous. Our national courage has been clear in times of depression and war, when defeating common dangers defined our common good. Now we must choose if the example of our fathers and mothers will inspire us or condemn us. We must show courage in a time of blessing by confronting problems instead of passing them on to future generations. Together we will reclaim America's schools before ignorance and apathy claim more young lives. We will reform Social Security and Medicare sparing our children from struggles we have the power to prevent. And we'll reduce taxes to recover the momentum of our economy and reward the effort and enterprise of working Americans. We will build our defenses beyond challenge, lest weakness invite challenge. We will confront weapons of mass destruction so that a new century is spared new horrors. The enemies of liberty in our country should make no mistake. America remains engaged in the world by history and by choice, shaping a balance of power that favors freedom. We will defend our allies and our interests. We will show purpose without arrogance. We will meet aggression and bad faith with resolve and strength. And to all nations, we will speak for the values that gave our nation birth. America at its best is compassionate. In the quiet of American conscience, we know that deep, persistent poverty is unworthy of our nation's promise. And whatever our views of its cause, we can agree that children at risk are not at fault. Abandonment and abuse are not acts of God. They are failures of love. And the proliferation of prisons, however necessary, is no substitute for hope and order in our souls. Where there is suffering, there is duty. Americans in need are not strangers. They are citizens, not problems, but priorities. And all of us are diminished when any are hopeless. Government has great responsibilities for public safety and public health, for civil rights and common schools. Yet compassion is the work of a nation, not just a government. And some needs and hurts are so deep, they will only respond to a mentor's touch or a pastor's prayer. Church and charity, synagogue and mosque lend our communities their humanity, and they will have an honored place in our plans and in our laws. Many in our country do not know the pain of poverty, but we can listen to those who do. And I can pledge our nation to a goal. When we see that wounded traveler on the road to Jericho, we will not pass to the other side. America at its best is a place where personal responsibility is valued and expected. Encouraging responsibility is not a search for scapegoats. It is a call to conscience. And though it requires sacrifice, it brings a deeper fulfillment. We find the fullness of life not only in options, but in commitments. And we find that children and community are the commitments that set us free. Our public interest depends on private character, on civic duty and family bonds and basic fairness, on uncounted, unhonored acts of decency, which give direction to our freedom. Sometimes in life we're called to do great things, but as a saint of our times has said, every day we are called to do small things with great love. The most important tasks of a democracy are done by everyone. I will live and lead by these principles, to advance my convictions with civility, to pursue the public interest with courage, to speak for greater justice and compassion, to call for responsibility and try to live it as well. In all these ways, I will bring the values of our history to the care of our times. What you do is as important as anything government does. I ask you to seek a common good beyond your comfort, to defend needed reforms against easy attacks, to serve your nation beginning with your neighbor. I ask you to be citizens, citizens not spectators, citizens not subjects, responsible citizens building communities of service and a nation of character. Americans are generous and strong and decent not because we believe in ourselves, but because we hold beliefs beyond ourselves. When this spirit of citizenship is missing, no government program can replace it. When this spirit is present, no wrong can stand against it. After the Declaration of Independence was signed, Virginia statesman John Page wrote to Thomas Jefferson, "We know the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. Do you not think an angel rides in the whirlwind and directs this storm?" Much time has passed since Jefferson arrived for his inauguration. The years and changes accumulate. But the themes of this day, he would know. Our nation's grand story of courage and its simple dream of dignity. We are not this story's author, who fills time and eternity with his purpose. Yet his purpose is achieved in our duty, and our duty is fulfilled in service to one another. Never tiring, never yielding, never finishing, we renew that purpose today to make our country more just and generous, to affirm the dignity of our lives and every life. This work continues. The story goes on, and an angel still rides in the whirlwind and directs this storm. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Please stand now as Pastor Kirby John H. Caldwell will now deliver the benediction. And afterward, please remain standing for the singing of our national anthem, after which the ceremony will be concluded. I call upon Senator Dodd to organize the presidential party after the ceremony has ended to depart the platform. Pastor Caldwell.
Thank you, Senator McConnell. Let us pray, please. Almighty God, the supply and supplier of peace, prudent policy, and nonpartisanship, we bless your holy and righteous name. Thank you, O God, for blessing us with forgiveness, with faith, and with favor. Forgive us for choosing pride over purpose. Forgive us for choosing popularity over principles. And forgive us for choosing materialism over morals. Deliver us from these and all other evils and cast our sins into your sea of forgetfulness to be remembered no more. And Lord, not only do we thank you for our forgiveness, we thank you for faith. Faith to believe that every child can learn and no child will be left behind and no youth will be left out. Thank you for blessing us with the faith to believe that all of your leaders can sit down and reason with one another so that each American is blessed. Thank you for blessing us with the faith to believe that the walls of inequity can be torn down and the gaps between the rich and the poor, the haves and the have-nots, the uneducated and the educated can and will be closed. And Lord, lastly, we thank you for favor. We thank you for your divine favor. Let your favor be upon President Clinton and the outgoing administration. May they go forth in spiritual grace and civic greatness. And of course, oh Lord, let your divine favor be upon President George W. Bush and First Lady Laura Welch Bush and their family. We decree and declare that no weapon formed against them shall prosper. Let your divine favor be upon the Bush team and all Americans. With the rising of the sun and the going down of the same, may we grow in our willingness and ability to bless you and bless one another. We respectfully submit this humble prayer in the name that's above all other names, Jesus the Christ. Let all who agree say amen. Amen.
A new president. There he is, George Walker Bush. He's there with his dad, President Bush, his mother, Senator Clinton, and others. As Jeff Greenfield said, the speech lasted 14 minutes. Not quite as short as they said it was going to be. I think we might agree it was not a stirring speech. It wasn't a speech full of applause lines, but it was a carefully crafted speech, I think a well-delivered speech with some language that I think we can spend some time talking about here.
Michael Gerson, a 36-year-old former aide to Dan Coates, has been President Bush's speechwriter from the beginning. I think what he did that was really quite striking was it's a big challenge to take the themes that a new president is supposed to hit and render them in a fresh way. So, for instance, where President Kennedy talked about civility is not a sign of weakness, he tells us that civility is one of the cornerstones of his new administration. There's an echo of Lincoln when he says that with the spirit of citizenship missing, no government can replace it. When the spirit is present, no wrong can stand it. And instead of ask not what your country can do for you, he calls upon people to, what you do, he said, was as important as anything government does, to seek a common good. And the other thing he did, which surprised me, frankly, was he encapsulated his entire campaign in one paragraph. We're going to reform Social Security and Medicare, reclaim schools, cut taxes, build our defenses. So I thought in a lot of ways this speech was a speech that was more elegant, is the word I keep coming back to, more well-crafted, with fresher language than we've seen in a very long time.
I thought he succinctly said what he stands for when he said, "I will live and lead by these principles to advance my convictions with civility, to pursue the public interest with courage, to speak for greater justice and compassion, to call for responsibility, and try to live it as well."
That's right. If I had to summarize this speech, Bernie, in a single word, the word would be character. He used that word about 5 times in the speech. Character. It's the issue that got him elected. Americans wanted better character in their leaders. It's a Republican theme. Bush said just a few minutes ago, our public interest depends on private character, not just government. It's also a word associated with the brand name of Bush, acts of decency he talked about. Character is an old-fashioned word. It's not supposed to be part of the language of baby boomers and yuppies. And it's also a religious word. Preachers use it, not politicians.
Candy Crowley is there on the west wing of the Capitol where all this has been taking place.
Judy, I think if I had to sum this up, I'd use 2 words and use compassionate conservative. It's something, as you know, it was the original George Bush slogan as he started out this campaign 18 months ago. I think that is the theme to which he returned in this speech. It was very important to him in this speech to reach out. As you know, there were some racial divisions that came to the forefront, especially during the counting part of this election season in late November and early December. It has troubled George Bush personally, and it was something that he wanted to address in some fashion during this speech. So this was a part of a reaching out, a part of the healing process that they believe they tried to start at least on the night back in Austin when George Bush did indeed say when he gave his victory speech at the House legislature. So I think that what they believe is the most important part of this speech is the reaching out to those in this country that perhaps did not vote for George Bush. Judy?
At the White House, John King, you have a new president to cover. Yes, he's across the street in Lafayette Park. Frank says no on the west side of the Capitol.
Well, Bernie, a couple of thoughts come to mind. It was very interesting and very moving, really, watching the elder Bush as he watched his son take the oath of office, and I certainly tears after that brief embrace. But a couple of other things as we reflect upon it. 12 years ago when George Herbert Walker Bush stood and delivered his inaugural, he talked and he said in these words, there has grown a certain divisiveness, an understatement of that time and certainly a framing principle of this time. Here referring, of course, to the political backdrop. Every man and woman who's up on that grand dais with the new president who serves in the United States Congress knows what the backdrop is for the politics that are to come. A 50-50 Senate, a House that is nearly evenly divided as well. The Republicans have a mere 5-seat edge there, and an election itself that took 36 days to settle. I was talking with one prominent Republican yesterday, Bernie, who said that for it all, there's a certain hopefulness here that they can actually accomplish something. Nothing so focuses the mind, he said, as self-preservation. He says that Democrats and Republicans alike are going to want to find some things amidst the debate that they can settle and accomplish. Bernie?
Thank you. Frank says no.
In order for people to come and listen to this speech, ordinary people, that is, they had to get through one of 16 different checkpoints. Unprecedented to have so much security today. Leon Harris is down there talking with some of the people who made it through.
Yes, Judy, these folks down here have run through that gauntlet of security and have stood here for at least a good 3-4 hours in what looks like about 6 inches of mud, and they did not budge an inch. Now, moments ago, you were observing that there weren't very many applause lines in the speech we just heard. But this lady I've been speaking with off and on all morning has said to me just a moment ago that you thought this was the best one you've heard, and you've heard other inauguration speeches.
I have, and I think that this is the best inaugural speech that I have heard. He was very concise, short, sweet, but concise, and he had his plan out and without demagoguing anything. I thought it was very good.
Was there anything in particular, any particular theme that you heard that struck you?
Yeah, I like the whole idea of unity. I think that under the circumstances, we really needed that in this country. Unity, that's what America's about. One nation under God, unity. We're one nation. And
that's about the same observation I heard you making.
God and country. You know, I have two sons in the military. My daughter married into the military. So I'm a military mother, Navy mother. And I'm so happy. I want him to do something for the boys and the next generation and the poor for God and country. Well, got to.
All right. Well, there you have it. And again, as I said, as these people here depart, you might get a chance to see later on. I'm serious. It's been like this ever since the whole event got underway this morning. Lots of spirits are high here and there's been no let-up whatsoever, Judy.
All right, from Leon, let's go to the White House. John King, are you with us?
I believe so this time, Judy. I guess my observation would be now comes the hard part. As Jeff Greenfield was saying a bit earlier, he touched briefly, President Bush, he is now touched briefly on his major themes: reforming education, reforming Social Security and Medicare, cutting taxes, won some applause there. Those, of course, the priorities he ran on in the campaign. But as Frank mentioned, a 50-50 Congress, a very difficult environment. President Clinton promised in both inaugural addresses he would deal with the structural problems of Social Security and Medicare, the aging baby boom generation. Despite the booming economy, the now record federal surpluses, that was not done because of the sharp partisan divides on those issues in Congress. President Bush, President Bush's education agenda also faces opposition among the Democrats. So some celebration today, and then it will be quickly down to business. And one thing we know, this new president studied very closely the early days of the Clinton administration, when there was chaos, a flurry of policy initiatives, a debate over gays in the military. They plan on going very deliberately, education and taxes first. They want to get something done, and they're already trying to reframe the debate, saying, don't judge us in 100 days. We should be judged in 180 days. It will take that much time to get going. One of the big challenges now as well, filling out the second and third tier jobs of an administration. He filled the cabinet in record time, but they are not moving as quickly, filling the key policy jobs in all of those very important departments.
Music from the United States Marine Corps Band on the west side of the Capitol as we await the departure of former President, and Mrs. Clinton.
Before the time for this speech passes and we get on to what John King was talking about, the serious business, let's just pick up on a couple of things that Candy was pointing to, the feeling on part of the Bush team that they wanted to talk about, and to the people who hadn't voted for him. One of the most striking lines in this whole speech, it's biblical in its formulation. When we see that wounded traveler on the road to Jericho, we will not pass to the other side, which is a way of saying leave no child behind, but in a much more elevated way. And he keeps talking about the fact in the speech that it's not acceptable to have this kind of poverty. He talks about people who feel cynical, that they are not part of this country. And I thought, once again, those are striking themes for a self-described conservative, but the compassion and the compassionate conservatism was very much here as we see the departure.
Did he get it? And another line, Jeff, all of us are diminished when any are hopeless.
There's Alan Tipper Gore.
Yes. And
saying goodbye to Vice President and Mrs. Cheney.
That's right. This has to be poignant for the two of them because what was it, just how many days ago, a month and a week ago, the Supreme Court ruled that the recount would not go on, that the vote count was final.
And
that was it.
And across the street from where that limousine is leaving is the Supreme Court of the United States.
That's right. The Supreme Court played a political role in this election that it has never played in the past and became a matter of intense controversy, which means that any Supreme Court appointment that Bush is able to make as president is going to be unusually sensitive.
This is a man, Dick Cheney, who knows a great deal about the White House. As we know, he was chief of staff to President Gerald Ford when, he was just 30 years old, 34 years old?
34.
Remarkably young to hold a job at the center of power.
He is regarded
at that age.
He is regarded now as, by many people, as the person who really is
the prime minister.
The prime minister in this government. Bush himself has never worked in Washington except by association with his father, but he's surrounded by people who know Washington. Not just Dick Cheney, but Andrew Card, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul O'Neill. They've all worked in Washington.
I was talking with some Republicans. Here we see the new president and the old president leaving the Capitol. I was talking to some Republicans last evening, and we were talking about, it's clearly Mr. Bush, President Bush, has put together a strong foreign policy team, and I said, who do you think is going to be the leader when it comes to domestic policy? And without skipping a beat, the fellow I was talking to said, Cheney, look to Cheney. He's going to be calling the shots.
You mentioned the old president. We should mention that except for Theodore Roosevelt, this President Clinton at 54 will be the youngest ex-president we have ever had. At this point in his life, Ronald Reagan had not yet been elected governor of California. and here is Bill Clinton leaving after 8 years as president with and I think as much as people wonder what George W. Bush is going to do, this is such a compelling personality, whatever you think of him. There are a lot of people now saying, so now what?
Well, he's going to be in Washington at least part of the time. For one thing, he and his wife have a home in Washington. He's going to have an office in Washington across the street from the White House. He's entitled to have one. He is not known for being reluctant to speak out on important public issues. He defended his legacy the other night. In a way, he may play the role eventually of, I would say, kibitzer-in-chief to the new administration.
And I believe he is heading to Andrews, Judy, not in a helicopter.
Is that it looks like it. At one point, the plan was to take the helicopter to Andrews Air Force Base, and somebody was joking, well, they could circle Washington and come right back here, because as Bill said, they have a house here, but instead they are going to go to, I think it's the Westchester County Airport, which is near Chappaqua.
In White Plains, where the Chappaqua, I mean, given the weather, he might just drive a couple of blocks to Union Station and jump a train. Yeah. Harry Truman took a train all the way back to Independence, Missouri.
It is the weather that is causing President Clinton and Senator Clinton to head out to Andrews in a car, and not in the waiting helicopter, we're told.
Yes.
And the Bushes are getting back inside smartly because it's cold outside, it's damp, it's misty.
We all remember the end of Reagan's administration, that wonderful wave he gave when he got on the helicopter and went off to California.
This has to be, I don't know, you know, we can all come up with our own words for it. He came into office having beaten George Bush.
Yes.
And 8 years later, successful first two-term successful Democratic president since
FDR.
Franklin Roosevelt, 4 terms. And he leaves to another George Bush.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And there's an enormous irony. You know, all the indicators suggested with a booming economy, peace in the world, that Al Gore should have won this election easily. But clearly Clinton's personal problems spoiled it for his successor. And Americans were voting for a different style, a better character of leadership. And that's one of the reasons why the election was so very, very close. Americans didn't want a dramatic change of policy the way they did when Reagan got elected or when Clinton got elected. They did want a better character of leaders.
One quick observation about the new president. In Philadelphia in July, or August, I guess, when he gave his acceptance speech, a lot of people commented that he seemed a little bit nervous. He was trying so hard not to smile or, to use the stereotype, smirk. He seemed almost tense. I thought today he looked much more relaxed. He was wearing the mantle of power, at least in terms of his own projection, pretty comfortably. This is a guy, his friends tell me, who never takes himself for the moment all that seriously. Just before he went to the platform, he turned and said something light to one of the people behind him, and you wonder whether or not it's sinking in that, okay, I've got it now.
Well, he's a big teaser. He likes to joke, and he likes to give people he likes pet names.
Yeah.
I think he took his father's loss very hard, though. I mean, he does, you're right, there is a light demeanor there. He does like to joke, but there are parts of his life that have been very, very serious and very tough for him. The story's been told about the weekend when he and his wife went to Colorado with some friends, and he decided after that weekend to give up drinking. There are other moments in his life that have been well chronicled by now. But at this stage of his life, the focus has to be on the agenda that he's laid out in the campaign.
And I just want to say, if by chance you're just turning on CNN, wherever you're watching in the world, the United States has a new president and a new vice president.
George Bush, one of the main features that people like about George Bush is that he has a quality of niceness, openness, expansiveness, tolerance. You know, too many conservatives have a problem that they come across as harsh, judgmental, mean. That was the problem at the 1992 Houston Convention. Bush has a very different face, in some ways like that of Ronald Reagan. And when I was listening to the speech before, it occurred to me, even though he laid out his agenda and talked about tax cuts, a Democrat would not have been uncomfortable giving that speech. No, there was very little in there that a Democrat would have seriously objected.
It was not a Ronald Reagan speech. I kept thinking that over and over.
No, in 1981, Ronald Reagan came in with a clear mandate, and he attacked excessive taxation, the excessive federal government, promised to rein it in. That was a speech in which Ronald Reagan was saying, you gave me the mandate, we are changing directions of the country. This was like, in this sense, like most inaugurals, and as Candy Crowley reminded us, trying to strike conciliatory themes to those who didn't vote for him. It did not mention the circumstances of the election, unlike John Quincy Adams' inaugural address of 1825. Probably
in
a
fact,
wise
he
choice.
complimented Al Gore.
Yes.
He said you ran a spirited campaign and you ended gracefully.
Right. That's right. He not only thanked the former president, which every president has done since Carter, he actually thanked his opponent at the same, in the same breath. So, but as John King reminded us, it always reminds me of the last line of that great picture, The Candidate, where the guy's just won, Robert Redford just won a Senate seat, and he turns to his aide and he says, "What do I do now?" Now, George W. Bush knows what he wants to do now. I think the question for the new president is, how do I do it now?
We just saw the honor guard going back into the Capitol after the Clintons left, and also inside the Capitol. In the rotunda is Gene Meserve.
That's right, Bernie. All of the principals filed past us here on their way back in from the Capitol grounds. We asked each of them how they felt, and here's what they had to say. President Bush said he felt humbled and honored. President Clinton said he felt great. Vice President Gore said, "I feel fine." When asked what he thought of the speech, he said, "I thought it was good." And George Herbert Walker Bush, the former president, came by too. He said, "It's a great day, our family," and he graded his son as giving an A on that speech. Very pleased. With me now is Governor John Engler, who worked very hard for the candidate, George W. Bush. You're the incoming head of the National Governors Association. What's this administration going to mean for the governors of this country?
Well, I think this is going to be an administration that's going to be very state and local government friendly, and I think one of the great challenges that President Bush now faces is to work with the Congress and the state and local officials to return power and authority back to the states and those communities. And we've shown with welfare reform what a positive difference it can make. And I think whether it's education, which is going to come right out of the box, there's a lot of work that we can do. And today it was interesting in talking about citizenship and really challenging all of America to accept personal responsibility for their own actions. He did point out that a child in a failing school has got a serious problem, and we can't sit idly by.
And what do you think about the likelihood of bipartisanship here in the the nation's capital, especially given the hearings that we've heard this week over, for instance, John Ashcroft, Gail Norton?
Well, I think the president made it very clear in his speech today. He's made it clear throughout the campaign, really, but he affirmed it so beautifully today. His hand is going to be reaching out. And I think the American people are going to understand that, and they're going to be watching to see if other hands are going to reach out to him. I mean, he can't both extend his hand, then reach out to take his own hand. Somebody else has got to do that. And I think there are men and women of goodwill in both parties here in the Congress who want to work with this new administration.
And the speech, what did you think?
Oh, it was a terrific speech, and I thought it was the right tone.
Sounded like a Democrat, though.
No, I think it sounded like an American. I thought it was a great primer on American democracy and the responsibility of a citizen, the common good he made reference to. And I do thought that, to think that a civil society, very important.
Governor, I have to cut you off. Back to the studio.
We are watching President George Bush, and we're told Dick Cheney is there nearby, signing documents, nominating the officers of the cabinet.
We see Dennis Hastert over his left shoulder. Behind him, Strom Thurmond, 98 years old, President pro temp of the Senate. We see Majority Leader Lott and Chris Dodd to Hastert's left, the co-chair of the inaugural ceremonies.
You could say this is the first official act for the new president.
Yes, indeed. Should also remind people that when Strom Thurmond came to the United States Senate, Dwight Eisenhower was president. The schools were still segregated in the South, and television was the new kid on the block.
Jeff,
and it was black and white. It was black and
for president in 1948. That was over half a century ago. He was running for president as a states' rights candidate. He has outlasted them all.
He is nominating now, officially signing the nominations for his cabinet officers, and some of them will actually be voted on, and we have every reason to believe will be confirmed by the Senate this afternoon.
That's right.
Colin Powell,
yes.
I think Paul O'Neill, if I'm not mistaken, Don Rumsfeld.
Yes.
This is the first right-handed president, by the way, in a while. I know that both George Bush and Bill Clinton were left-handed. I don't know if there's a significance politically in that, but it's Inauguration Day and everything counts.
Frank Sesno. Frank Sesno has some word for us on Senate nominations. Frank, you're still outside on the West Front?
I'm still outside on the West Front, Bernie, and it's still 31 degrees and still drizzling. They don't linger long here in Washington, as you can see here, as George W. Bush signs and, as you say, engages in his first official acts. What we're told is shortly, as Judy mentioned, we will have some confirmations. We will have a new Secretary of Defense and a new Secretary of State and other members of the cabinet as the first confirmations take place this afternoon. I'm told by a leading Republican that Senator Pat Leahy, who's been chairing the Judiciary Committee overseeing the hearings of John Ashcroft, has indicated his confidence that John Ashcroft, that confirmation vote, will take place next week. That clearly the most controversial to date. We know that the new president will bring his education package, or the first elements of it, before the Congress next week. We know that he'll be sitting down with John McCain, and negotiations are going on behind the scenes, Bernie, between John McCain and Trent Lott and others to bring McCain's campaign finance reform bill to the Congress very quickly. Maybe not as quickly as McCain would like. April date is what we're now hearing. He'd wanted it sooner than that. But campaign finance reform, trying to do something to stem the flood of money into politics, is something near and dear to McCain, something many Republicans have resisted in the past because they felt it's too sweeping. There is a certain sense here that some basic core is going to be the subject of a very intensive search. And, of course, as John King mentioned earlier, President Bush's tax cut plan. He plans to put the whole thing, $1.6 trillion over 10 years, before the United States Congress. Many Republicans included say that's more than the Congress is going to digest. Elements of it will be easy to pass, marriage penalty, ending that. Some of the elements to liberalize deductions for your 401k, your IRA, that sort of thing. But they're going to start with the whole thing. Earlier, Bush said he would unabashedly and unashamedly making a tax cut, a big one, a cornerstone both of his campaign and the first months of his presidency. Bernie?
Also, Frank, Jonathan Karl, a couple days ago in Inside Politics, reported that Monday night, John McCain will be at the White House to meet with President Bush.
I think it's Wednesday. Is it Wednesday night?
Yeah.
Wednesday night.
Wednesday night.
Thank you. Next week.
Next week.
Well,
soon.
Well, Karl said Monday night.
Okay.
And Wednesday would be brought up on the floor of the Senate.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what's interesting there is McCain, almost as much as Bush, believes he comes out of this election campaign with a mandate as well, having won New Hampshire and acquired a constituency. He's determined to press his own agenda, almost as if he had won a mandate.
I'm struck by how specific the schedule already is. There was an article in one of the papers this morning laying out what he's doing every day next week, in the day and the evening. I mean, he really wants to get the sense of momentum the first few days in office.
I believe he's a big believer in efficiency, the business model, and his transition was surprisingly, amazingly, really efficient considering the circumstances.
Jean Meserve has a guest in the rotunda.
I do. I am here with Karl Rove, who is senior advisor to the president now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Education, the first order of business. Big piece of business to take up right off the bat. Why that approach rather than taking some smaller, simple stuff?
Well, he said it was his #1 priority during the campaign, and what he said during the campaign he meant. And we'll send the president's education package up to the Hill this week.
Talk to me a little bit about the spirit here on the Hill. We've seen some very contentious hearings in this past week, particularly over the John Ashcroft nomination. What impact is all of that going to have?
Well, I don't think it'll have much. I mean, I think John Ashcroft answered the questions that have been raised. There'll be, I believe, all cabinet nominees will be confirmed. But I will tell you what the public hasn't seen is behind the scenes. Our education package, we've been talking to a lot of Republicans and Democrats about it. The bipartisan group of 19 members came to Texas just shortly before Christmas to talk about the president's education package. And I think you're going to see a lot of that, where Democrats and Republicans are coming together to work for the president's agenda.
And the Democrats are coming to the White House, I believe, on Wednesday to meet with President Bush. What's the agenda?
There'll be some Democrats there tomorrow, too.
And what's the agenda? Is he listening to them or is he talking to them?
Well, the president hopes to have regular meetings with the leadership of the House and Senate, Republicans and Democrats together, and this would be a good opportunity to establish relationships and open dialogues and listen, yes.
Talk to me about this speech. What was the object? What was the intent? What was he trying to get across to the American people?
Well, he was trying to share with the American people the principles by which he will lead as president, that he will be committed to this vision that no child should be left behind, that everybody in America is worthy of dignity and respect and opportunity, and that he will be informed by the principles that he laid out in the speech.
Carl Rove, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Bernie, Judy, back to you.
Thanks very much. Candy Crowley, why is next week symbolically so important to this new administration?
Very important to them because they believe that President Bush needs to be seen as moving ahead, as dynamic, and is beginning to get things done. Back to what you were talking about earlier, and that is the split in the Senate. There was a lot of talk, as you recall, during December and late November about, boy, it's going to be so tough no matter who wins this. I mean, and the Congress is divided. They believe they can get things done, and they believe it's important to come out of the box very early. It's why they have such a busy schedule. I was talking to some of the cabinet members and a staffer, or soon-to-be cabinet members and staffers, saying, so, you know, tomorrow do you get to celebrate? No, we've got a meeting in the afternoon. So they think it's extremely important that next week he be seen going about the act of governance and beginning to get things done.
There is something interesting about this as a first day of the new administration. Today is the first time since 1954 that Republicans control the Senate by one vote, the Vice President, the House of Representatives by a slim margin, and the White House. The Republicans control all three of the political branches of government. That hasn't happened in over 45 years. So some Republicans, like members of the House, are saying this is a real mandate to implement a conservative agenda, but others know that those margins are very slim.
And the last time that was the case, it wasn't so close in the Senate and the House.
That's right. That's when Eisenhower came in 1952. He brought in the Republican House and the Republican Senate, and that hasn't happened since then until today. The question is, how much of a mandate does that amount to?
We should point out, I guess, that as of about 52 minutes ago, with Dick Cheney swearing in, all the Democrats who chaired the committees in the Senate for the last 18 days now become ranking minority members, and those Republicans take back the chairs that they knew they were going to have because of the outcome of this election. Everything about November was unusual, and that's just one of them.
We're going to show you some pictures now of some things that have been going on. This is at 3rd and C Streets, Northwest, is that right, in Washington?
That's right down where we
These are
are.
live pictures, very close.
Right below us. We're on the roof of the Labor Department. These pictures are right down in the street. And we can tell you, thousands of people are in the streets right now. And this is videotape of a confrontation earlier today. This is at 15th and L Streets. About a couple blocks away from here, the police chief of the District of Columbia, Charles Ramsey, actually made an arrest. Several people have been arrested so far. The city is very peaceful, generally speaking. This is videotape.
And I don't think, maybe because of the weather, the expectations of 50 to 75,000 demonstrators, if they're here, they're sure keeping a low profile because we've seen a relatively smaller number than that.
And what's happening in the streets right now, by the thousands, people are streaming away from the west front of the Capitol, and many of them are going to the positions along the parade route. We're now back to live picture. Some 40,000 bleacher seats, ranging in price from $15 to $100. And if you paid $100 for a seat, you'd be inclined to go take it.
During those protests a little bit earlier, we're reading this report. That's right.
That's an excellent point.
Yes, but you can stand for free.
Oh, this just if you remember the Watergate scandal and you remember the famous federal court, the camera just passed it. We're in the Labor Department, and right across the street west from us is the famous federal court where Judge John Zirica and others presided during the Watergate scandal.
And there have even been some members of the just departing administration who spent some time in that
more than a couple
courthouse.
Yes, they know the marble floors very well.
Senator Clinton herself was there at one point to testify before a grand jury.
It seems to me that one thing that the Bush administration is determined to do is avoid some of the mistakes that President Clinton made when he first took office. which was to overinterpret his mandate, to come in with a lot of people who did not know how Washington worked. This administration, the Bush administration, is being very careful in the next week. A lot of meetings planned with key members of Congress. Now, of course, the Republicans are in control of Congress. The Democrats controlled Congress when Clinton came in. Nevertheless, they appeared, they had a certain distance from the Congress.
Standoffish.
Yeah, it was a standoffish quality. The Bush administration, when you look at their schedule for the next week, they are being very open. The president is meeting with the Speaker of the House. He's meeting with the Senate Majority Leader as of today, Trent Lott. They're being very conciliatory because they know that the Congress holds equal power to the president when it comes to legislation.
And it is getting started right now as we speak with a luncheon in the Capitol with the key participants today. They're waiting, we're told, for the new president to join them, but you can see his father standing there talking with the Chief Justice.
Very interesting picture. 5 to 4.
Yes.
5 to 4, and this man was one of the 5.
That's right. And, of course, there could be a lot of controversy over Bush's Supreme Court nominations. If Justice Rehnquist retires while Bush is president, a lot of people expect Bush might want to name another sitting justice, Associate Justice Scalia, to that seat, but that could prove to be intensely controversial. Because Scalia, one of the most conservative members of the court, was an architect of the decision that made Bush president. And a lot of people would say, wait a minute, that looks too much like a political payoff. Scalia made Bush president, Bush makes him Chief Justice. That would be tough to bring off.
On a less combative note, I do want to point out this is a relatively recent tradition. This post-inaugural lunch in Statuary Hall was inaugurated, you should pardon the pun, 20 years ago when Ronald Reagan did it. It was from this lunch that Ronald Reagan got up and announced that the American hostages were flying home to the eventually to the United States, which, as I mentioned earlier, had to have been the best stroke of luck or timing any newly inaugurated president has ever had.
I'm wondering, is Spiro Agnew's statue still there? Well, I don't know. Gene Meserve, you're in the rotunda.
And I've never aspired to be Martha Stewart, but here's my opportunity to do it. Let me tell you a little bit about this luncheon they're going to attend. There are 22 tables there, 10 people at each table, a head table that seats 12. At that head table, they will be using the china that was used by Thomas Jefferson at his inauguration in 1801. That is 200 years ago. The guests will be eating off replicas of that china. I am told that they will be eating lobster pie, grenadine of beef, and a sticky nut meat pudding with vanilla bean ice cream to top it all off. And we're told that there will be gifts presented inside. There are etched bowls with pictures of the Capitol. One will be given to President Bush, one to Vice President Cheney, and a third bowl, a smaller one, will be given to the former President George Herbert Walker Bush. Also, they will be given flags by Dennis Hastert. These were flags that were hoisted at dawn over the House and over the Senate. One will go to President Bush, one to Vice President Cheney. The guest list is long, put together by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. And at the head table will not only be Mitch McConnell, who is now the chairman of that committee, but also Christopher Dodd, a very ardent Democrat who's the ranking Democrat on that committee. Back to you.
Okay. Gene, I think it's fair to say those dishes will not go in the dishwasher.
I think that's safe to say. Yes, I'm sure they're treated
I
with
like
great
the
care.
sticky nut meat pudding.
We are going to take a break. When we come back, much more live coverage of today's inaugural events. So we're going to come back on Andrews Air Force Base, the motorcade, the car carrying former President Bill Clinton and former First Lady, now Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton. They will be climbing on an airplane and flying to New York.
This may be one of the last trips they will take when they don't have to think about red lights. Those of us who live either in Washington or New York know that any president who comes to town has the capacity to commandeer the streets, to the great annoyance, I must say, of most citizens. I think, I guess starting tomorrow, Bill Clinton may have to actually have his car pull up at a red light, which he hasn't had to do in 8 years. It's got to be a shock.
Now, how long is he going to have someone hold an umbrella for him, do you think? How long will that be the case?
It's interesting that the First Lady does not have to leave Washington. She's a member of the United States Senate, and the senators are all here meeting with the new administration. But this is an important symbolic act. Today, she's playing her role as First Lady, the last day as First Lady, rather than United States Senator. But she'll be back real soon.
This is the Air Force Honor Guard inside a hangar at Andrews Air Force Base for obvious reasons. It's still raining, and you can't see it, but Jeff, Bill, Judy, and I have been sneaking something to eat. The dignitaries in the rotunda, they too are eating.
I think they're eating better.
Well,
you think?
And John King has been waiting for me to shut up and come to him so he can do some reporting on this new administration.
Well, Bernie, as we report on the new administration, we say goodbye to the old administration as well. From President Bush today, now the new president of the United States, the theme of reconciliation. From the outgoing president, this was a president who loved to speak, and as a sign of that, we'll hear from him twice in his first hours as a former president. Bill Clinton will speak at this departure ceremony at Andrews Air Force Base. He is also scheduled to speak at an arrival ceremony at the JFK Airport in New York. Then we are told he'd like to take a couple of months and be quiet. You hear them testing the sound system here. I'm across from the White House where the new president's reviewing stand is for the parade. President Clinton, now former President Clinton, wants to keep quiet for a couple of months. He's writing a book. He plans on giving speeches. He's opening the office of a former president in Manhattan, and he's putting the finishing touches on plans to build a $125 million presidential library in Little Rock, Arkansas. He says he'd like to step back, be quiet, let the new president get going. Indeed, after the speech at the Capitol today, you saw President Clinton shake President Bush's hand and say the words, "Good luck." So he wants to keep a low profile. The question will be, can he? He is a man who loves the political debate. We've seen that the last 8 years. Like him or dislike him, he's a man who's quite persuasive when he does get involved in that debate. And if this new president seeks to reverse Clinton administration policies, I suspect it will be very difficult, very, very difficult for President Clinton to keep quiet. Back to you now.
We're watching two pictures on the screen. In the lower left-hand corner, Dick Cheney, the Vice President of the United States. He's just come into the luncheon. We're still looking at those pictures in the upper right-hand corner from Andrews Air Force Base. I don't think it's typical that the outgoing president makes remarks, not only one set, but two sets of remarks.
I have never heard, I can't recall, Jeff, maybe you can, I've never can recall a outgoing president making any kind of remarks or speech, leaving and going into his destination. That's really remarkable.
No, the great story Harry Truman says is when his train pulled into Independence, there was a big crowd to greet him, and he may have said, "Thank you for being here." And then he says, "I drove to my house, put the suitcases in the attic, and, you know, me and Bess began to set up housekeeping." But look, we do live in a very different time. Here comes the new president.
Listen to this. This 43rd president is hearing for the first times today, "Hail to the Chief."
For himself.
For himself.
He will hear it many, many more times.
And he'll get tired of hearing it.
You think so, Bernie?
Never.
You think that?
Never.
I don't think they ever get tired of hearing. That's one song they've got to love.
But there's no truth to the rumor that the doorbell in Chappaqua plays "Hail to the Chief."
The woman on the other side of President George W. Bush is Elaine Chao. She's seated there because she happens to be married to Senator Mitch McConnell, who's the co-chair of the inaugural committee, but she also happens to be the Labor Secretary nominee. And,
regardless of party, you know, there's nothing like an inaugural day. I think it's one of the grandest occasions for the United States, and I just love all this pomp.
Program consisting of a toast and some presentation.
Jean Meserve is there at the rotunda.
Hi, I am here with two men who have become very familiar, if they weren't already, over the past week, Senator Patrick Leahy and Senator Orrin Hatch. I want to make sure I've got it right. Senator Hatch, you're now the chairman of the Judiciary Committee again, correct?
I'm not sure I want it back. I called Orrin and said, do I give you congratulations or condolences? I think it gets a little bit of both. Having been chairman for about a week, I realize what this poor guy puts up with all the time.
Of course, the committee has been considering the nomination of John Ashcroft to be Attorney General. When is there going to be a committee vote?
Well, I'm hopeful to, we sent out a committee notice today, I think, to have it next Wednesday in the committee, and I don't know when it will come up on the floor. I hope that nobody will play any games, and I hope that we can
honestly voted out of committee on Wednesday.
Hope nobody plays games. I think that was directed at you, Senator Leahy. Members of your party then.
I hope it wasn't directed at me, because I've made absolutely sure that senators play by the rules. We do have Senate rules. Any senator, Republican or Democrat, could ask for a one-week delay. I would urge that there not be a delay in the committee vote if all the paperwork is in. A number of us have submitted questions of the witnesses, all the witnesses, including Senator Ashcroft. He told me today everything is he's getting questions on. He's trying to get in as quickly as he can. I don't want any procedural thing on this. Every senator is going to have to search his or her own soul how they're going to vote. It's going to be difficult. We all know John Ashcroft. We all like John Ashcroft. Some will vote against him on policy issues, some for him, but it shouldn't be done through any kind of parliamentary procedures. It should be an honest debate, an honest vote, and I think that's what we'll have.
Predictions on what the committee vote will be?
I wouldn't make any predictions, but I think John Ashcroft will be fine. I think, there are people who feel strongly against him, but I hope there aren't too many of them. But we'll just have to see what happens. And the committee, it's a very split committee in many ways, but it's what makes it a great committee too, because we have a lot of conflicts in that committee, a lot of debates, a lot of real roughhouse tactics from time to time. But I hope they're not going to happen on this one.
Senator Leahy, prediction on the vote in committee?
No, I don't have a prediction. I think most people predict that Senator Ashcroft will be confirmed. The Republican caucus has already announced they'll all vote for him. I mean, if you just did on those numbers, 50 Republicans plus Vice President Cheney, he wins. But I would hope that we would state our purpose and then either vote for or against him.
Quickly, one last question on the lasting impact of the rancor we've seen in your committee over the last few days.
Well, most attorneys can get very tough in court, get very tough up against each other, but when they walk out, they have to get rid of it, because the next issue may be one where you've got to align yourself with others and get others to help you. And frankly, we do get into some real tough debates on that committee, but by and large, we get along pretty well.
You have to understand, Senator Hatch and I have been friends for well over 20 years. We were friends before this started. We'll be just as good friends after it's all over.
Senators Leahy and Hatch, thank you so much. Back to you.
Well, Gene, that's certainly a harmonious note on which to end those, at times, pretty tough hearings. We heard Senator Kennedy, we heard Senator Leahy putting some very challenging questions, shall we say, euphemistically, to John Ashcroft.
This is a day when bipartisanship is compulsory and notes of conciliation are. But this lunch is taking place in the Capitol, and both chambers have, within a matter of a couple of days, we're going to hear some pretty tough battles.
You can hear the helicopters overhead. They are right where the protests are. We are, as we've been saying, on the 6th floor, the roof of the Labor Department building. These are some of the people who've been down there to demonstrate, to speak out for their cause. They're carrying signs. As Bernie was telling you earlier, there have been arrests today of several blocks from where we are. We are located at 3rd and C Streets Northwest. Mm-hmm. And it looks quiet now, but we can tell, because there hasn't been so much helicopter noise in the last few hours, that the security is very much watchful.
Go ahead, Bernie.
I was just going to say, these people in the streets have their agenda. Let's take you now to Andrews Air Force Base. John King had reported that former President Clinton would be making remarks here in the hangar before he departs and when he arrives in New York. Jeff, you were going to say something?
Well, it's just a sad sign, I guess, in Washington that every 4 years the security gets tighter and tighter. When I was a young man working in Washington, there were no metal detectors at the Capitol. Now there are checkpoints to even come on the mall to watch the inaugural. This is not one of the things that's gotten better over the last few decades.
This is the first time, in fact, that the Secret Service has been in overall charge of security at an inaugural. It makes it that much harder for just ordinary folk who want to come and watch and listen to get close to the Capitol. And we saw it was, what, 10 minutes before 12, people were still streaming in because security had slowed down the process.
Well, you know, it's rare, Judy, that you have this kind of protest. Most inaugurations don't see this kind of demonstration in the street. I think it's something that's left over from this 2000 election, the anger, the differences over it. So this is unusual.
I think Nixon's second inaugural in '73
Yes.
saw the biggest collection of protesters of any inaugural, mostly around Vietnam.
And that was Vietnam.
Yeah,
We
the
don't
Christmas
have a war.
bombings.
You are watching scenes from Andrews Air Force Base, Maryland. The Clintons are preparing to depart, having seen George Walker Bush sworn in and Al Gore watched as Dick Cheney was sworn in. And Mr. Clinton is going to speak at some point inside this hangar.
Candy Crowley, you covered George W. Bush for many months now. What does he think about Bill Clinton?
I asked him the legacy question the other day. What did George Bush think Bill Clinton's legacy will be? And he sort of paused and said, well, we don't write legacies. We won't be around for when we really see what it is. But I think he's a deft politician. I don't think it was meant as a particular compliment. Clearly, first of all, there is the matter that Bill Clinton did beat George Bush, the father. And clearly George Bush the son thinks that the better man lost. So there is that history. There is also the fact that George Bush believed that Bill Clinton did some things during office that did not bring honor to the office. So
Candy, you respectfully stopped reporting while the national anthem was playing. You were saying?
Just talking about the relationship, or actually it's a lack of a relationship. They don't know each other that well, George Bush and Bill Clinton. But it was clear during the course of the campaign that the incoming president and the outgoing president were not ever going to have a lot good to say about one another. That having been said, I am told that the conversations between the two of them in today and in recent days have been gracious. And, you know, although it's an awkward situation, obviously, because Bill Clinton wanted Al Gore to win, that they have been very civil conversations. So they got through it in fine fiddle. Never going to be close friends, though.
And very quickly, as the president, former president, reviews the troops, John King, coming to you, this former president still has to be, what could you say, roiling over the fact that he did not see his vice president elected president, and he, Bill Clinton, feels that he was underused in the campaign.
He certainly does, Bernie. Now, he understands, of course, that he would have been quite a controversial figure in the campaign because of the impeachment debate, because of the Monica Lewinsky scandal. But he, A, thinks Al Gore underestimated George Bush's political skills, and B, he thinks that Al Gore veered too much from the New Democrat script, if you will, did not pay enough attention to economic prosperity, did not stress the accomplishments of the Clinton record, the Clinton-Gore record, because he believes the vice president was so conscious of the fact that if he stressed that record, others would draw the character comparisons. Mr. Clinton believes the vice president didn't handle the gun issue very well, and he believes most of all the vice president, we're told now this, these are conversations the president has had with friends and associates, he believes the vice president did not pay enough attention to his home state these past 8 years. Again, had Al Gore won the state of Tennessee, had Al Gore won Bill Clinton's state of Arkansas, had Al Gore won West Virginia, a Democratic stronghold, had Al Gore pulled out a victory in New Hampshire, a state Bill Clinton won twice, any of those, win one of those, and we're celebrating the Al Gore presidency today, not the George Bush presidency. Mr. Clinton knows his personal problems, his legal problems, were a major subtext in the campaign, but he also thinks his vice president didn't run a very good campaign.
In a word, John King, does Bill Clinton think Al Gore blew it?
Oh, I can't answer that question in one word, Bernie, because I don't think it's that clear to him. I think it believes it was a very complicated thing, but I know that many of those around President Clinton believe that perhaps Al Gore should give it another try in 4 years. There are other Democrats, though, already talking about spending some time in the spring in Iowa and New Hampshire.
Frank says no. As we watch Bill Clinton review the troops and perhaps say a few words, let's consider how the governing styles. Let's put that off until we hear what Bill Clinton has to say.
Yes, can you hear me?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to Andrews Air Force Base. On behalf of the 89th Airlift Wing, it's our honor and pleasure to have you here this afternoon. In the month of March of this year, it will be 6 years since this officer standing in front of you had the honor to be selected to serve in the White House Military Office. And it was at that time, in the month of March of 1995, that Linda and I first came to know the President and the First Family. And it was a true honor indeed and a privilege, a unique one, to be able to serve. I will remember always being amazed at how intricate and how detailed all the support was that was provided by the military for the First Family. And when I left after the 96 campaign, Mr. President, I will always remember that, because we talked about the planes, the trains, the boats, and the buses, because you will remember President Clinton used all of those means of transportation as he campaigned across the country. And I will never forget going from Cape Girardeau, Missouri to Paducah, Kentucky on the bus run, a memorable occasion. Little did I know that in January of 1999, I would be selected to come back here to the 89th Airlift Wing to be in charge of all the airlift transportation for the President, his staff, and the White House as a whole. It's been a true honor for us to do that, and I would like to say on behalf of all the 6,000 men and women of the 89th Airlift Wing, we've taken great pride in providing you the safest, the most comfortable, and the most reliable airlift in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my great honor and privilege to introduce to you now our 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William Jefferson Clinton.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, first let me say on behalf of Hillary and Chelsea and myself, we thank you for coming. We're glad to see you. You know how it is when you leave the White House, you wonder if you'll ever draw a crowd again. So it was nice to come in here and see so many old friends. General Hawkins, thank you, and thank you, Linda, for your service in the White House and for your service here at Andrews. I would like to thank the Honor Guard and the representatives of all the military services behind us for rendering honors to me this one last time on this important day in our country's life. When I was walking down the rows, looking at the young men and women who were standing behind me, I thought again how fortunate we are to have people of their caliber willing to sacrifice and serve the United States, and being their commander-in-chief was one of the great honors of my life. Let's give them another hand. They were great. Well, let me say to all of you, I had a very good morning, and I think we all did. We had sort of a bittersweet goodbye at the White House. We went around and said goodbye to all the staff there, took a last look at all the rooms, welcomed Vice President Mrs. Gore, and then President Mrs. Bush and Vice President Mrs. Cheney and Andy Card, the new White House Chief of Staff. We had a nice little visit, and then we went down to Capitol Hill together and conducted the inaugural ceremonies as prescribed by the Constitution of the United States. I was really grateful that the band was here today. Some of you have heard me say that one of my great fears is that I won't know where I am for 4 or 5 months because I'll walk into a big room and no one will play a song anymore. But I want all of you to know that I feel, as John Podesta did, we walked out of the Oval Office for the last time today, about 10:30. And about 10 o'clock, and he was tearing up a little bit. He just said, "We did a lot of good. We did a lot of good." We did a lot of good. The whole did a lot of good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I gave my farewell address the other night on television, and I even did a radio address this morning. And we gave out our last chunk of money for community police so that when I left, we gave out money for 10,000 more police. And I said, you know, when I ran, I promised you 100,000 police, and this is 110,000. We gave 110% effort for 8 years. And I just want to say how grateful I am to all of you. There are people here who've held major positions in this government. People here like John Sweeney, without whom we could not have won elections or waged our battles. Thank you, sir. There are people here I've known all my life, and people here I met in the course of running for president, and people here who are here because they worked in this administration and they believed in what we were doing. But the whole nature of public service is by definition a reflection of the nature of life. It is passing, it has seasons, it is a process, not a destination. The work of this country will never be over, and no one will ever get to do it forever, and that's not all bad. We have been very fortunate that the system under which we live has given all of us a chance to live as we have, to work as we have, to serve as we have, and to see our country and the world so much better off. It was a great gift to us, and we should not be sad today. We should be grateful today and happy and full of belief and hope for our country. I don't want to start calling names, or I'm afraid I'll never stop, but I do want to thank one person in particular for coming out here today and for meaning so much to me these last 8 years. Senator Chuck Robb, thank you for being here. You are a wonderful man. Thank you. Thank you. So, now we have to go on to the next chapter in America's life and our lives and our struggle to do the things we all believe in. I will always feel good about this, and you made that possible. So you see that sign there that says, please don't go? I left the White House, but I'm still here. We're not any of us going anywhere. And that's the only thing I ask of any of you. If you really believe in what we did these last 8 years, you do not have to be in a position of power in government to advance those causes. And the celebration we mark today is ordained under a Constitution in which the people are supposed to be in the driver's seat. I'm glad to go back to be one of the people. Maybe for the first time in 8 years, I'll be in the driver's seat in a way I never was. Whatever happens, I think I can speak for all of us. We are profoundly grateful. You've got a senator over here who will be a voice for you. And I am very proud of her, and I'm very, very proud of Chelsea, and I'm very grateful to them. So, we're going to New York and spend the weekend, and then Hillary will show up promptly so as not to miss any votes and to fulfill the oversight function of the United States Senate. I wish the new president well. I wish his family and administration well. I wish our country well. And always, always, out of gratitude and affection, I wish you well. You gave me the ride of my life, and I tried to give as good as I got. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
Former President Bill Clinton giving an unprecedented goodbye speech to his supporters, people who served in his administration. At one point, Jeff Greenfield and Bob Dallek, he said, I left the White House, but I'm still here. This man does not want to walk off the stage.
I think to those people who had an abiding dislike, if not a stronger word for Clinton, in a sense, I almost think this was the last little thumb in their eye. You know, okay, it's noon, past noon, we have a new president, but just one more time, I want to demonstrate my skills to you and say what I've done, and we did a lot of good. There is a feeling even among his best friends that this guy was reluctant to leave the stage, and
well, it's not just a feeling. I mean, I think you're watching it right here.
And we've not seen the last of him. I think one can imagine him running for mayor of New York or senator from Arkansas. You know, he spoke about his two model figures for the post-presidential period, and one was Jimmy Carter and the other is John Quincy Adams. And we know that Adams served a long time in the House of Representatives.
He did say, he said, well, we're going to New York, but he said Hillary will be right back here, so she won't miss her first vote.
Quite so.
They won't miss a beat. Frank says no, you're still out there near the Capitol.
That's right, and watching this and Judy, reflecting on the very different styles and the lingering legacy that Bill Clinton will leave behind. When you compare him to George W. Bush, you really have the difference between a college professor in Bill Clinton who eagerly engages in an all-night seminar, and that's really what much of Washington has been through these last several years. You know, I reflect on the health care reform debate, the NAFTA debate, and these sorts of things, and the White House turned into a seminar room. We had briefings from the president, we had briefings from Hillary Rodham Clinton. He would stay up till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning talking with his aides and with others who would listen. I remember occasions in the Roosevelt room where he was there and he almost literally, physically had to be pried out of the room by his aides, who said it was time for him and for the rest of us, journalists and others in the room, to move on. George W. Bush is a much more relaxed man, much less intense, probably prone to be much less of a micromanager than Bill Clinton, who in those early days, as you recall, was said Clinton to virtually be going over the budget line by line. Washington is going to change very substantially as this man, Bill Clinton, leaves and as George W. Bush comes to town. But, you know, you talk about Bill Clinton going up to New York and Senator Clinton arriving. I'd point out that they have a house here in Washington, and there are going to be times when Bill Clinton is going to be just up the street, and you can almost imagine him stepping out to the sidewalk or getting on the phone and saying, hey, if you need any help, here I am, happy to chime in.
And he began his remarks, as he works the crowd, we'll tell you, he began his remarks out at Andrews Air Force Base saying, you know, how it is when you leave the White House, you wonder if you'll ever draw a crowd again. So I'm grateful to all of you for being here. We're going to take a break as we watch the former president thank the people who've worked closely with him over the last 8 years. When we come back, we'll be talking, among others, with Billy Baldwin, the actor and the head of the Creative Coalition.
Going to land in, it's like the Metro line. If you'd have taken the Metro line, he could have...
Yes, he's still here. Former President Bill Clinton in a hangar at Andrews Air Force Base. He just spoke, and he is shaking hands with well-wishers and friends and former cabinet members. Kate Snow is out in the rain, out in the cold, in Freedom Plaza.
Yeah, we are out in the rain and the cold. It's probably around 40 degrees right now. It's been drizzling all day, but that hasn't stopped people from coming out. Now, there are a lot of Bush supporters out here along the parade route, but we wanted to show you that there are also some folks that are not happy with George W. Bush and his policies. Demonstrators that have come out to protest everything from the death penalty to abortion rights. Next to me here, a gentleman with a sign that says, "Hail to the thief." There are a lot of these signs out here. You came down from New York, you said. Buffalo.
Yeah.
Why come all the way down here?
Because, I don't know, I feel that if you don't protest, that you're showing support for Bush, and I cannot show any support for Bush at all.
It's a long drive for you. You drove through the night to get here?
Oh, yeah, from like 10 o'clock. It's a long drive.
Said you've been here since 6:30 this morning. Some of these folks have been here for hours as well. You guys came up from Atlanta, Georgia. Why?
We just feel strongly about it. We don't think he's a legitimate president, and we're not going to sit back and let him become president easily.
You don't exactly have prime real estate. You're back here behind the band. The parade is going to be over there. I think our cameraman can pan over and show you where the parade route is. It's over that way on Pennsylvania Avenue. So we're sort of wedged in back here behind the main crowd, the folks that are supporting George W. Bush. And if we can come back here, why do you want to be out here even if he can't see you?
It's the best we can do. We actually worth a bunch of thousands of us who are in favor of our cause, which is anti-Bush. So I think we have a very good, I disagree with you, I think we actually have quite a number of us that are...
You think he'll notice you being here?
I hope he does, sure do.
We want to show you some video also of something that happened a short time ago here in Washington. A few blocks from where we are, up at 14th Street. It's in downtown Washington, about 4 blocks away from the parade route. There was some scuffling between the police and some of the protesters who've come to Washington to protest George W. Bush. About 500 or more protesters. I was up there myself. There were a number of arrests made, although not too many, at least from what I saw. The police trying to keep things under control, telling folks, look, you're not supposed to be in the streets. You can come down and you can protest, but you have to do so peacefully. Certainly the folks where we are here by the parade route are very peaceful. They're just holding up their signs. They've gone through police security checkpoints in order to be here. Bernie, we'll toss it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Kate Snow. The District of Columbia's more than 3,000 member police force on duty this day, as well as the more than 2,000 U.S. Secret Service agents, about 1,000 in uniform, the FBI, Park Service Police, and a couple hundred police officers from surrounding Virginia and Maryland.
I know it may seem like with the coverage of the Clinton farewell and now protest that we may have forgotten. We have not forgotten. This is George W. Bush's inaugural. We'll be covering the parade in full. They are still at lunch in the Capitol. But one of the things about former President Clinton that was most striking was his enormous affection for and the affection he received from the creative community. There was never been a president more in love with movies, and there was never been a Hollywood more in love with a president than with Bill Clinton. We're joined now by William Baldwin, an actor who, a member of a family who is to acting what the Bush or the Kennedy family, I guess, is to politics. He is also the head president, chair, CEO. Which is it, Mr. Baldwin? of the Creative Coalition?
Currently, I'm a board member, originally a board member, now the president for the last 2 years.
And the Creative Coalition is a group within the creative community, actors, writers, directors. You know as well as I do that, and it's not just the perception but the reality, that the community is pretty overwhelmingly Democratic and liberal, yet you're here at the inauguration of President Bush. Tell us why.
Well, I think President Clinton just said it himself in his parting comments at Andrews, that the work of the American people is not done and is never done. And regardless of the fact that George Bush was elected president, whether you believe that or not, or whether you like that or not, I was a Gore supporter, and I have problems with what happened down in Florida. But the work continues, and I represent an organization that does work in the areas of First Amendment rights, public education, and arts advocacy. And that is huge bipartisan support. I've been coming down here for 2 years as president every 5 or 6 weeks and meeting exclusively with Republican members of Congress. I haven't met with a Democrat in 2 years because I want to create an opportunity for members of the Republican Party to have access to the entertainment industry and find common ground so we could advance the agenda of these 3 issue areas: First Amendment rights, arts advocacy, and public education.
Of those 3 areas, is there any that gives you either special hope or concern? For instance, there are a lot of, on the National Endowment for the Arts, National Endowment for the Humanities, a lot of Republicans tend to be opposed to that. What's your sense of the new president?
You know, I can't really get a clear reading on it right now. I'm a little bit concerned with appointments like John Ashcroft and moving more in a conservative, even a religious conservative direction. That does not bode well for free expression in the National Endowment for the Arts and government funding of the arts. But the Creative Coalition has been at the forefront of that battle, if you will, since Robert Mapplethorpe, and we've been one of the leaders that have successfully secured government funding for the arts, and we will continue to do so.
Yet one of the things, Mr. Baldwin, that struck me in this campaign is that in one sense, Al Gore and Joe Lieberman were much more critical of the Hollywood community than was George Bush. I don't recall him saying much of anything about that, and Senator Lieberman in particular was one of the fiercest critics of Hollywood.
That's true. I have a very close relationship with Vice President Gore and Senator Lieberman. I thought it was very interesting. I was at both conventions, and I thought it was interesting that at the Republican convention, they were talking about the influences of popular culture, where at the Democratic convention, they were talking specifically about video games, television, recording lyrics, and the movie industry. I'm concerned with President Bush having been elected. I'm worried about censorship. I'm worried about government regulation. I think we shouldn't be looking at it specifically as violence in entertainment. We should be looking at the issue as a youth violence issue. And at that table, in finding solutions for that problem, sits law enforcement and educators and parents and legislators and the entertainment industry. I think that there is a very active role that the entertainment industry can play, and I think that the entertainment industry is having an effect, not a direct effect, and it's not responsible for violence being committed by young people. But I think that if you're fed an overwhelming amount of inappropriate material at too young an age, it can lead to desensitizing and aggression and stimulus.
But one of the other point I'm getting at here is that it seemed to me that George W. Bush in his campaign was putting a lot of the culture war emotional to rest. He didn't make it a big issue. He didn't rail against Hollywood the way other people have. And as I said, Senator Lieberman and even Al Gore with the V-chip was much tougher on your community than the Republicans. And yet it did seem to me that, and I would make this hypothesis to you, that the overwhelming liberalism of the Hollywood community still led people to favor Gore and Lieberman, even though on your particular issues they may not have been as where you wanted them to be.
You know, I have to be honest with you. I agree with a lot of the opinions and positions of Senator Lieberman. I do not think, and I was surprised that they were more aggressive in their rhetoric against the entertainment industry than was President Bush and Vice President Cheney. I can't really explain it, but I do agree that there is now enough evidence. There's mounting evidence that suggests that there is an indirect effect, and I don't think the result lies in government regulations or any form of censorship. I think the result lies in does the rating system work? Does the enforcement of the rating system work? The Creative Coalition is currently working on a media literacy program where we're going to teach parents and teach educators to teach children how to interpret the media that they ingest on a daily basis, whether it's video games or Hollywood films or television commercials.
All right, William Baldwin, president of the Creative Coalition. I think it's fair to say that the ranks of Hollywood are somewhat smaller at this inaugural than the last two, but I also think that's to be expected given the politics of our time. And thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Judy?
We are going to take a break, and we want to show our viewers where we are. We've been telling you we're sitting on the roof of the Labor Department building. It's actually a pretty cool tent that we're sitting in with a plexiglass back that allows us to look out on the Capitol. There we are. There's our tent. Even if we wave, you can't see us. It's a long shot. That's from our camera, I presume, on the west side of the Capitol.
And the CNN staff people who put this all together performed brilliantly.
They did. They've been working for weeks and weeks and weeks.
And we thank them profoundly.
And we thank them very much. We'll be right back.
The farewells continue in the hangar at Andrews Air Force Base. A very emotional President Clinton, very appreciative for these people who've come out to say goodbye to him. Meanwhile, in the Capitol Rotunda, the dignitaries are eating. The 43rd President of the United States, George Walker Bush, in the presence of his parents, including George Herbert Walker Bush, the former president. And Gene Randall has posed the question, is this a case of father like son or vice versa? Here's his report.
Happy birthday.
Soon after George W. Bush began his presidential run back in 1999, he helped his father, the former president, celebrate his 75th birthday in Kennebunkport, Maine.
My dad has served as a great example for all of us who are lucky enough to be called his son and daughter.
An example the younger Bush in many ways followed in his path to the White House, though there were notable differences as well. As his father, George W. went to Andover and Yale. Each was head of the same fraternity. But during Vietnam, the son flew Air National Guard fighter planes in Texas. His father had been a World War II combat aviation hero. Each started a Texas oil business. Both failed in runs for Congress, the father for the Senate, the son for the House, before achieving electoral success later. The resume mismatch: by the time the elder Bush became president, he had been vice president for 8 years, with a background that included stints as congressman, envoy to China, and CIA director. Other than his time as Texas governor, George W.'s major mark was co-owning baseball's Texas Rangers. The team got a lot better, and a new stadium was built. During his father's White House years, he was a behind-the-scenes advisor. Stung by his father's defeat at the hands of Bill Clinton in 1992, George W. has always publicly denied his presidential bid was an effort to square things. Perhaps to dampen any talk of family entitlement, the dynasty theory, father and son were rarely seen together on the hustings. And if Bush the elder was a hovering off-scene presence, the younger Bush played it down.
This man is not a political consultant. He is a father. And I love him and respect him. And the advice I get from him is the advice a dad would give a son.
And so the attention paid to an awkward moment in New Hampshire.
This boy, this son of ours, is not going to let you down. He's going to go all the way and serve with great honor all the way.
The former president made a non-speaking appearance at the GOP convention and stumped for his son in the closing weeks of the fall campaign.
Barbara and I have made a decision. We have decided we are going to vote for George W. Bush for president of the United States.
With his son, he sweated out election night.
How do you feel, Mr. President, sitting here again?
Nervous and proud are the two words.
And the seesaw weeks that followed. And when the election was finally decided, flanked by his father's defense secretary, Dick Cheney, his choice for vice president, George W. Bush announced his first cabinet choice, Colin Powell, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, under George Herbert Walker Bush. And late in December, there was a Florida reunion for the first father and son White House team since John Adams and John Quincy Adams almost 2 centuries before. Gene Randall, CNN, Washington.
A look back. Major Garrett has some news that the president, who's been president for not even 2 hours, has already done some business. Major.
Yes, Judy. The first act of the new president is to impose a moratorium on federal regulations. Not an unusual move, but one that clearly shows the new presidential power is being put to use straight away. Memo from Andy Card, the new chief of staff of the President of the United States, instructs all heads of the various government departments to put a moratorium on regulations that are in the pipeline. That is to say, regulations that are heading for official publication. That's when a regulation really begins to take effect in the U.S. government. Mr. Card instructs all agencies to halt those pending a review of all new cabinet-level appointees and their various assistants. Also, Mr. Card instructs the various leaders of the agencies in the U.S. government that those regulations that have been published put on hold for 60 days pending another review. This is to allow the new president to take a look at all the regulations, many of which President Clinton promulgated in the final days of his presidency, give the new staff, the new heads of the various agencies of the federal government time to review them. There is an exception, Judy, and an important one, for any regulations that are believed to have an emergency need to deal with issues of health and safety. Those can proceed as planned. But any of those that fall out of that general parameter, a sharp review by this administration to take a look at them to see if they fit with their regulatory policy, a moratorium on all that have yet to be published, those that have been published, put on 60-day hold. Judy?
And Major, just to be clear, this is not an extraordinary move for him to have made.
It's not an extraordinary move on a day of tradition and ceremony. I would say this is one of the more familiar traditions of an incoming administration. Now, typically, it's more pronounced when a Republican replaces a Democrat or a Democrat replaces a Republican. There's less of this going on when it's a party-to-party transfer of government, but there is definitely a new attitude in this White House about regulations, a wait-and-see attitude in many respects to those that President Clinton promulgated in the final days of his office. That wait-and-see process has begun in earnest. Judy?
All right, Major Garrett at the White House. We are talking about George W. Bush in his many facets, and joining us now is Nick Lemon. He is a staff writer for the New Yorker magazine. Some months back, an article that he wrote appeared titled "The Redemption." Everything went wrong for George W. Bush until he made it all go right. Welcome, Nick Lemon.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Tell us about the George Bush that you have known for many, many years.
When you say you have known for many, many years, incredibly slightly. I don't want to overstate this. It seems to me, I was thinking about this today watching his speech. I went back and reread his father's inaugural address. He's really different. I mean, there's this obvious name and DNA similarity, but the closer you get, the more different, profoundly different these two men look. The speech today was way to the right, I would say, of his father's speech back in 1989. I don't know if you all remember.
To the right?
To the right, and I'll tell you why. Father Bush really, in his inaugural address, bought into the familiar liberal critique of Reagan-era greed. And he spent quite a lot of that speech saying the country's gotten too materialistic. I'm not like that. He said, we're not the sum of our possessions. He really was accepting implicitly, though not by name, the liberal establishment's criticism of President Reagan. George W. Bush did none of that today. George H.W. Bush really sounded like the old Rockefeller moderate wing of the Republican Party, and George W. Bush, to my ears, didn't sound like that at all today. That wing of the party barely exists anymore.
How do you account for their being so different?
Well, partly just people are different, but you know, the most familiar theory, and there's a lot to it, is the father grew up in privileged Greenwich, Connecticut, going to private school. The son grew up in out of the middle of nowhere, Midland, Texas, going to public school. Greenwich was, of course, the bastion of moderate republicanism in those days, probably still is, and Midland, Texas is very hard-shell conservative, was then, is now. People are formed by the early years of their life, and the early years were quite different.
Nick, what in this speech constitutes the essential George Walker Bush?
Well, you know, I listened to this speech and I heard a lot of religion, really much more than most inaugural addresses. George Walker Bush is a very talented politician, probably more so naturally talented than his father, and he knows how to use phrases that speak to certain constituencies without sounding as loud to certain other constituencies. So in the comments that I've heard so far in the address, people haven't mentioned religion very much, but we heard about angels, we heard about prayer, we heard about the road to Jericho, we heard about a calling. The evangelical community in America, which is huge and which is the base of the Bush vote, heard those phrases, I think, loud and clear without they're being as loud to non-evangelicals. I saw the whole speech as being an essentially religious and not moderate religious view of life.
Well, how does that fit in with what we were told, Nick Lemon, was going to be one of the main missions of this speech, and that is to reach out to those people who didn't vote for him? Well, you know, the whole unity business, and we've got to put the division behind us.
It was a unifying speech, too. Those two things are not contradictory if you're a good politician, and Bush is a good politician. The language of evangelical Christianity is absolutely a language of unity, healing, and compassion. So you can sort of kill two birds with one stone, so to speak, by speaking that language in a way that is loudly heard by a group we think of as, quote-unquote, the right, but expressing sentiments that we think of as, quote-unquote, the left. But there is no contradiction between being very religious and trafficking in these ideas of compassion and healing and unity and thinking about the poor. That's all, you know, straight out of the Bible.
Just to button this up, Nick Lemon, you started out saying you've known him for a long time, but only slightly. Tell us how you did know him.
I met him when he was at Harvard Business School, and I was at Harvard College for a very brief, fleeting encounter. So that was a long time ago, over 25 years ago. But I don't think that takes us to the level of old and dear friends. I have various mutual friends and so on, but I don't want to claim to be a person who knows George Bush intimately.
All right, Nick Lemon, staff writer at the New Yorker magazine. We won't make that claim, we promise.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for joining us today.
Throughout this historic day, presidential historian Robert Dallek has been watching these proceedings, reflecting on that piece from Gene Randall moments ago before the Nick Lemon interview. Father-son, unusual.
Yeah, very unusual, but before we get to that, I'd like to say a word about Nick Lemon's comment. You know, I saw in this speech also echoes of Franklin Roosevelt and Lyndon Johnson. He spoke about education, Social Security, Medicare, that phrase about when we see that wounded traveler on the road to Jericho, we will not pass to the other side. It's something that Lyndon Johnson could have said. The impoverished, those who are left behind, so to speak.
Well, that's why I was surprised at first when Nick said this speech is to the right.
Yeah.
Far to the right of what his father would have said. I didn't quite...
No, I don't see it that way. And I think in some respects what one can see in this speech is the triumph of Roosevelt's New Deal, of Lyndon Johnson's Great Society. Not that he's embracing these things, not that he's not a conservative Republican, but these are things which are here to stay. Social Security, Medicare, aid to education, environmental protection. These are all old-fashioned liberal programs that are not going away.
And every president uses biblical phrases.
Absolutely.
It's part of the commonality.
Yep.
Franklin Roosevelt talked about the money changers being driven from the temple.
Sure.
Bill Clinton's speech used the phrase, he shall be the repairer of the breach. I can't think of any inaugural. Now, Nick may well be right that there's a few more. I mentioned Michael Gerson, the speechwriter, used to work for Dan Coates, who was a strong advocate in the Senate of things like faith-based aid, which is also in the speech. Yeah. So I guess one of the things this shows is you can take an inaugural address and hold it up to a light, and depending on where you are, you see it reflected in a different prism.
Because he is right. There are several. No, there are a number of these religious references in
Lincoln-esque. Lincoln
The question
invoked...
is, does that make it a speech of the right?
No.
Well, I think it's fascinating that less than 2 hours after the speech, or not even an hour and a half, we're arguing, not arguing, we're having a very civil discussion about whether, where this speech fits on the political spectrum.
Which may show that it was an extremely skillful speech.
Yes. But getting back, if you'd like me to the father-son issue, it's extraordinarily uncommon. After all, only one other instance in American history of a father-son team. What I'm struck by, though, is how sensitive the younger Bush is to the failings of the older Bush. He has come forward and said that he's going to push very hard for this big tax cut. Now, remember, what in part did George Sr. in was the fact that, read my lips, that he, so to speak, betrayed his conservative followers on this issue of tax. And I think what George W. is saying, I'm not going to abandon my agenda. I'm a committed conservative in fiscal terms. I'm going to cut the taxes. And this is a separation from his father. He's taking on his own identity. And he has to do this especially because so many of the people around him are from his father's administration. So he needs, as part of his definition as president, to stake out certain claims of his own.
Frank Sesno, you covered President Bush. Your thoughts on this father-son combination?
Well, this has been fascinating throughout, Bernie, and it was fascinating comparing the two speeches and this conversation that you've been having in the last several minutes. You know, there were some strong parallels between these speeches as well. You remember the elder Bush talked in his speech 12 years ago about 1,000 points of light and the need to connect private and public initiatives. The younger Bush does as well. He talks about that all the time, and of course he referenced churches and mosques and synagogues today. The older Bush talked about divisiveness on Capitol Hill and the need to end an era of bickering, the outstretched hand. That really is in many ways what the younger Bush is talking about. The elder Bush talked about kinder and gentler politics and a kinder and gentler America. The younger Bush talks about compassionate conservatism. That being said, there are also some very substantial contrasts, and really not the least of which is the era in which they both governed. The older Bush talked 12 years ago about America having more will than wallet. He came to office at a time when deficits were huge and growing, $155 billion deficit. Now, really, there's more wallet than will because there are enormous surpluses, and the discussion will be all about how to spend that money. Tax policy undid George Bush, the elder. You know, read my lips, no new taxes. And then he raised taxes, and conservatives never forgave him for that. The younger Bush says a huge tax cut is the cornerstone of his first several months, and he's pressing on with that despite some of the controversy. So parallels and contrasts both, but you sure see the legacy.
Frank says no. And despite the driving rain, the planners of the inaugural festivities are continuing to press on, as is former President Bill Clinton inside the hangar at Andrews Air Force Base, still working the crowds, still talking, posing for pictures, smiling, shaking hands, and hugging folks.
Pretty soon the weekend will be over, and Senator Clinton will need to be back here, and they won't need to go to New York after all.
I think they could start doing a lot of there. You know, is he going to get up by January, February, March? But anybody who covered him in '92 remembers this. There is a kind of fitting end. When he would go into a hall to campaign, I remember after one debate, he stood on the stage and talked to the audience, and it's not too extreme to say that his aides came very close to pulling him forcibly out. So we'll see how this one ends, but it's certainly appropriate.
Our live coverage of the inauguration of President Bush and Vice President Cheney, I almost said Clinton, will continue from Washington in a moment. They're having lunch, and the floats are forming. The parade apparently will go on. Back to Washington in a moment. Waiting to step off. Still some time away, but we see the first floats of form, cavalrymen. It's raining harder and harder in Washington, and the mercury is dropping. We have a forecast, Judy, of sleet, more rain, and snow, and possibly as many as 4 inches overnight.
That's right, Bernie. The weather held up, you have to say, pretty well for the inauguration itself. There was rain, but it was a very fine mist. We saw people with umbrellas and raincoats. Now the rain is coming down harder. and you have to feel for those people, whether they're in a high school band or they're performing in some other way. They're out there. They've been waiting for hours for this parade to get underway, and I don't think it's supposed to get started for at least another 15 minutes. They've got to wait for George W. Bush to finish having lunch.
And to finish the toast that we're going to see in the presentation of the gifts inside the Capitol.
We're going to see a picture of the White House, we're told, yes, where people are, oh my goodness, they're not wasting any time.
They're not, and the Clintons were packing late into the night last night. The administration had said that the effects of the former First Lady would be packed up late into the night. Here we see the new President of the United States.
As his things are being moved into the White House, or we assume that's been happening for a couple of hours, and as the White House is readied for its new occupants, this luncheon underway at the United States Capitol in the big round room. It's called the Rotunda. Or is this Statuary Hall, Bernie? Set me straight.
It's the hall.
This is Statuary
it's the hall. The cue that they were ready to possibly get underway was the turning up of the lights, so it could be just a matter of seconds or a moment or two, and it's always interesting to hear these
Gene Meserve was saying, what is it, 22 tables of 10 each with, a dozen people at the head table. There are gifts that will be presented to the President, President Bush, to the Vice President, and I've just been told his father, former President George Bush, will receive a gift as well.
I still, of all the menu items Gene Meserve ticked off, I still like the sticky nut meat pudding. And I think Gene also told us that the China is a Thomas Jefferson pattern, Gene?
That's right, 1801. This was first used at the inauguration of Thomas Jefferson. They distributed a little sheet with a picture of it. It has a capital scene of that era on it. Replicas are being used at the places of others in this luncheon. Those will be given to the attendees later. The attendees are an interesting bunch, actually. When you consider President Bush's inaugural speech, which was addressed largely to the disenfranchised and underprivileged in this country, among the guests here, Coretta Scott King. We saw her come out a short time ago, although she declined to say anything to us. Also here, a couple of Supreme Court justices at least. Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Stephen Breyer are both in there. They, of course, were dissenters on the Supreme Court decisions which effectively ended the election. And we expect them all out sometime shortly. Back to you.
I guess you could say that is another way of reaching out, inviting the Supreme Court justices who voted against you, or at least against your argument when it came before the High Court.
But as
Mitch McConnell here.
I was just going to say, as a matter of protocol, they would be there regardless, but it's certainly more poignant and interesting given the way the election finally was settled.
But Coretta Scott King, that's an interesting name on the guest list. That's not a name that one would normally associate with a Bush administration.
Again, an effort to reach out.
We're watching this scene as they do conclude the lunch, and we want to show you again, if we can, what it's like outdoors. The bands.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats.
Well, no, we'll go back inside. Stay inside.
It's going to be interesting to hear what, if any, reference is made by this new president to his dad.
It's been my privilege to, as chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Activities, to toast the newly inaugurated president and vice president. We've all heard the famous maxim that history repeats itself. Or as one wag said, history isn't one darn thing after another. It's the same darn thing over and over. 2 centuries ago, Thomas Jefferson was inaugurated as president after an extremely close, hard-fought election battle. The nation was divided. Then as now, our nation needed a leader who could heal the divide. President Jefferson beseeched a divided nation to unite with one heart and one mind, reminding supporters and opponents that every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. To bring about that unity of purpose requires a special leader with a special gift.
A leader like our new president, who comes as a uniter, someone like Joshua and Caleb, who were chosen to lead the people into the promised land because they exemplified a different spirit. Would you all stand and please raise your glass in a toast? Mr. President, we salute the different spirit you bring to our nation's government, a spirit of unity and respect for all. And we pledge, Republicans and Democrats alike, that we will make the common effort for the common good. And finally, we ask, in the words of President Jefferson, that the infinite power which rules the destinies of the universe will lead you to what is best for our nation's peace and prosperity. President. Starting in 1989, the President and the Vice President have received from the Congress on this day 2 handcrafted crystal bowls, each resting on a solid leaded crystal base upon which is engraved their name. Each gift weighs 40 pounds. Now, Mr. President, that's nearly as hefty as some appropriation bills we'll be sending your way soon. For the first time, etched into the crystal bowls are depictions of the Capitol building and the White House in their approximate geographic locations to one another. You'll note, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, that the White House on these bowls is tiny, almost microscopic in comparison to the Capitol engraving. It is, of course, purely coincidental that the Congress oversaw the design process. Today, we are also doing something else because this is such a unique occasion. We're presenting a 3rd bowl, this one to the 41st President of the United States, the father of our new president. This handcrafted replica signifies a remarkable occasion for a man whose love and pride for his son on this day we can only imagine. I'd now like to call on the Speaker of the House, J. Dennis Hastert, who will present flags to the President and to the Vice President.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome to this great chamber, once being the House of Representatives for almost 50 years of this nation's history. The early history where Congress, the Senate, and the House struggled, administration, the White House struggled to find its definitive way of how to form this country. Now, we're much more matured as a nation that today handed over the reins of power from one party to another party in peace, tranquility, in a congratulatory manner. The symbol of this great nation, of this place, of the American people, the flag of the United States. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, this morning at dawn, we had 2 flags raised over the Capitol of the United States. And it's our great honor to present those to you that were brought down right after the finish of the inauguration. However, I'm not going to hand them to you because they're a little wet. So we're going to properly dry them out and present them. But on behalf of the Congress and behalf of this gathering here, we wish you the best. We know that these flags will be a symbol of this day and a symbol of a great beginning. Thank you very much. God bless you.
On behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, it's my honor to present to the President the official inaugural photo and to invite the President at this time to make a few remarks.
Senator, thank you very much. I was wondering if I was ever going to have a warm meal during the inaugural ceremonies. And so I want to thank you for the food. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Congressman Gephardt and Senator Daschle, thank you all very much for your kind hospitality. President Carter and Mrs. Carter, I'm so honored you all took time out of your lives to come. It means a lot to Laura and me for you to be here. Thank you very much. Mother, I'm glad you came as well. I know I can speak on behalf of the Cheneys that Laura and I have really relished this magnificent moment. It's a great testimony to our country. It's a testimony to the great land of America to have a sitting outgoing president and an incoming president sit side by side in peaceful transfer of power. I'm not so sure how much of it I'm going to actually remember. It was such a magnificent time for our country and for me. Today is also a testimony to two wonderful parents, people who instilled values and gave unconditional love. Expectations in the country is we can't get anything done. People say, well, gosh, the election was so close, nothing will happen, except for finger pointing and name calling and bitterness. I'm here to tell the country that things will get done, that we're going to rise above expectations, that both Republicans and Democrats will come together to do what's right for America, so that when people look at Washington, they say public service is noble. Positive things can happen for the country. There are men and women of good conscience and good heart who are serving this noble nation for the right reasons. Let's let it happen. God bless, and God bless America.
President Bush showing his sense of humor there. Former First Lady Barbara Bush was not introduced, but her husband was, and at one point in his remarks he said, "Mother, I'm glad you came as well."
She is not just the first mother, but a former First Lady, an unusual position. Former wife of a president, now the mother of a president.
A reminder there from President Bush about the bitter election that just ended. He said the expectation is we can't get anything done because the election was so close, except for bitterness and finger pointing. He said, but in effect, he said, I'm here to tell you things are going to get done. So he's not wasting any time. We will take a break as the helicopters fly overhead here at the Labor Department, and as behind us we watch the parade floats anxiously waiting to get this parade underway. We'll be right back.
It was 31 before, and it's got to be.
Horses, floats, in the rain, in the cold.
Bernie, it has to be said that this is, well, an auspicious day for George Walker Bush. The weather says a little different story. It is bone-chilling out there. There is a cold rain falling. It has gotten worse in the last couple of hours. It feels like sleet is coming. I feel constrained to say that it was lucky that George Bush gave a relatively short speech, because in 1841, on a day like this, William Henry Harrison gave an hour and 45-minute speech in the rain, caught cold, and died a month later. That's not going to happen to the 43rd president.
Of pneumonia. We are watching camera people here bundled up. This is Andrews Air Force Base. What the plane formerly known as Air Force One, I don't know if they still call it that when it's not flying the president around, but it is a similar craft waiting there on the tarmac for William Jefferson Clinton, former president of the United States, to, well, finish a bottle of water, it looks like.
He's getting reinforcements now.
This is a crowd of people who served in his administration, supporters and others. He mentioned John Sweeney, the head of the AFL-CIO, people who came out to say goodbye to Bill Clinton. And he's apparently been shaking every single hand in the building.
That is the plane, the 747. It is Air Force One. When the president flies it, it has a special designation when anyone else flies it. And as of noon today, it is not the plane that the president will be flying back in.
But it's not just any old airplane.
No, it may be Air Force -1, since he's the ex-president. But, you know, one of the interesting things about President Clinton is this is a man who has always lived with politics. He's a completely political creature. He has run for office or been involved in an election for every 2 years since 1974. I mean, this man has always been running for office. That's why one of the interesting questions that everyone ponders is, what is he going to do now? Once you're an ex-president, you're not supposed to be directly involved in politics, although some of them, Theodore Roosevelt ran for president again because he was eligible to. Yet it is hard to imagine Bill Clinton surviving without politics. It's his life support system.
It is hard to imagine. It is conceivable that he could run for the Senate.
Yes.
It's conceivable somebody was speculating maybe he'd run for mayor of New York City. Highly unlikely. But you never know. I mean, we know he will do a certain amount of speech making. We've had John King reporting today that he wants to be quiet for a couple of months. As hard as that may be for him to do. But there are any number of things he can do.
Well,
work on the library.
John Quincy Adams, who came into office 24 years after his father left office, he served a term as president, and then later he was elected to the House of Representatives. And most historians, I think, agree that his career in the House, of all places, was more distinguished than his career as president of the United States. I don't think Clinton has any plans to do that, but there are unusual patterns.
If you're keeping count of how many times former President Clinton will have spoken before he goes to bed tonight, he finished talking here, and very shortly he and the former First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton will go out to the tarmac and board what is called Special Forces One, and they will fly. This is the aircraft. This is one of 2 747s in the presidential fleet. They will fly to John F. Kennedy Airport. We're told that Senator Clinton and former President Clinton will speak.
As we watch these pictures of President Clinton prepare to leave the Washington area, and as we know that the luncheon honoring the new president at the Capitol is about to wrap up, the parade's about to begin, we want to take a moment to consider 9 important people. They are the justices on the United States Supreme Court. They played a key role in deciding who the next president will be by that memorable 5-4 decision in which they said no more recounting. The election count is over. In effect, naming George W. Bush the next president. CNN's Charles Bierbauer has been watching the court for some time, and he has a report for us on the significance of that court and what the challenges facing the next president have to do with that court.
Oyez, oyez.
The Supreme Court was a campaign issue, not because of the unexpected role it would play ending the election's long count, but because of the power of the next president to name future justices. There's been no new face on the court for 7 years. Justice John Paul Stevens is 80, Chief Justice Rehnquist 76, and Justice Sandra Day O'Connor 70. Increasing the odds, President Bush may select several justices who could affect the court's majority on such divisive issues as abortion.
An anti-choice president plus John Ashcroft plus a Supreme Court they helped shape equals a recipe for disaster.
Civil rights and affirmative action, church and state, school vouchers.
I would hope that the next nominee will not be somebody seen as a polarizing factor
or somebody who is seen as pushing the Supreme Court into a political or ideological mold.
The Senate's 50-50 split may narrow Mr. Bush's options, but some conservatives think the new president should challenge the Senate to accept his choices.
I think he's going to have to get somebody whom he suspects has the right judicial philosophy from his point of view, but has not written anything that can be proved against him.
That approach backfired for Bush's father when he picked Justice David Souter. Souter now votes with the court's liberal wing. As a candidate, Bush denied any litmus test for justices, but named two court conservatives, Scalia and Thomas, as his models.
People who will strictly interpret the Constitution and will not use the bench to write social policy.
If he does nominate someone like Scalia or Thomas, the opposition will be unprecedented in the history of this country.
Yet if Chief Justice Rehnquist were to retire, might the president be tempted to name Scalia chief and fill the vacancy with someone like Appeals Court Justice Emilio Garza? Opponents would have to challenge the first Italian-American chief and the first Hispanic justice.
Nobody's going to get a free pass in the United States Senate, no matter who they are. Not because of their religion, their race, their sex, or anything else.
Choosing Supreme Court justices is inevitably a political act, though Chief Justice Rehnquist hopes the court's recent involvement in politics won't be repeated. For now, the current justices all seem healthy, spirited, and engaged in their work, and there's no promise any will retire just yet. Charles Pierbauer, CNN, the Supreme Court.
And when we come back, CNN legal analyst Roger Cossack will discuss the High Court and the future as you see live pictures of marching units moving down 3rd Street, getting into position for the start of the inaugural parade. President Bush is still on the Hill. That's a wider picture. It's raining, it's cold here in Washington. People are lining the parade route, and they're going to stand fast. They're not going anywhere, nor shall we. Back in a moment.